Lord of Mysteries, Incarnation of Chaos by author XElenea Chapter 1-50. Gazing at the crimson moon outside the window, Alaric spent 3 minutes processing the influx of information and confirmed several things. First, he had transmigrated into the world of Lord of Mysteries. His new name was Alaric Zoroast, and he seemed to be a descendant of Pallas Zoroast from the original story. Second, a fragment of power from the legendary crawling chaos, Nyarlathotep, sealed within him had been sliced and reshaped by the Yog-Sothoth he had summoned. Using the unique rules of the Lord of Mysteries world, this power was transformed into something akin to Beander characteristics, creating an entirely new pathway called the Chaos Pathway. Though Alaric didn't know why that entity had helped him, the fact remained, if he followed the rules, concocted potions from these Beander characteristics, and consumed them, he could start at sequence 9 like the humans of this world. By acting, digesting, and advancing, he could fully master Nyarlathotep's power and make it his own. Third, his innate, Shadow of Time, skill was still usable, a time-related ability similar to the historical projection of this world's scholar of yore. It had 2 methods of use. The first allowed Alaric to summon the Shadow of Time of an entity with high favorability, merging it with himself to borrow their power. The higher the favorability, the more power he could wield. The second method involved using an entity or something related to them as a medium to summon their Shadow of Time and request their aid. At first glance, the second method seemed simpler, but it had a significant drawback: the summoned shadow would carry the past consciousness of the entity. As a result, shadows summoned this way might not always help Alaric. With favorability, it could work out, but without it, while the shadow couldn't harm him, it wasn't guaranteed to assist either. It was an incredibly powerful yet frustratingly unreliable ability. In his previous life, Alaric had tirelessly built favorability with powerful beings to summon their shadows. Now, in a new world, all that effort was wasted. Well, at least the skill still works in this world. What more could I ask for? Alaric consoled himself, though a flicker of confusion lingered. But why did I transmigrate? Did Yog-Sothoth send me here? Alaric wasn't particularly close to the entity known as Yog-Sothoth. He had only read about it in ancient texts, learning it was one of the few outer gods that held no malice toward humans, possibly even benevolence, and seemed to have a strained relationship with Nyarlathotep. So, when his original world faced Nyarlathotep's avatar, and all resistance failed as the world teetered on the brink of destruction, Alaric, in a desperate attempt, used the connection between Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth to summon the latter's Shadow of Time. Then, with the appearance of billions of radiant lights, Alaric nearly lost consciousness. He witnessed Nyarlathotep's avatar perish and saw time in his city seemingly rewind, restoring everything to before its destruction. Finally, he saw Yog-Sothoth turn toward him. It was hard to say if a deity of indescribable light and shadow had eyes, but in that moment, Alaric felt its gaze, curious, surprised, perhaps even wistful. It seemed to say something to him, but Alaric couldn't make it out. Then he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was in a new world, with the defeated Nyarlathotep avatar's power sealed within him. So, what was that deity's deal? Does it know me? Alaric felt genuinely perplexed. He couldn't recall any connection to such a being. After racking his brain, he could only conclude that maybe the deity found him likable. Regardless, Alaric was certain it meant him no harm, otherwise, he'd already be dead. Pushing down his doubts, Alaric sighed and muttered to himself, I wonder how my home's doing. Based on what happened before I transmigrated, it should be fine. I did my best. If the world still ends up destroyed, there's nothing more I can do. A wry smile crossed his face. He wasn't a conventional hero, but he still cared for his city and didn't want to see it fall. Whatever. For now, I need to focus on myself. This world isn't exactly peaceful either. Alaric shook his head, thinking about the state of the Lord of Mysteries world, and couldn't help but want to gripe. He had just resolved his city's crisis, only to land in another world on the verge of its own apocalypse. What was the point of all that effort if it felt like starting over? The only silver lining is that I'm not the savior here. Honestly, who would have thought a trickster like me would end up saving the world back then? Is that even fitting? Alaric quipped, a grin spreading across his face. This is great. Now I can just be a pure trickster. After chuckling for a moment, Alaric began planning his next steps. First, he needed to find a way to advance to Sequence 9, embark on the Beander path, and harness Nyarlathotep's power within him before it became a ticking time bomb. Second, he should connect with powerful figures and build favorability to borrow their strength. Finally, he'd make sure to find some fun along the way. Let's see, the Chaos Pathways Sequence 9 is Joker. Alaric paused, then nodded, recalling Nyarlathotep's personality. It made sense. He continued reviewing the information Yog-Sothoth had left about the Chaos Pathway. The main ingredient for the Joker potion can come directly from the processed characteristics. For auxiliary materials, aside from common spiritual ingredients, I'll need an item related to error, fool, endure or other specified high-sequence pathways. Alaric raised an eyebrow, rubbing his chin in thought. Ideally, a worm of spirit, worm of time, or worm of star. That's going to be tricky. Alaric then sifted through the memories of his current identity, confirming the timeline aligned with the start of the Lord of Mysteries story. If he was correct, Mr. Fake It Until You Make It was likely staring into a mirror, marveling at his own wild imagination. From a plot perspective, this point in time wasn't too late, but looking at the broader history of Lord of Mysteries, it was already the endgame. Most Beyonders of the error, fool, and door pathway had already been thoroughly dealt with. Alaric carefully recalled the original story. At this stage, the door pathway had little left. Aside from a traitor who abandoned the Abraham family for the Aurora Order, the only high-sequence figure was likely Mr. Door, trapped in some alternate dimension. For the Seer pathway, Zeratul and Antigonus were imprisoned together in Foggy Town, and no other high-sequence seers were known to exist. The Marauder pathway had been ravaged by Amon, leaving only a few stragglers, including Pallas, still hanging on. Am I really going to have to swindle an old man's feelings? Alaric mused, rubbing his chin for a few seconds before adding, it doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually. Pay me 50, and tomorrow I'll make you the Lord of Mysteries. Well, the Lord part's a joke, but if that old man invests a worm of time in me, once I reach a higher sequence, I'll definitely take him to beat Amon. Alaric mulled it over in his mind, feeling the plan had some merit. Even if he couldn't trick Pallas into giving him a worm of time, building high favorability would still let him summon Pallas's Shadow of Time. Items related to the Saphira Castle should also count as high-sequence materials for the error, fool, and door pathway. I wonder if Klein's Paper Angel would work, but even if it does, waiting for that to come online would take too long. Alaric pondered, then froze, turning his head to the side. A figure had appeared out of nowhere, a man with black hair, black eyes, dressed in a postman's uniform, sporting a crystal monocle on his face. The moment Alaric saw him, he knew exactly who it was. Amon. Was this some kind of nightmare opening? Couldn't he get just a little time to grow stronger? While inwardly cursing, Alaric sensed something trying to latch onto his soul, meddling with his thoughts. He blinked, not even having time to panic, when he felt the invading worm of time go silent almost instantly. It was dragged into a soul prison crafted by Yog-Sothoth for Nyarlathotep's power, consumed entirely before Alaric could even blink. For a moment, Alaric almost felt a pang of regret, a perfectly good worm of time, gone just like that. At the same time, he finally dug up a relevant memory from the fragments of his current identity, understanding why Amon was here. His current identity, Alaric Zoroast, was a direct descendant of the Zoroast family, specifically a distant great-grandson of Pallas Zoroast. Due to Amon's persecution, Alaric Zoroast had lost his parents young and was raised by a butler. To avoid Amon, he lived under an alias, moving every few years. Though aware of Beyonders, Alaric Zoroast had never resolved to become one. After his butler passed away, he decided to live as an ordinary person, only to unfortunately cross paths with Amon. The original Alaric didn't have many memories of being Amon. His clearest recollection stopped abruptly the previous morning after seeing a crow with white eye rims. What followed were only vague, painful fragments filled with fear and resentment toward death. This was why Alaric hadn't immediately realized his predecessor had been targeted by Amon. Though he'd read about such things in the novel, connecting written descriptions to real-world events wasn't so straightforward. When Alaric first reviewed his memories, he missed this detail, even wondering if his predecessor had died suddenly from overwork. Now it clicked. His predecessor had likely been devoured by Amon, body and soul, transformed entirely into Amon's likeness. Alaric hadn't transmigrated into Alaric Zoroast, but into one of Amon's avatars, replacing it entirely. This Amon avatar had probably sensed something wrong with its counterpart and came to investigate. No wonder there was a monocle on his face. He'd thought it was just his predecessor's quirky habit, damn it. Amon, too, noticed that the worm of time he'd sent into this young man's soul had lost contact the moment it entered. Raising an eyebrow, Amon looked at Alaric with keen interest. As their eyes met, the man adjusted his monocle with a smile. "Hello, buddy. Care to tell me how you did it? This is the first time I've seen someone turned into me regain their own consciousness. You shouldn't even have a spirit left," Amon added, his expression carrying genuine curiosity and confusion. "Sorry, my dad told me not to talk to strangers." Alaric shot back faster than his brain could process. In the next second, he reached out, pulling a figure from thin air. While the worm of time was being consumed, Alaric hadn't been idle. He'd been using Amon as a medium to summon a related shadow of time. Amon watched the scene with amusement, but when the figure fully materialized, even he was momentarily stunned. It was an all too familiar figure. Black hair, golden eyes, a silver cross hanging at the chest, the ancient sun god, Amon's father, as Amon remembered him. How could this be? Even if this kid was a scholar of yore, how could anyone in this world summon a historical projection of his father? Amon, for once, questioned his own knowledge of historical projections. But what happened next was even more shocking. The ancient sun god's projection opened its eyes, looking at the two with a hint of confusion. Its gaze settled on Amon, uncertain. Amon. Unlike typical historical projections, which lacked sentience, this ancient sun god clearly had a consciousness of its own. Fascinating, Amon said, adjusting his monocle to mask the storm of shock in his eyes. He'd come to check on a curious change in a Zoroast descendant he'd consumed, expecting nothing major, only to stumble upon an extraordinary surprise. But while Amon was reeling, Alaric seized the moment, speaking at lightning speed. "Here's the deal, Mr. Sun God. I'll keep it short. My name's Alaric, and this is thousands of years in the future. Right now, your son Amon is hunting me down. I need your help, or we're all going down with this world. You can tell I'm capable of making that happen." As he spoke, Alaric let slip a trace of the Nyarlathotep power fragment within him, his expression deadly serious. In truth, Alaric meant every word. He wasn't some lunatic itching to destroy the world, but he also wasn't selfless enough to sacrifice himself for a foreign one. He had no qualms about making a threat of mutual destruction. This wasn't an empty threat either. Nyarlathotep's power might be dormant in his body now, but if it broke free, even Alaric didn't know what would happen. As for whether he'd actually follow through, Alaric doubted he'd survive if Amon got his hands on him. If the world was doomed anyway, he'd rather take everyone down with it than let Amon come out on top. Alaric was never a saint. No saint would try to take Nyarlathotep down with them. The ancient sun god clearly sensed Alaric's resolve and the dangerous aura within him. Though still unclear on the details, the deity made a quick decision. With a sigh, he turned to Alaric and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" "First, give him a good smack. Let him feel the weight of fatherly love like a landslide," Alaric said, pointing at Amon with utmost seriousness. The ancient sun god paused, unsurprised by the request. He turned to Amon with a faintly apologetic smile. If this were Amon's true body, the ancient sun god might have hesitated. But a mere avatar. That was fair game. After all, he'd disciplined this troublesome child plenty of times in the past for his antics. If the ancient sun god wanted to punish someone, even the current 7 gods would likely have to take it, let alone a mere Amon avatar. So, in just half a minute, Amon was sprawled on the ground, battered and barely clinging to life, visibly worse for wear. Even the hidden Amon avatars in the area had been wiped out, leaving only this primary one. Yet Amon struggled to sit up, looking at Alaric with a faint smile. Is that all? Amon knew this avatar was likely done for, but he didn't seem overly concerned. To Amon, as long as not all his avatars were destroyed, it wasn't a big deal. He even flashed a fake smile. "If you just wanted to get rid of this avatar, I'd have handed it over if you let me have a quick chat with my father." Alaric wasn't surprised. He turned to the ancient sun god, saying earnestly, "Thank you, Mr. Sun God. As a token of gratitude, I can fill you in on what Amon's been up to since your fall. You probably want to know what your son's been doing, right?" Amon's smile froze, a rare crack in his composure. Though an undeniable scoundrel, Amon had some self-awareness. He knew his father was, in some sense, a good person, while the things he'd done since his father's fall were anything but good. Amon didn't think he was wrong, but like any child facing their parent with a laundry list of misdeeds, even he felt a twinge of resistance. Resistance to his father learning about them, and to the potential disappointment. This resistance made Amon drop his smile, his face turning blank. Alaric noticed every shift, grinning as he fully demonstrated the law of smiles never vanishing, only transferring. Looking at Amon, he quipped, "That's it. A perfect boomerang right back at Amon. You'd better hope I don't catch you." Amon said flatly, his cool finally slipping. "Don't worry. If there's a next time, I'll make sure your dad comes back to give you another dose of that heavy fatherly love you adore." Alaric replied with a cheeky grin, secretly relieved. Thankfully, it was Amon. He could summon the ancient sun god to save the day. This, fellow transmigrator, was, if nothing else, broad-minded and reliable. Against anyone else, his mutual destruction threat might not have worked, and he'd have actually had to follow through. Still, Alaric knew the ancient sun god only went along with his threat, because he was a decent being, because Amon was in the wrong, and because this was just an avatar. If it had been Amon's true body, the ancient sun god might have only helped him escape at best. Clearly, every troublesome kid has a troublesome parent behind them, Alaric concluded solemnly, casting a pointed glance at the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god, though unclear on the full context, had spectator pathway abilities. How could he miss Amon's evasion? He sighed, already piecing things together. "This is," he began. "Alaric Zoroast." Alaric supplied smoothly. It wasn't a secret anyway. Amon had already devoured his predecessor and would know everything, whether Alaric said it or not, Amon would have told his father. "Mr. Alaric, please tell me what Amon has been up to all these years." The ancient sun god asked earnestly. "No problem," Alaric started, but then Amon's eyes snapped shut, and he collapsed, dissolving into a cluster of worm of times. "What? He's dodging." Alaric gave the pile of worm of times an odd look, not entirely surprised. Amon was, after all, a master at shirking responsibility. Fleeing in this situation was par for the course. But with Amon's avatar gone, Alaric glanced at the ancient sun god, whose form was already destabilizing without the summoning medium. Alaric wasn't too disappointed. His spirituality was running low anyway. Summoning a shadow of time wasn't without cost, requiring spiritual energy to sustain. And a figure like the ancient sun god, Alaric could only maintain him for less than a minute. So, he spoke at breakneck speed. "Mr. Sun God, time's short, so I'll cut to the chase. After your fall, Amon devoured nearly every Beander in the Marauder pathway, toyed with people left and right, and aimed to become the Lord of Mysteries while dodging any responsibility to save the world. He's the ultimate troublesome kid. I suggest you give him a few more lessons to straighten him out." As Alaric's words fell, the ancient sun god's projection vanished completely. "I wonder if the ancient sun god will properly discipline Amon. Oh well, I can't stay here any longer." Alaric shook his head, gathering the scattered worm of times from the ground. Without lingering, he swiftly packed his belongings and prepared to leave. Though the ancient sun god had sealed the space while dealing with Amon, that seal was now gone. Who knew if official Beyonders or Amon's true body would show up? Alaric figured it was best to find a new place to live. As for being tracked, Alaric wasn't worried about mystical methods. As the vessel for Nyarlathotep's power, it'd be a miracle if any Beyander in this world could divine his whereabouts. Physical traces. Alaric, with his wealth of experience dodging pursuit, knew exactly how to erase those. By the time official Beyonders sensed something amiss and arrived at Alaric's former residence, he had already melted into the bustling chaos of Backland like a drop of water in the ocean. That afternoon, a house on a street in Hillston district welcomed its new tenant. After dismissing the temporary maid hired to clean the place, Alaric locked the doors and windows, set out his freshly cleaned beakers and tools, and opened a small suitcase. From it, he retrieved pure water, golden mint leaves, narcissus essence, and elven flower, auxiliary materials needed for the Joker potion. Finally, he pulled out an iron cigarette case, revealing a single worm of time resting quietly inside. Amon's avatar had left more than one worm of time after self-destructing, but Alaric stored the others for future use. He didn't rush to concoct the Joker potion. Instead, he took one last item from the suitcase, a deliberately aged blank notebook, its title page inscribed with the words Transmigration Diary. Alaric opened the notebook, a thoughtful look crossing his face as if plotting a story. Seconds later, a pleased smile curved his lips, and he began writing on the first page. June 29th, sunny. It's been 3 days in this world, and no matter how much I don't want to admit it, I have to face the truth. I've transmigrated to another world, and there's no going back. Fine, with so many transmigrators out there, it's not that surprising it's my turn. On the bright side, my current status means I won't lack for food or drink. I can live comfortably and skip decades of struggle. June 30th, cloudy. I take back what I said yesterday. This world has extraordinary powers, and my current identity isn't just some ordinary rich kid, it's a member of a mystical family with a storied history of producing Beyonders. Good news, I can become a Beyonder and even choose from the Seer, Apprentice, or Marauder pathways. Bad news, I just learned our family has a terrifying enemy named Amon, who indiscriminately devours every Zoroast family member he encounters. Hilarious. No lying low for me. July 1st, overcast. I've decided to go with the Marauder pathway. Our family has the most complete knowledge of it. The Apprentice and Seer pathways only have mid to low sequence information, making advancement tougher. I don't know if I can reach demigod status, but why make things harder when there's an easier path? July 2nd, stormy. I'm doomed. Doomed. I ran into Amon. I nearly got eaten. Luckily, Amon's a thrill seeker and decided to let me grow a bit before coming back for me. I need to figure out how to escape before he returns. Good thing Amon doesn't know my native language. I can write my thoughts and plans in it, keeping track of everything to avoid slipping up. Done. Alaric set down his pen, satisfied with his fabricated diary. The purpose wasn't just to write, it was to disguise these pages as Russell's diary and sell them to Tarot Club members. The goal? To subtly warn a certain future Mr. Fool of potential dangers, offer a bit of help, and, of course, throw some shade at Amon. Depending on circumstances, he might also use the diary to drag others. Honestly, Alaric was quite curious about Klein. He'd never considered himself a good person, which was why he admired genuinely good people like Klein. Their existence made Alaric feel the world wasn't so bad, and living wasn't such a terrible thing. Plus, Klein, as the future Lord of Mysteries, was a prime investment. Build some favor now, and in 3 years, Alaric could borrow near old one-level power. What's not to love? In Alaric's plans, contacting Klein was a must. He didn't mind lending a hand where he could, and Klein's circle was bound to be full of excitement and powerful figures, perfect for satisfying Alaric's dual desires for fun and connections. He even planned to subtly reveal his fellow transmigrator status during their meeting, curious to see Klein's reaction. Shock, probably, but no immediate acknowledgement. Klein would likely observe cautiously first. After all, Mr. Fool was a prudent man. With a chuckle, Alaric closed the diary and set it aside. He picked up a nearby beaker, holding his right hand above it. The next moment, with a faint sound of bursting bubbles, a pale blue, translucent object the size of a baby's palm dropped into the beaker, the Joker characteristic carved out by Yog-Sothoth. Alaric stared at the beautiful Beyonder characteristic for a few seconds before meticulously beginning the potion's preparation. He added pure water, narcissus essence, and other auxiliary materials in sequence. Once the common ingredients were in, he dropped in Amon's Worm of Time. The moment the Worm of Time entered, the solution took on an odd texture, like liquid gemstone. Alaric's expression didn't change as he added the final Joker characteristic. Gurgle, gurgle. As if undergoing a chemical reaction, the potion turned into a chaotic darkness for a fleeting second before shifting to a silvery white. The liquid now resembled blooming flowers or twinkling stars, exuding a chaotic yet dazzling beauty. It's pretty, but it doesn't exactly look drinkable. Alaric remarked candidly, eyeing the finished Joker potion. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. A chaotic storm erupted in Alaric's mind, as if he were standing amidst a starry sky or banished to the edge of chaos and abyss. An ordinary person might have succumbed to confusion in such a state, but Alaric remained calm, skillfully reining in his thoughts, using reason to suppress the madness and chaos within. In an instant, the turmoil and darkness vanished. Alaric opened his eyes, realizing he had become a Sequence 9 Joker. The core ability of the Joker potion is emotion manipulation, allowing me to sense and briefly influence others' emotions. It also heightens my intuition, enabling me to perform divinations like a seer, learn and use ritual magic, and enhances my learning ability. My mental acuity and observation skills are sharpened, making my words more persuasive and capable of subtly distorting others' thoughts. Additionally, my speed and strength have been boosted to a degree. Alaric assessed the changes in his body, summarizing, because I used a Worm of Time as an auxiliary material, I've gained the Firestealer's ability to steal others' Beander powers. Thanks to the unique nature of Amon's Worm of Time, I can retain stolen abilities for a considerable time. However, the success rate is higher against fellow Sequence 9 Beyonders and decreases significantly against higher sequences. In other words, I now have the core abilities of a Joker, a Seer, and a Spectator, some of a lawyer's powers, a warrior's speed and strength, and the Firestealer's core ability. Even Alaric couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. True, aside from the Worm of Time's ability to steal powers, the Joker potion's other abilities stayed within Sequence 9's limits. But the sheer number of skills was overwhelming. While others gained one ability upon advancing to Sequence 9, Alaric had acquired several. Let's see, it makes sense. After all, I'm a Joker. Emotion manipulation is perfect for stirring up fun, divination helps me find it, keen observation is essential for enjoying the show, and enhanced speed and strength are great for fighting or fleeing after causing trouble. Alaric nodded, reasoning aloud. Very reasonable. As for Nyarlathotep having these abilities, even more fitting. Digesting the Joker potion will likely be tougher than a typical Sequence 9, probably equivalent to digesting 3 or 4 regular Sequence 9 potions. Alaric sensed his condition and concluded, power comes at a cost, but it's manageable. So, what's next? Alaric's fingers tapped lightly on the table, a subconscious habit when deep in thought. Tingen is a must. Pallas and Azek are ready-made allies, even if both are weakened. If I can build their favorability, I can borrow their past strength, practically a cheat code. With that, I'll have a safety net for whatever I do. Had he not crossed paths with Amon, Alaric might have waited until the Tingen incident resolved before approaching Pallas. But since Amon already knew of his existence, even with all the avatars in the area destroyed, there was no guarantee Amon wouldn't suspect something. Moreover, after summoning the ancient sun god's shadow of time, the true creator and Adam likely gained memories related to Alaric and would surely take an interest in him. He needed to secure some self-preservation abilities quickly. Who knows, someone might already be lurking nearby. Alaric quipped, though he wasn't too worried. With Adam's abilities, if he wanted to act against Alaric, panicking wouldn't help. Better to just carry on. The only issue is that the Tingen incident isn't easy to get involved in. Beyond the potential clash between the Church of the Evernight Goddess and a certain divine son, even on the surface, Zangwill and 008 are tough to handle. Alaric narrowed his eyes. He didn't consider himself particularly clever, nor did he think he could outsmart 008, a literal cheat. With its ability to manipulate minds, control fate, summon meteors, and the trait of, all that is spoken will be known, 008 was a nightmare. As a mere Sequence 9, with no significant favorability from powerful figures, Alaric didn't believe he could take on that quill. That wasn't underestimating himself, it was self-awareness. But I don't need to go head-to-head with 008, Alaric tapped the table, a slight smirk forming. I'm not planning to get too involved in the Tingen incident. His goals in Tingen were clear: build favorability with Pallas and Azek, and, if possible, connect with Klein. None of these required meddling in the incident itself. Alaric could stay invisible amid Instant 008's schemes, then, decide whether to make a dramatic entrance at a critical moment. This was smarter than blindly interfering. Alaric knew his limits, meddling too much could make things messier and backfire. Instead, he'd focus on the key point. Ince was certain to target the Tingen Nighthawks. Rather than outwitting him, Alaric could bide his time and strike when it mattered. As for whether 008 had already sensed his plans, Alaric's eyes curved into a mischievous smile as he murmured, "I'm not here to mess with you, so don't bother me. Otherwise, we all go down together." He didn't care who might overhear, shifting his thoughts to how he'd approach Azek and Pallas in Tingen. Azek, in his amnesiac state, was mild-mannered. Finding the right angle to get close wouldn't be hard. Pallas, though, was a cunning old fox. Let's see, posing as an oblivious Zoroast descendant to cozy up to Pallas won't work. He may dote on his kin, but he's no fool. I'm not confident I can play the innocent well enough to fool him. That route could easily backfire. Alaric ran through scenarios in his mind, gradually forming a plan. Better to lean into my uniqueness, present myself as a Zoroast descendant with a strange encounter and a bit of cleverness, seeking to align with Pallas. He'll be wary, sure, but it's less likely to fall apart. It'll make building favorability trickier, but with Azek as a fallback, it's acceptable. Alaric made his decision, then thought of the Amon-branded worm of times he'd carefully stored, chuckling softly. Besides, favorability might not be that hard to boost. Pallas's greatest enemy was Amon, and his biggest goal was to take Amon down. Starting from there, Alaric could surely earn some goodwill. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. So, the real question is, will the Evernight goddess notice me if I do this? Alaric wasn't worried about Leonard snitching on him. Though Leonard was an official Beander, the original story showed he wasn't overly harsh toward those with secrets. Besides, Alaric's connection to Pallas meant that reporting him would implicate Leonard himself. Unless Leonard believed Alaric posed a serious threat, he wouldn't act. But as the host of Pallas's parasitism, Alaric couldn't help but suspect the Evernight goddess's gaze had long been on Leonard. It was likely no coincidence that Pallas chose a Nighthawk as his host, perhaps it was with the goddess's tacit approval. After all, aside from the Marauder pathway, the other's key figures were under the Evernight goddess's control. Mr. Door was exiled and sealed by her, while Antigonus and Zeratul were imprisoned in Foggy Town. With these precedents, it would be stranger if Pallas's choice of a Nighthawk host didn't involve some hidden arrangement. Add to that Azek, who was undoubtedly under the goddess's close watch, and Klein, who had just arrived. Alaric could almost guarantee that contacting any of these three would immediately draw her attention. He wasn't fazed, though. If he could face Amon head-on without panicking, the Evernight goddess, who couldn't easily descend to the physical world, was far less intimidating. In terms of danger, Amon outranked the goddess at this stage. Alaric was more curious about whether the goddess, as a sequence 0, would notice his uniqueness without him actively revealing Nyarlathotep's power fragment. And if she did, what would you do? Eliminate me as an anomaly, send someone to probe me, or invest in me? Alaric mused with intrigue, then his thoughts shifted to another deity. If the Evernight goddess noticing him was uncertain, the true creator, whose shadow of time Alaric had summoned, had definitely taken note. Alaric was almost certain that during their brief encounter, the ancient sun god, while dealing with Amon, had contacted the true creator across time, prompting a glance his way. It wasn't surprising. The ancient sun god might be a good person, but as a ruthless figure who defeated numerous ancient gods and led humanity to overthrow Beander races, he was no naive fool. How could he not keep tabs on an anomaly like Alaric? If Alaric were more cautious, he'd avoid anything tied to the Aurora Order. But as a joker, he was rather looking forward to the true creator's reaction. No, I need to restrain myself. Can't go courting death. Alaric slapped his cheeks lightly. He didn't mind contact with those linked to the true creator, but only if it wasn't suicidal. Still, before heading to Tingen, I need to make some preparations. Alaric's lips curved into a smirk as he glanced out the window, first toward the Bravehearts bar, then toward the East District. While house hunting that afternoon, Alaric had naturally scouted the locations of notable landmarks from the original story. He planned to visit these spots later, mingle with Backland's Beander circles, and meet future Tarot Club members currently in the city. Achoo. Old man, you sneeze too. In Tingen City, Leonard, who had just visited Klein Moretti's home with Captain Dunn to investigate an spooked Klein before leaving, heard Pallas sneeze in his mind. Surprised, he lowered his voice to ask. Since gaining an old man in his head, this was the first time Leonard had heard Pallas sneeze, a rarity on par with seeing a statue use the bathroom. Kid, don't think I can't tell you're mocking me in your head. Pallas said irritably, though he was puzzled. As an angel, he wouldn't sneeze for no reason. Clearly, something related to him had occurred. No bad omens, could it be an old friend thinking of me? Pallas mused instinctively, only to hear Leonard whisper, Old man, did you notice anything about that Klein Moretti? Though he asked, Leonard's expression remained relaxed, showing mild curiosity without much wariness, just a casual question. What do you expect me to see? That he's a follower of some evil god or a Beander? Sorry, he's neither. Pallas replied with a subtle pause, then chuckled. I just thought his vibe was unique. Leonard said, missing Pallas's hesitation. He let out a subconscious sigh of relief, muttering, so he's just a lucky guy after all. Surviving a Beander incident when everyone else died was, by all accounts, incredibly fortunate. I recall he's a recent university graduate. If he's truly innocent in this matter, maybe I'll get a new colleague. The captain's been wanting to recruit more clerical staff. Leonard speculated, his first impression of Klein positive. He wouldn't mind working with him. Still, Leonard knew the odds were slim. Even if Klein met the clerical job requirements, he might not choose that path. The life of a Nighthawk, even for clerical staff, was far from easy, facing more dangers than most. Few qualified ordinary people were willing to join, or they wouldn't be so short-staffed. Leonard didn't regret his own path, but he understood why others might hesitate. Perhaps, Pallas gave a vague response and fell silent. Leonard didn't mind, continuing his watch near the Moretti residence. It was the captain's orders. As the sole survivor of the Antigonus family notebook incident, Klein Moretti wasn't fully cleared of suspicion, nor was it certain if he was entangled with an evil spirit or curse. They'd need Daly, the expert, to arrive for a final verdict. Until then, they'd take turns monitoring Klein, both to keep an eye on him and to ensure he didn't flee or die from Beander forces. While Leonard was outside feeding mosquitoes, inside the rented apartment, Klein was diligently playing the part of an ordinary person caught in danger. Klein had been spectacularly unlucky. Previously known as another name, he had closed his eyes one moment at midnight and opened them to find himself transmigrated into a wildly imaginative young man. After finally processing his predecessor's memory fragments and seeing his sister off to school, Klein, eager to return home, used a black loaf of bread he'd just bought to set up a luck-enhancing ritual, the same one that likely caused his transmigration. Instead of going home, he found himself in a mysterious gray fog. There, Klein accidentally summoned two others. After some conversation, he successfully established a formidable persona as the Fool, creating the Tarot Club with them. Exhausted from the meeting and depleted of spirituality, Klein took a nap, only to be woken by a visit from the police. That's when he learned his predecessor was entangled in a dark divination incident. The other two involved had committed suicide, leaving him as the sole survivor, under scrutiny. Trouble was, Klein's inherited memories held no details about the divination. He knew full well his predecessor hadn't survived, his transmigration only made it seem that way. But he could hardly tell anyone about transmigration or resurrection. So, he relied on careful wording to assert his innocence and, after Dunn and the others left, acted the part of a rattled ordinary person. Otherwise, showing too much calm or knowledge of Beander powers might land him in jail as a suspect. During the recent Tarot Club meeting, Klein had learned from the others about Beander forces and official organizations. He strongly suspected some of those who questioned him were official Beanders. I hope I don't go from transmigrator to prisoner in record time. That'd be too much, Klein muttered to himself, trying to dredge up his predecessor's memories about the incident, but coming up empty. He had no clue about the suicide or his predecessor's role in the dark divination. Backland, East District, Darrowy Street, inside a lively small bar. Alaric wrinkled his nose at the stench of cheap alcohol, scanning the crowd before locking onto his target at the bar counter. Weaving through the throng, Alaric reached the counter and eyed the young man drinking there. In his 20s, with a lean face, messy eyebrows, and soft features, he matched the original story's description. Williams, a half-baked information broker with ties to a few East District gangs. Alaric wasn't here for gang business, though he knew Williams was acquainted with Zio. Williams, I need to talk. Alaric said, his voice soft but cutting through the bar's noise like a thunderclap in Williams's ears. Who are you? Williams asked, squinting at Alaric with confusion. You can call me Jack Jones. Alaric replied smoothly, using a fake name. I hear you know Miss Zio, the bounty hunter. I have a job for her, something important. I'd like to meet her in person to discuss it. Alaric wasn't worried about raising suspicion. Zio was a well-known bounty hunter in the East District, and even, Alaric Zorost, had heard of her while living here. Requesting her for a job was perfectly normal. You want Zio? Williams gave Alaric a once-over, unsurprised. He took a swig of his drink, mulling it over for a few seconds. I'll pass the message to her. Come back here tomorrow at the same time. If she's willing to meet, she'll be here. No guarantees, though. And whether you meet her or not, I need a finder's fee. Williams added, making a money gesture. Alaric wasn't surprised. He pulled a £1 note from his pocket and handed it over. If I meet Zio, I'll give you another £1. Generous kid, Williams said, taking the note and checking its authenticity right in front of Alaric before pocketing it happily. £1 or £2 wasn't a fortune for Williams, but earning it just for passing a message was as good as free money. Alaric smiled, said nothing, and turned to leave. He still had to visit Backland University to set up his fake identity. Williams watched Alaric's retreating figure, thoughtful. Something to do with those mysterious affairs. As an information broker, Williams wasn't clueless about the Beyonder world. He'd crossed paths with low-level Beyonders and suspected Zio was one of them. Over the years, a few had tried to enter the Beyonder circle through her. Whether they succeeded, Williams didn't know. He had no great desire to join them, content with his current life. The next day, Darrowy Street Bar. As promised, Alaric returned and, sure enough, spotted a certain woman at the counter. Hello, Miss Zio. Alaric greeted, approaching while sizing her up. The woman was barely 5 feet tall, with messy blonde hair and delicate features, dressed in practical clothing. Despite her small stature, she exuded an indefinable air of authority. Zio Derecha, Sequence 9 Arbiter, future Justice of the Tarot Club and Furza's close friend. Alaric had sought her out for 2 reasons. First, to use her and Furz to integrate into Backland's Beyonder circles and join their gatherings. Second, to lay the groundwork for joining the Tarot Club later. Having arrived in the Lord of Mysteries world, Alaric wasn't about to miss out on the legendary Tarot Club. From a practical standpoint, it was an ideal channel with access to high-end goods and information, perfect for buying or selling. Its members were all high-potential future powerhouses, worth befriending. From a joker's perspective, Alaric had already prepared fake diaries. Missing the chance to witness the fool reading them or to playfully mess with him would be a waste. Zio had no idea how far the young man's thoughts had wandered. Having gathered basic information from Williams, she sized up Alaric and quickly formed an impression. He likely came from a well-off, middle-class background, his occupation unclear but not manual labor, and he harbored no ill intent. No one else in the vicinity seemed to be with him. He appeared harmless. Zio relaxed slightly. Though she didn't expect anyone to deliberately cause her trouble and had confidence in her abilities, she remained cautious of sudden visitors. Confirming he posed no threat, she nodded. I'm Zio. You're Jack Jones, right? Let's talk outside. If she weren't waiting for someone, she'd have left this bar long ago. Alaric had no objections. They left the bar and headed to a nearby cafe, settling into a private booth. After ordering coffees, Zio set down the menu and got straight to the point. What job do you have for me? I want to join some Beyonder gatherings and was hoping you could introduce me. Alaric said just as directly. Zio's eyes narrowed, her hand slipping under her sleeve to grip a triangular blade. She studied him again, her voice cold. Who sent you to me? Miss Zio, you're quite well known among East District bounty hunters. Alaric said, seemingly off topic, before explaining, my family once had Beyonders and left some records. Though we've fallen on hard times, I still know a bit about the Beyonder world, like the Arbiter pathway. He didn't elaborate further, but Zio understood. He'd likely heard of her reputation and guessed she was an Arbiter pathway Beyonder. Zio sighed inwardly, mulling it over before asking, "What pathway are you?" "Seer. I'm a seer. If you know anything about this pathway, you know I have little combat ability, so you don't need to be too wary of me," Alaric said, flashing a helpless smile as if it were the truth. "Seer," Zio muttered, recalling what she knew about the pathway. Her father had been an official, so she'd heard a bit about seers, rare beyonders often found among the Church of the Evernights Nighthawks, known for their lack of combat prowess. This eased her guard slightly. After a few seconds of thought, she said, "I can introduce you to some Beyonder gatherings, but what's in it for me? Helping you join comes with risks." Alaric was prepared. "I'll pay you £50 for your help." Though he only had about £1,000 to his name, Alaric wasn't stingy when it mattered. Making a generous impression would pave the way for future interactions with Zio. "Deal." Zio agreed without hesitation. £50 was no small sum for her, and earning it just for an introduction was an offer she wouldn't refuse. "Pleasure doing business," Alaric said with a smile, pulling £10 from his wallet and handing it over. "This is a deposit. I'll pay more each time you get me into a gathering. If any are particularly impressive, I'll throw in a bonus." Generosity didn't mean being a pushover, showing some caution was necessary. Zio took the £10, unsurprised by his approach, and nodded. "How do I contact you?" She thought for a moment and gave an address. "If you need me, leave a message here. I'll get it." Alaric provided an address of his own. "You can send letters here." After settling their contact methods, Zio relaxed further. She was now fairly certain Alaric meant no harm and posed no threat. His seer identity piqued her curiosity. "Can seers divine anything? Can you predict the future?" "Well, small matters are fine, but big events or powerful figures can make divinations unreliable," Alaric said with a smile, adding with a hint of complaint, "Even if a divination is accurate, it can be tricky. Say I divine whether investing in something will make money. The result might say I'll profit, but in reality, I could lose a fortune short term and only see gains in 10 or 20 years. That's rough," Zio said, sympathizing with the pitfalls of being a seer. "But it's not all bad. Divination helps me avoid most dangers," Alaric said, grinning. "For example, I divined before meeting you and confirmed this deal would be safe." Zio raised an eyebrow, her curiosity growing. After a moment, she couldn't resist. "Can you do a divination for me?" "Sure. What do you want to know?" Alaric nodded, happy to oblige. Can you divine if I'll face any danger in the next 2 months?" Zio asked after a second's thought. Alaric nodded, pulling a crystal pendulum from his pocket, a prop he'd prepared to play the part of a seer convincingly. Since his Beyonder abilities included divination, he needed to master various techniques anyway. He deftly performed the divination with the pendulum, observing its swing. Frowning, he said, "The result shows you'll face a life-threatening danger within the next 2 months." This wasn't a lie, he'd genuinely divined a threat to Zio's life. Zio's eyes widened. She glanced at Alaric, then at the pendulum, her first thought being that she might be dealing with a con artist trying to scam his money back. But she dismissed the idea and asked seriously, "Can you divine where the danger comes from?" "I can try, but I can't guarantee results," Alaric said, his expression equally grave. Instead of the pendulum, he pulled out an astrolabe. After asking Zio a few necessary questions, he began marking the astrolabe, then said, "The divination suggests the danger is tied to money and the sea, but I'm sorry, there's too little information to pinpoint more." "That's already plenty," Zio said quickly, though she frowned in thought. "Money and the sea, could I get thrown into the ocean over some unexpected windfall?" She couldn't imagine what danger tied to both money and the sea might look like. Alaric, however, had a good guess. Connecting it to the original story, his divination clearly pointed to the incident a month from now, where Zio, due to a commission from Justice Audrey, would cross paths with Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos and nearly die. Speaking of Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos, Alaric's eyes lowered, a glint of contemplation in them. Truthfully, he wasn't too interested in creeping hunger. For most Beyonders, it was a minor divine artifact, but without sealing, it demanded a human sacrifice daily. Even sealed, it required feeding after each use, or it would backlash. Quite the hassle. Unlike Klein, who had the Saphira Castle to suppress creeping hunger, Alaric risked backfire if he couldn't meet its demands, a potential disaster. When it came to borrowing power, Alaric preferred investing time in building favorability with Beyonders from various pathways. Still, if he could get his hands on creeping hunger, he could sell it for a fortune or use it as a favor. What really piqued his interest was the information Keelangos held, the coordinates of an island teeming with Beyander creatures. Though tied to Adam, Alaric was eager to explore it once he had enough strength. Who knows? He might snag a Tyrant Pathway card of blasphemy. Adam wasn't above investing in him, after all. Plus, that island was a natural treasure trove of Beyander materials. Even if Alaric couldn't use them, they'd fetch a good price. Of course, all this hinged on him being able to take down Keelangos when the time came. Glancing at Zio, Alaric hinted, could it involve pirates? Since he planned to get involved with the Keelangos incident, he needed to lay some groundwork. Pirates. Zio blinked, caught off guard. Here's my thinking, you're a bounty hunter, and Backland's a port city. Maybe in the next 2 months, you'll head out to sea for a job, or some pirate sneaks into Backland and crosses your path. Alaric spoke earnestly, his words entirely truthful. Many pirates carry bounties, perfectly fitting the conditions of money and the sea. Zio's face lit up with realization. Though there was no proof, she had to admit Alaric's reasoning made sense. I get it. Thanks, Jack. I owe you one. Zio said sincerely, adding mentally, if the divination's accurate. I thought you'd waive the rest of my commission fees. Alaric teased with a grin. There's an old saying, even with close family, settle accounts clearly. Zio replied seriously, then smiled. Trust me, my favor's worth more than 40 pounds. Fair point. Alaric said, as if mulling it over for a few seconds before nodding. They chatted a bit longer before Alaric took his leave. He had plenty to do. After Alaric left, Zio soon departed the cafe, ensuring no one followed her. Back at her apartment, she found a certain lazybones sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a novel. Zio wasn't surprised. She poured herself a glass of water and sat beside Furs. I met a wild Beyander like us today. What? Furs glanced at Zio, her tone languid. Which pathway? You didn't clash with them, did you? No, he's a seer. Zio recounted the day's events, then added with some worry, do you think he's telling the truth? Zio didn't fully trust Alaric, but the divination's result gnawed at her. Well, could be fake, but maybe it's true. Furs said, finally getting serious. She sat up, thought for a moment, and reassured, the divination only says potential life-threatening danger, not certain death. Maybe you'll take down the other guy and claim a bounty. The other guy, being the hypothetical pirate. That's possible, Zio nodded, accepting Furs's logic, though she sighed. Don't worry, don't worry. Worst case, you stay home for 2 months, or I'll stick with you. Furs said, as if steeling herself. With me around, we can escape any danger. Zio caught her meaning instantly. Furs had a magical stone bracelet that could consume its stones for travel, instantly teleporting them elsewhere. But won't that worsen your condition? Zio asked, concerned. She knew Furs's curse from using the bracelet caused her to hear terrifying ravings every full moon. It won't. My condition's not as bad anymore. Furs said with a smile, masking her unease. Her state was far from good, but she hid it to spare Zio worry. All right, Zio, unaware of the deception, nodded, her concerns easing. Then she added, if Jack's divination is real, we should keep in touch with him. Divination's a useful skill, after all. Furs nodded in agreement. Though Alaric had struck a deal with Zio, Beyander gatherings weren't daily events. According to Zio, there were none for the next 2 days, but his timing was good. A high-end gathering was set for July 2nd, and she could introduce him. Alaric wasn't in a rush. He calmly crafted his new alias and arrived in Tingen on June 30th. For the next 2 months, he'd likely shuttle between Tingen and Backland. Without teleportation abilities, it was a hassle, but steam trains made it manageable. That same day, Klein visited Tingen University. Over the past few days, he'd cleared his name, proven his innocence, and received an offer to join the Nighthawks as a civilian staff member. His visit to Tingen University on June 30th was to address an interview invitation his predecessor had received. Though Klein wouldn't take the teaching job, he needed to explain in person. The professor at Tingen University was understanding. Upon learning Klein had taken another job, he offered no objections, only polite congratulations. Klein exchanged a few pleasantries, preparing to leave, when he ran into his mentor, Professor Quentin, and Mr. Azik from the history department, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. "Good morning, mentor, Mr. Azik." Klein greeted, then glanced curiously at the stranger. "May I ask how to address this gentleman?" The young man, about Klein's age, early 20s, had sunlit golden hair and emerald eyes. His striking appearance wouldn't look out of place on a fashion magazine cover. Professor Quentin explained his presence, then introduced, "This is Mr. Jack Jones, a new history department teacher at Tingen University, recently graduated from Backland University." "Quite exceptional. Jack Jones. What, are you a pirate from the Caribbean?" Klein couldn't help but quip internally. The names Jack and Jones, tied to iconic pirate figures, were too ingrained for someone familiar with those tales not to react. Still, he maintained a polite smile, extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Jones. I'm Klein Moretti, Professor Quentin's student, just graduated." He added playfully, "Pity, if I hadn't found a job already, we might have been colleagues." "No worries, we may not be colleagues, but we could be fellow transmigrators." Alaric, under his alias, thought to himself, mirroring Klein's smile as he shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Jack Jones, but just call me Jack." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Moretti." He paused, then teased, "Though I'd prefer if people called me Captain Jack." Klein's gaze flickered, quickly returning to normal. "All right, Jack, you can call me Klein too," he said, feigning curiosity. "Why Captain Jack? Did the Emperor adapt pirate stories too? Or, it just sounds like a name fit for a captain," Alaric said, his expression tinged with mock regret, as if he'd told a joke no one got. Quote. "No way, an actual fellow transmigrator." Klein wasn't shocked that other transmigrators existed. Russell was proof, but he hadn't expected to meet a potential one so soon in this world. It thrilled him, yet he held back. He couldn't confirm if this man was truly a transmigrator, and even if he was, Klein wouldn't rush to reveal himself. Meeting a fellow transmigrator was exciting, but not all were trustworthy. Caution was best. Alaric, unsurprised by Klein's restraint, had no intention of pushing further. His current identity was the result of 2 days' work. Jack Jones, Backland University history graduate, recommended by a mentor to teach at Tingen University, freshly hired. As a seasoned joker with multiple aliases, Alaric knew how to craft a convincing identity. Jack Jones had a file in Backland University's archives, complete with 4 years of impeccable academic records. No one would find fault. Even if the Nighthawks investigated, they'd confirm the identity's legitimacy. It was real, just not originally named Jack Jones. Alaric had changed it. The best disguise was to replace an existing person. Alaric wasn't cruel, though. He'd found a struggling Backland graduate with similar features, struck a deal, and sent him to another city. Then, disguised as him, Alaric took the recommendation letter to Tingen, aced the interview, and became Jack Jones, history teacher. It wasn't flawless, but in an era without instant communication or common photography, exposure was unlikely. Alaric didn't need the identity long-term, just enough to build favorability with Azik and Pallas. After that, exposure wouldn't matter. Klein, unaware that Jack Jones was a fresh alias, chatted with the professors. The conversation drifted to the Welch and Naya case, publicly framed as a robbery murder, since Beander incidents weren't disclosed. Though Klein knew some details, he played it off, subtly dropping keywords like Solomon Empire and Antigonus Notebook to see if the knowledgeable history professors knew anything. These weren't restricted topics. The Antigonus family. While the professors pondered, Alaric feigned surprise, as if privy to insider knowledge. "You know about the Antigonus family, Jack?" Klein asked, genuinely surprised and hopeful. He was desperate to learn about the Antigonus Notebook. "Well, I read about them in my ancestor's diary, old texts," Alaric said, catching himself. They were a mysterious and powerful family in the Fourth Epoch, tied not just to the Solomon Empire but also the Tudor Empire. He paused, eyeing Klein with a mix of curiosity and probing. "But the Antigonus family faded long ago, hardly anyone knows them now." "Why do you ask?" I've always been fascinated by Fourth Epic history, so I'm eager to learn about the Antigonus family. Jack, if you know more, could you share? Klein said earnestly, genuinely curious about the Antigonus family while also seizing the chance to observe this potential fellow transmigrator. Sure, it's no big deal. Alaric nodded generously, adding, though I don't know much, so you might be disappointed. Professor Quentin and Mr. Azek seemed intrigued by the topic, but Quentin glanced at his pocket watch and frowned. The meeting's about to start, Jack. You'll have to continue this with Klein another time. Right, looks like it. Alaric said, checking his own watch with a regretful expression. Then, as if struck by an idea, he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Klein. Here's my card. Come by this address tomorrow afternoon. I'm free then. Or visit me at the university. If you can't make it, write to me. What's your address? I can write to you too. Klein took the card, feeling a pang of disappointment but not wanting to interfere with their work. He gave his address, adding, I might be moving soon, though, so I'm not sure where yet. No problem. Just let me know your new address once you've settled. Alaric said with a casual wave. He then followed Azek and Quentin into the meeting hall. Klein watched their figures disappear through the door, then glanced at the card, his expression complex. He hadn't expected that resolving a simple interview matter would yield such a haul, meeting a potential transmigrator who seemed to know about the Antigonus family. Not bad luck, Klein murmured, his mood lifting. He bid farewell to the others in the office and left the three-story building, planning to visit Jack Jones that evening. But as he walked, still within Tingen University's grounds, the hairs on his neck stood up. Someone was following him. While Klein grappled with his pursuer, Alaric, now in the meeting room, was quietly chatting with Azek. Are you also curious about the Antigonus family, Mr. Azek? Alaric asked softly, as Azek had just brought up the topic. The name feels familiar. Azek said, his expression tinged with confusion. Alaric wasn't surprised. Who else knew Azek's true identity better than him? Azek, Death Consul of the Balam Empire, heir to the Death God, a Sequence 2 Beander now amnesiac, a vessel for the Death God's revival, yet kind and gentle by nature, one of the most significant figures in the future Mr. Fool's life. A major reason Alaric crafted his fake identity as a Tingen University teacher was to get close to Azek. Since you're interested in the Antigonus family, why not visit my place tomorrow afternoon? If Klein comes too, I can tell you both what I know. Alaric suggested with a smile. Thank you, that's kind of you. Azek said quietly, grateful. No trouble at all. It's just a small thing. Besides, when it comes to knowledge, I can't hold a candle to you, Mr. Azek. I might end up asking you questions. Alaric grinned, meaning it. Beyond building favorability and possibly summoning Azek's shadow of time, Alaric genuinely wanted to tap into Azek's occult knowledge. While the original story was rich with secrets, it skimmed over proper occult knowledge, often glossing over details. In this world, knowledge was power, and ignorance of occult taboos could lead to deadly missteps. Alaric Zoroast's memories held basic occult knowledge, mostly tied to the Marauder, Seer, and Apprentice pathway, but lacked high-level Beander insights. Alaric needed to learn from powerful figures to fill those gaps. If you have questions, feel free to ask. I'll share what I know. Azek said with a gentle smile, unaware of Alaric's calculations. In this warm atmosphere, the academic meeting began. They stopped talking, focusing on the session. By the time it ended, it was nearly lunchtime. Alaric joined Azek and Quentin for a meal at the university cafeteria, spending the day as a dutiful new teacher. The next afternoon, he welcomed visitors. Good afternoon, Klein. You seem in good spirits today. Alaric said, opening the door to find Klein, and noticing Azek beside him. Good afternoon, Mr. Azek. Did you come with Klein? Good afternoon, Jack. Klein replied with a smile. I moved to my new place today, so I'm in a great mood. Good afternoon, Jack. I ran into Klein on the way, so we came together. Azek said warmly. Congrats, Klein. Where's the new place? I'll visit sometime. Alaric said, ushering them inside. He noted that Klein and Azek seemed closer than yesterday, likely bonding on the way. It wasn't surprising. Klein and Azek's values aligned, and their teacher-student connection naturally fostered a good relationship. Alaric invited them to sit, deftly preparing coffee with a tea set. He smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I just moved to Tingen, so I only have coffee. Hope it's to your taste. No worries, I love coffee. Klein said quickly, speaking truthfully, he preferred it to tea. Very nice coffee. I like it, Isaac said with a gentle smile. Glad you both enjoy it. Alaric said, grinning. He poured himself a cup, took a sip, and began, about the Antigonus family, I don't know much, but I'll share what I do. From what I've read, they lived at the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, even founding a nation called the Nation of the Evernight. Alaric recounted what he knew about the Antigonus family in a leisurely tone, blending details from the original story with knowledge inherited from Alaric Zoroast's memories. As a descendant of the Zoroast family, however fallen, he still possessed some understanding of the three survivalist angel families. Mindful of his current persona, Alaric avoided mentioning anything about Beander pathways, sticking to a general overview of the Antigonus family before hesitating with a reluctant expression. What's wrong? Is there something you can't share? Klein noticed his pause and asked quietly. It's not that it's inconvenient, just that the rest veers into legends and mysticism. Honestly, it's not very reliable. Alaric said, pouring himself another cup of coffee. According to some rumors, the Antigonus family wielded strange powers, possibly tied to their faith. Could they have worshipped an evil god? Klein speculated, thinking of the deaths linked to the Antigonus notebook. Isaac, though silent, clearly grew more attentive. Probably an evil god, but records are scarce. I had to dig through a lot of texts to find anything about their beliefs. Alaric continued smoothly. They didn't seem to worship just one entity. The texts mentioned two, one called the Mother of the Sky, and another called the Fool. I'm not sure if they're two aspects of the same god, but the descriptions suggest distinct beings. Klein felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Just yesterday, at the Tarot Club, he'd adopted the moniker, the Fool. Earlier still, when he'd gone to the market and stumbled into a divination, the result had also been, the Fool. Now, to hear the Antigonus family revered an entity called, the Fool. Despite only being in this world a few days and lacking a full grasp of its mystical forces, Klein's scalp tingled with unease. It was too coincidental, eerily so. Thankfully, Klein had braced himself mentally beforehand, and his acting skills held firm, keeping his expression steady. But his subtle reaction didn't escape Alaric, whose observation skills rivaled a spectator's. Deliberately using this to spook Mr. Fool, Alaric sipped his coffee discreetly, feeling a slight digestion of his Joker potion. Scaring Klein and finding amusement clearly aligned with the Joker's acting principles. Then, Isaac murmured, almost instinctively, no, he cannot yet be called the Fool. Did he remember something? Alaric glanced at Isaac, who was frowning, rubbing his temple as if in pain. Mr. Isaac, do you know something about this Fool? Alaric asked, feigning curiosity with a touch of concern. You don't look well. Headache. Just an old ailment. Isaac brushed off vaguely, shaking his head. I don't know much about this Fool, only, I read somewhere that the Antigonus family's ancestor wasn't quite the Fool, at best half a fool. But I didn't say the Fool was their ancestor. Alaric blinked but didn't press, consider it. I see. Maybe the records I found exaggerated. You know how it is, followers tend to embellish their deities. Though Klein was burning with curiosity about the Fool, he could tell Isaac didn't want to dwell on it. Suppressing his questions, he turned to Alaric. Jack, do you know anything else about this Fool? Alaric shook his head, hesitating again. I don't know much, but if you're really curious, I can look into it. No promises, though. Thanks, Jack. I owe you one. Klein said earnestly, desperate to learn more about the Fool, given its uncanny ties to him. Come on, no need to be so formal. We're friends, aren't we? If you feel bad, treat me to dinner sometime. Alaric waved it off, grinning. Deal. I'll treat you. Klein said, mentally checking his wallet. It was thin, but he could afford a meal. It's almost dinner time. How about I treat you both? To celebrate Klein's new home and Jack's new start in Tingen. Isaac, ever the reliable adult, offered warmly. Sounds great. Thanks for splurging, Mr. Isaac. Alaric said with a cheeky grin, ever the social butterfly. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Klein added, unable to refuse after Alaric's enthusiasm. The trio headed out happily, led by Isaac to a decent restaurant for a pleasant dinner. With work the next day, no one drank. After the meal, they parted ways. Alaric didn't head home. Watching them leave, he exhaled softly, a smile curling his lips. As expected, amnesiac Azek's favorability is easy to earn. He stepped into an empty alley, lightly pulling at the air. A faint shadow emerged, merging into his body. I can probably borrow power up to a sequence 7 necromancer. Thanks to my stronger spirituality, I could sustain it for a fight. Alaric assessed silently. His efforts to bond with Azek had paid off. Azek's favorability toward him was around 20 or 30, not high, but typical for casual friends. Reaching this level after a second meeting left Alaric quite satisfied. Would Azek notice Alaric borrowing his power? No need to worry, the answer was no. Only a shadow of time summoned through a medium would have self-awareness and alert its source. Borrowing power through favorability went undetected. Now, I just need to deepen our bond. Azek's favorability is easy to gain early on, but taking it further will require effort. Good thing I have a trump card. Alaric thought, his smile widening. His trump card was using the Shadow of Time skill to summon Azek's past children, allowing a brief reunion to boost favorability. But Alaric wouldn't use it lightly. It wasn't about distrusting Azek, rather, he needed to control Azek's memory recovery to avoid triggering a full return to Death Console mode. Pity Klein's not even a Beander yet, or I could borrow some power from him. Alaric mused, unfazed. With Klein's rapid advancement, he'd be a powerhouse in a few years. His potential was immense. Next stop, the Divination Club. Alaric released Azek's borrowed power, took a detour, and arrived at one of his safehouses. After another disguise, he took a trackless carriage to the Divination Club, the same one Klein joined in the original story. His target was Hannes Vincent, an Aurora Order member. Alaric had no intention of killing Hannes to prevent the Tingen crisis. For one, Megos was likely already pregnant with the true creator's heir by now, so eliminating Hannes wouldn't help. For another, the true culprits of the Tingen incident were in Zangwil and 008, unless they were dealt with, nothing else mattered. Alaric's goal was to gauge whether the true creator could detect him through Hannes and, if so, what attitude he'd take. The latter was key. It would shape Alaric's approach to the true creator and his organization moving forward. Why not contact Mr. A in Backland? Simple. Alaric couldn't beat him yet. If Mr. A turned hostile, escaping would be tricky. Hannes, on the other hand, was manageable. With that in mind, Alaric entered the Divination Club, registered, paid the fee, and joined. Smiling, he said, "Miss Angelica, I've heard of Mr. Hannes Vincent's reputation long before joining. Is he here today? I'd like him to do a divination for me." Angelica, at the front desk, wasn't surprised. Hannes had some fame in Tingen's divination circles. She smiled, "Mr. Hannes Vincent is teaching a class right now. You'll need to wait for a divination, but you can sit in on his lesson and ask questions if you'd like." "Thank you," Alaric said politely, following Angelica to the meeting room and taking a corner seat. On the platform, a middle-aged man in a black classical robe, with heavy dark circles and distinctive hair, lectured methodically. Hannes nodded slightly at Alaric's arrival but continued his talk on astrological divination. At one point, Alaric noticed Hannes tilt his head, as if listening to something, forgetting his lecture mid-sentence. It lasted 3 or 4 seconds, long enough for the other students to look puzzled. Hannes snapped back, his expression fervent, though he quickly turned to hide it. Before turning, Alaric caught Hannes glancing at him, his gaze not hostile but intensely warm. "Oh, interesting." Alaric raised an eyebrow. For the rest of the session, Hannes's teaching pace noticeably quickened. After the class, in the White Crystal Divination Room, Alaric met the Aurora Order member again. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" "Whatever it is, Hannes Vincent will see it done," Hannes said fervently, kneeling on one knee the moment he closed the door. Alaric wasn't surprised. He'd expected the true creator's attitude. With memories of their encounter, the true creator knew Alaric held a trump card capable of mutual destruction and could summon his past self. With such leverage, winning Alaric over was the logical move until his intentions toward the world were clear. For the true creator, it was a low-risk, high-reward gamble to gauge Alaric's stance. Still, confirming it made Alaric chuckle. He sipped the tea on the table and said lightly, "I don't need you to do anything." Standing, He added, remember, you never saw me today. Alaric had no interest in entangling with Hannes, who was already scripted by 008 and would soon draw the Tinghan Nighthawk's attention. Alaric wasn't about to invite trouble. He was here only to confirm the true creator's stance. Nothing more. As for Hannes's impending death, that was none of Alaric's concern. He had no interest in saving a low-value villain with no personal connection. Yes. Hannes froze, confused but not daring to ask why a favored one was here. He kept his head down, waiting until Alaric left, the door closed, and the footsteps faded. Only then did he look up, exhaling, his expression a mix of fervor and confusion. Why did His Excellency come here? Could it be for the upcoming sacrifice? Whatever Hannes thought, Alaric, now disguised again, took a trackless carriage back to his rented house. Now that I've confirmed the true creator's stance, I don't have to worry about clashing with the Aurora Order. Still, I can't let my guard down. The ancient sun god might be a good person, but the true creator's gone mad. A madman's goodwill, Alaric chuckled, shaking his head, and turned his thoughts to another matter. Time to head back to Backland. Tomorrow was the day Zio would introduce him to a Beander gathering, where he'd likely meet Mr. A. A madman's goodwill warranted caution, but it could still be useful. The shepherd's abilities, at least, were quite handy. The next day, Backland. Arriving at the agreed meeting point, Alaric spotted Zio already waiting. Sorry for being late. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Alaric said apologetically, noticing a woman beside Zio. She wore a hooded cloak, leaning lazily against the wall, her face obscured, though brown hair peeked out from under the hood. In an instant, Alaric knew who she was. Furs Wall, Backland's famous author, future Tarot Club magician, and the master of coasting to victory. Among future Tarot Club members, if anyone's abilities made Alaric envious besides Mr. Fool, it was Furs. No grand reason, just that the traveler pathway was incredibly useful. With Mr. Door's influence, wild beyonders of this pathway were rare. To gain those abilities, Alaric could either buy traveler-related mystical items or borrow power from Furs. Relying on the two Abraham family traders in the Aurora Order. Hardly. Though, if he could turn them into mystical items, that might work. Alaric's thoughts wandered before Zio briefly introduced the woman beside her. Lacking full trust, Zio used the alias, Doctor, instead of Furs's real name. After the introduction, Zio handed Alaric a hooded cloak, donned one herself, and whispered, "Follow us. Don't speak out of turn when we get there." She gave a few instructions, then led Alaric and Furs to a waiting carriage. Minutes later, they arrived and disembarked, stopping before an unremarkable wooden door. Zio knocked rhythmically, and the door opened from within. Alaric's gaze swept the room. It wasn't large, but it held several people, most cloaked or masked to hide their identities. A few bold or inexperienced ones showed their faces. The most striking figure sat on a single sofa, shrouded in a hooded cloak, sitting calmly yet exuding an air of superiority as they silently observed everyone. That's Mr. A powerful Beander, at least mid-sequence, maybe even sequence 6. He's hosting this gathering, Zio whispered, her expression serious. At that moment, Mr. A, who had been sitting quietly, tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something. A second later, he looked up toward Alaric. He's definitely a formidable Beander. Alaric said calmly, meeting Mr. A's gaze. The fervent intensity in those eyes confirmed Mr. A had received an oracle from the true creator. More than that, Alaric sensed something else. In that brief eye contact, Mr. A's favorability toward him skyrocketed, enough for Alaric to borrow the full abilities of a sequence 6 Rose Bishop. It might seem only one sequence above Azek's sequence 7, but the gap was vast. Azek's peak was far higher, so borrowing sequence 7 power only required casual friendship. For Mr. A's sequence 6, Alaric needed near devoted loyalty, next step, a bond of life and death. Well, damn, is this what fanatical devotion looks like? Alaric blinked, gave Mr. A slight smile, then turned his attention to the central blackboard. Is that where we list trade requests? After introducing Mr. A, Zio's focus shifted to the blackboard. She missed the brief exchange between Alaric and Mr. A, whispering, yes, members can anonymously post their needs on the board, whether buying or selling. As a Beander, you know most don't want their identities exposed. I understand. Alaric nodded, scanning the board. It listed common spiritual materials, potion formulas for sale, and occult knowledge books. Anything you want. Furs, having checked the board and found no Joker potion formula, sighed in disappointment and asked casually. I need some spiritual materials to practice ritual magic. Alaric said openly, one of his reasons for attending. Thanks to Alaric Zorost's identity, he had a solid grasp of basic occult knowledge, and his high spirituality supported learning and performing ritual magic. But theory and practice differed. He wasn't deeply familiar with this world's ritual magic and needed practice. Alaric knew that while his Shadow of Time skill let him borrow others' powers easily, it was still external. The skill's flaw was its reliance on favorability. If he fell out with powerful figures, he'd be left powerless. Favorability was fickle, reliable until it wasn't. Maxing it out was no easy task. Take Mr. A. His favorability could spike due to the true creator's oracle, but it could just as easily plummet to zero if another oracle came. Even if favorability held steady and Alaric could borrow power from heavyweights, his own low sequence and limited spirituality meant he could only sustain it briefly. In a prolonged fight or an ambush by a cunning foe, he'd be vulnerable once the borrowed power ran out. So, while Alaric treated the Shadow of Time skill as a trump card and worked to gain favor with powerful figures, he never neglected improving his own abilities, his true foundation. Only by advancing his sequence and strengthening his own power could he ensure self-preservation in any situation. Avoiding scenarios where he couldn't borrow power, was too weak, and ended up done for. Even if Sequence 9 ritual magic seemed trivial compared to the abilities of Mr. A or Azek, Alaric wouldn't dismiss it. It was the power he truly possessed, and mastering it was his priority. Relying solely on borrowed power and looking down on low-end abilities would turn him into a hollow shell, even if he advanced smoothly. The gap between individuals in the same sequence could be as vast as between a human and a dog. Solidly mastering his own sequence's abilities was far better than blindly advancing without skill. Advancing to Sequence 8 isn't easy, either. Forget digesting the potion, just the supplementary materials for actor or a headache. Alaric muttered to himself, slightly troubled. Like the Joker potion requiring items tied to the error, fool, and door pathways high sequences, the Sequence 8 actor potion needed something specific, an item related to a high sequence hunter or demoness. Honestly, Alaric's first thought was the Red Priest card of blasphemy. But using a card of blasphemy for a Sequence 8 potion was extravagant, and its ties to the outer deities made him wary of consuming it. Plus, it was currently with Sauron Einhorn Medici, the evil spirit, whom Alaric wasn't ready to confront without borrowing power from Azek or Pallas. So, after careful thought, Alaric decided to wait until he'd earned enough favor with Azek before approaching Medici. He'd try to trade for a related item, either the Red Priest card or something crafted from Medici's authority. As for using the evil spirit itself as material, Alaric had principles. He could stomach using something like a Worm of Time, but consuming a sentient soul felt too much like cannibalism. High sequence demoness. Alaric wasn't considering them. The Joker potion had shown that different supplementary materials could affect the outcome of advancement. What if using a demoness-related item turned him female? He wasn't willing to gamble on that. He'd rather spend extra time securing hunter-related materials. Hearing Alaric's request, Zio and Furs weren't surprised. Ritual magic was common for support-type Beyonders. Furs, recalling her own self-taught days as an apprentice using Mrs. Alice's notes, felt a pang of sympathy for Alaric's upcoming struggles and asked curiously, "Don't you want to buy the next sequence formula for your pathway?" Alaric gave a shy smile. "Thanks to my ancestors, I'm not short on formulas for now." Furs's smile froze. Her fruitless search for the Trickmaster potion formula sparked a fleeting urge to curse, followed by envy. She muttered, "That's something to be jealous of." Zio's mood mirrored Furs's. Though she had better luck, her desired formula was available, she was too poor to afford it. As they chatted, the trio settled into a corner. A server approached, explaining the rules. Attendees could write their needs on notes for the server or, during a break, list items for sale on the blackboard in a private room. Alaric unhesitatingly wrote down the spiritual materials he needed on a provided slip, then glanced curiously at Zio and Furs, who'd done the same. "What are you two looking for?" "You can probably guess." Zio said casually. I want the sheriff potion formula, but I haven't saved enough yet. Since Alaric already knew her sequence, it wasn't a secret. Furs sighed, looking at Alaric with a glimmer of hope. I've been trying to buy the Trickmaster potion formula, but no luck so far. Knowing through Zio that Jack might come from an ancient Beander family, she hoped he might have leads. Then she saw Alaric's hooded face hesitate. Caught off guard, she'd only asked on a whim. Furs blurted, Mr. Jack, do you have a lead on the Trickmaster formula? Strictly speaking, I have the formula. Alaric said, nodding reluctantly. My ancestors' notes included it. Furs's eyes lit up. Really? Can you sell it to me? Realizing her eagerness, she glanced at him warily and added, under Mr. A's supervision, of course. Her caution was understandable, things seemed too convenient, and she wanted to avoid a fake formula. Of course. How about £450? Alaric said, understanding her concerns and offering a fair price. That's reasonable. Furs said, relieved. The market rate for Sequence 8 formulas was around that, with no markup. Zio, watching, was genuinely happy for her friend but couldn't help touching her own wallet, wondering when she'd save enough for the sheriff formula. The deal was soon finalized at the gathering, both sides pleased with the outcome. As Furs poured over the Trickmaster potion formula, Alaric pocketed the cash. He knew this deal had likely raised his value in her and Zio's eyes. This would surely smooth future interactions and cooperation. Just then, a server handed Alaric a note. His request for spiritual materials had a response. The seller was willing to trade, but the price required a face-to-face discussion. Alaric raised an eyebrow, glancing toward Mr. A's spot, only to find him gone. Smiling, he nodded and followed the server to a small room. The server opened the door, gesturing for him to enter. As expected, Alaric found Mr. A inside, hooded as always. No surprise there. Alaric casually sat on the sofa across from him. Mr. A rose silently, then knelt on one knee, a shadow radiating fervent loyalty. Is this an Aurora Order thing? Alaric asked, studying the kneeling Mr. A with interest. Unlike the disposable Hannes Vincent, Mr. A held far greater value, a true fanatic of the true creator, close enough to frequently receive his oracles. Respect is only proper for a favored one. Mr. A replied, head bowed, answering earnestly. Fair enough. Alaric nodded, as if in agreement. So, what did the true creator's oracle say? He was genuinely curious how the true creator described him to his zealous followers. He wasn't worried about Mr. A picking up on anything. Fanatics wouldn't act against a favored one unless their God commanded it. Mr. A, unquestioning, recounted the oracle with fervent passion. Whether due to his phrasing or the true creator's own vague wording, the oracle was chaotic. It took Alaric some effort to parse it, but it boiled down to, this person is my favored one. Ask what he wants, fulfill his needs, and invite him to join the Aurora Order. If he refuses, let it be. The true creator's got style. Alaric chuckled inwardly, eyeing the fervent yet somewhat dim Mr. A. Joining the Aurora Order. Pass. I'd like to keep my sanity for now, he said with a smile. Mr. A looked disappointed but wasn't surprised a favored one wasn't part of the Aurora Order. Other groups revered the true creator too, so it made sense. As for my needs, Alaric paused, smiling. Gather intelligence on Backland's hidden beyonders. In return, he leaned forward. In the near future, I'll make the creator of old reappear in this era. Relay that to your God. He'll understand. Though Mr. A found Alaric's tone unusual for a favored one, his fanatical faith kept him from questioning. He bowed. Yes, Your Excellency. Alaric, struck by a sudden thought, grinned at Mr. A. Say, Mr. A, want to join my Joker Club? This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea but a long-brewing plan. In a world like this, going solo was a death sentence. Alaric's abilities and the setting demanded he build a team. Hence, the Joker Club. It was just him for now, but he was confident its name would one day echo through the world of Lord of Mysteries. Mr. A froze, clearly unaccustomed to being poached when he was usually the one recruiting for the Aurora Order. If anyone else had asked, he'd have refused or turned hostile. But with Alaric, bearing the favored one's mark, his faith made him hesitate. Then, Mr. A tilted his ear, as if listening. A moment later, he looked at Alaric, resolute. My honor, Your Excellency. The true creator was clearly watching and had sent another oracle. Alaric wasn't shocked. He knew Mr. A was likely a spy sent to gather intel, but he didn't care. Smiling, he said, "Welcome aboard, Mr. A. I'll fill you in on the club later. Oh, and I have some Russell's diaries I'd like to sell. Mind helping with that?" Alaric added with a smile. When Alaric emerged from the room, carrying a suitcase of spiritual materials, the gathering was nearing its end. "You were gone a while. We were almost worried something happened," Zio said, relieved, muttering under her breath. The deal involved a lot of materials, so haggling took time. "You know how it is, money's always tight, so every penny counts," Alaric said with a smile. To keep up appearances, he'd bought a batch of spiritual materials after his talk with Mr. A, free of charge, naturally. He felt no guilt. He planned to summon the ancient sun god when meeting Medici, boosting the evil spirit's favorability while fulfilling his deal with the true creator. Compared to making the creator of old reappear, Alaric's requests were small potatoes. Why was he so sure the true creator would be pleased? Simple. Whether to probe Alaric's abilities, meet his past self, or even try to alter a tragic fate, the true creator wouldn't refuse, especially since Alaric was throwing in a bonus evil spirit. "I'm quite the honest businessman," Alaric mused, conveniently ignoring that his motive stemmed from a love of stirring the pot. Would revealing too much to the true creator matter? Alaric didn't care. Some secrets were hard to hide, already exposed when he summoned the ancient sun god. He was fine trading certain information for benefits. No matter what, his ability to take the world down with him was real. As long as that held, others would tread carefully. Even the mad true creator, at his core, wanted to protect this world. Pity about Grisha, and maybe Saucereer too, Alaric mused, thinking of the fusion of Adam and the true creator into Amon's creator, a touch of sentiment stirring within him. Zio and Furs, unaware of Alaric's unspoken deal with the true creator, nodded in instant understanding at his words, plagued by their own financial struggles. If they were buying heaps of spiritual materials, they'd haggle fiercely too. The gathering, already winding down, ended soon after Alaric's return. Following Zio and Furs out of the house and onto a carriage, the trio discussed the next Beander gathering. "I can't confirm the exact time yet, but within a week, I should have details. I'll let you know," Zio said, then looked at Alaric curiously. "Since you can divine, can you predict anything about it? I might get a rough time frame, but without specific details, it's hard to divine anything precise," Alaric said with a shrug. "Divination isn't all-powerful. Oh, by the way," Alaric added, as if struck by a thought, looking at Zio and Furs. "You two are pretty seasoned Beyonders in Backland. If possible, I'd like to hire you to look into something for me." "What is it?" Zio sat up straight, her bounty hunter instincts kicking in. "I want information on an entity called the Fool. They might be tied to the Antigonus family, a hidden existence," Alaric said, pausing as he noticed their expressions shift. "I don't need you to take risks. Just ask around in your circles to see if anyone knows of the Fool." This was, of course, preparation for claiming the Fool's honorific name and joining the Tarot Club naturally. A transmigrator suddenly knowing the Fool's name would be suspicious. Would Mr. Fool hesitate to pull me into the Tarot Club, fearing I'd expose him as a fellow transmigrator? If so, don't blame me for unmasking him, Alaric mused, wondering which scenario would be more entertaining. Either way, it promised fun. Naturally, Alaric had a thorough plan for joining the Tarot Club. Zio and Furs, oblivious to his schemes to tease Mr. Fool, exchanged a glance, weighing the task's danger. Anything involving hidden existences was risky in this world, but simply gathering information usually wasn't too hazardous. Like the true creator or the primordial demoness, they were infamous evil gods. Many Beyonders, even ordinary people, knew of them. As long as you didn't chant their true names or meddle with related matters, the risk was minimal. "What's the pay?" Zio asked after a few seconds. £10 up front. If you find useful information, I'll pay more based on its value," Alaric said straightforwardly. He kept the price modest to avoid spooking them. "Deal. I'll ask around." Zio nodded decisively. £10 just for inquiries was a solid deal. "Why are you interested in the Fool?" Furs asked, her writer's imagination already spinning scenarios. "Originally, a friend was curious about it. Then I checked my family's old texts and found the fool might be tied to my ancestors. Alaric said, shrugging. You know how it is, connections to hidden existences aren't good news. Even if it's a distant ancestor, I need to investigate to ease my mind about any lingering curses. He sighed, feigning concern. At his words, Zio and Furs instinctively leaned back. In this world's worldview, ties to hidden existences were dangerous. But they quickly calmed down. Per Alaric's story, only his ancestor was linked, so he was likely fine. Furs, plagued by full moon ravings, empathized. Curses are a hassle. Troubled by one, Miss Doctor? Alaric asked, looking curious. Furs hesitated, then, considering the Trickmaster formula she'd bought in Alaric's likely ancient Beander lineage, decided to share. Due to an accident, I hear ravings during the full moon. It's been a long-standing issue. She kept it vague, cautious about revealing too much. Alaric, unsurprised, put on a thoughtful look, pausing before saying, full moon ravings, I think I read about that in my family's texts. An ancient family called Abraham had members plagued by such a curse. He looked at Furs, his gaze surprised yet probing. Miss Doctor, are you an Abraham? Furs started. She didn't know about the Abraham family yet, but Mrs. Alisa had mentioned her husband's family, an ancient lineage tormented by full moon ravings. Could Mrs. Alisa's husband be from the Abraham family? Guessing as much, she faced Alaric's curious look and shook her head. I'm not an Abraham. Just unlucky enough to be cursed like this. Furs couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jack, do you know how to lift this curse? I'm sorry, I haven't found anything in the texts about that. Alaric shook his head, then hesitated. But I could do a divination for you. It might give us some clues. Furs glanced at Zio, who nodded slightly. That'd be great, Mr. Jack. How can I thank you? Furs said. Let's talk gratitude after the divination. Honestly, I'm not confident I'll find anything. Alaric said with a wave of his hand. Instead of parting at the designated spot after the carriage stopped, the trio found a nearby cafe and booked a private room. Once ready, Alaric set up his astrolabe and began divining for Furs. He'd prepared for a failed attempt, intending only to plant the fool as a lead for her to pave his way to the tarot club. To his surprise, he actually divined something. The fool in the door. That shouldn't be possible. Divining entities of that level should be blocked. Could the Nyarlathotep fragment in me be negating the interference? Alaric mused silently, then looked at Furs's tense expression and said honestly, the divination suggests resolving your issue involves the fool in the door. The fool. The door. Furs's smile was puzzled, tinged with surprise. Zio gave Alaric a suspicious look. You're not trying to trick us into digging for fool-related clues, are you? Her suspicion was fair, the result seemed too convenient. Alaric's expression cooled as he packed away the astrolabe. I've no reason to lie about this. If you don't trust my divination, fine. Just don't ask me to divine for you again. Furs and Zio exchanged glances. Furs quickly said, sorry, Mr. Jack, we didn't mean to doubt you. Zio didn't mean it, she's just blunt. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. Don't be upset. Zio added hastily. Though they weren't fully convinced, it was their only lead. Neither wanted to offend Alaric, the sole source of this clue. If he was right, this could be Furs's only shot at breaking her curse. Besides, Alaric had no reason to deceive them. He'd already commissioned them to investigate the fool, and with money on the table, they'd do their best regardless. Alaric's expression softened. He rubbed his temples. All right, I forgive you. I get your reaction, this result surprised me too. But if this fool can help resolve your curse, Miss Doctor, it might ease my mind. An entity capable of breaking curses is probably not an evil god. Alaric said, flashing a relieved smile before frowning. I'm just not sure what the door means. He put on a thoughtful look, then said, I think I read something in old texts about the Abraham family being tied to a door, but I don't recall details. I'll check my family's records later, maybe I'll find something. Thank you, Mr. Jack. I really appreciate it, Furs said earnestly. If her curse could be lifted, Alaric would have played a huge role. Furs also formed an initial impression of him, likely from a fallen ancient Beander family, kind and helpful, a friend worth keeping. No need for thanks. Just let me know if you find anything about the fool. I'm getting more curious about this entity. Alaric said with a smile. No need to call me Miss Doctor. Just Furs, she replied quickly. Initially cautious, using Doctor as an alias, Furs now trusted Alaric enough to share her real name after these events. Furs, as in Miss Furs Wall, author of Storm Mountain Villa. Alaric said, feigning surprise. You've read my novel. Furs blinked. Of course. It's a great story. Alaric nodded. He wasn't lying. Out of curiosity, he'd made time to read Storm Mountain Villa recently. Furs's skill as a best-selling author was evident. The novel was genuinely good. Sensing his sincere praise, Furs felt the thrill of meeting a fan. They chatted briefly about her book before Alaric casually suggested, "Ever thought about writing a sea adventure? Maybe a cool, dashing adventurer and a pirate queen. I've always wanted to read something like that." Furs's imagination sparked, conjuring a dramatic, bittersweet love-hate tale of an adventurer and a pirate queen. That's a great idea for a story, but I've already got a theme for my next book, so I'm not planning to write that yet. She said. It was a lie. Her procrastination was flaring. She loved brainstorming but wasn't ready to write. Alaric could tell she was dodging work but didn't mind. It was just a passing comment. That's a shame, he said with a slight sigh. Glancing at his pocket watch, he added, "It's getting late, and I have things to do. Let's catch up later." Zio and Furs had no objections. The trio parted ways. Alaric returned to his Backland safe house, made some arrangements, and boarded a steam train to Tingen with a pre-bought ticket. Having borrowed Mr. A's power, Alaric planned to meet Leonard and Old Man Pallas as a Zoroast descendant next. For Leonard, it was an ordinary day. Aside from a new colleague's rapid rise to Beander status sparking mild surprise, nothing stood out. At least, that's what he thought until he got home. Someone's here. As Leonard unlocked his door, Pallas, usually silent, suddenly spoke up. Instantly alert, Leonard's lazy demeanor vanished. He peered inside and saw a figure lounging on his living room sofa. It was a man in his early 20s with striking features. Noticing the door, he looked up, his emerald eyes meeting Leonard's with a hint of amusement. Who is this? Leonard's wariness deepened with confusion. He was certain he didn't know this young man. Where had he come from? Who are you? Breaking into someone's home without permission isn't exactly polite, Leonard said, eyeing the stranger, ready to act or flee. My apologies for the unannounced visit. I had my reasons, Alaric said with a faintly apologetic smile, watching the cautious Leonard. He paused, then added, I'm sure you wouldn't want me visiting you at Blackthorn Security Company, openly discussing the old man inside you, would you, Mr. Leonard? Leonard's pupils constricted. Pallas's existence was his greatest secret. Though wary of Pallas himself, Leonard had never revealed him to anyone. To have a stranger expose this left him stunned. If Leonard were an animal, his fur would be bristling. Alaric offered a faint smile. So, can we talk now, Mr. Leonard? You, Leonard frowned, hesitating. Then Pallas's voice reached him. You can talk to him. Old man, you know him. What's going on? Leonard pressed, but got no reply. Disappointed but resolute, Leonard gave Alaric a long look, stepped inside, and sat on the sofa across from him. No need to be so tense. It's your house, Alaric said, amused by Leonard's rigid posture. Thanks for the reminder, Leonard said through gritted teeth, then whispered, Old man, don't play dead. What's this about? I'm not sure. His aura feels familiar. Pallas finally replied, his tone hesitant. Like one of my descendants. Before the words settled, Pallas saw the young man on the sofa leisurely pull a monocle from his pocket and place it on his left eye. Quote. My apologies, I'll see myself out. The familiar bloodline aura, coupled with curiosity about how this youth found him and his intentions, had kept Pallas engaged. But now, his spiritual form froze. If his mind could be visualized, it'd be a screaming marmot. Yet Pallas recovered quickly. In a split second, he noticed a key detail: the monocle was on the wrong eye. Amon wore his on the right. This youth wore his on the left. More crucially, if Amon had found him, this area would be sealed, and danger would already loom. Yet Pallas sensed no threat. In a mere second, Pallas realized, this kid was deliberately messing with him. Quote. Fists clenched. Time to discipline this brat. Old man, what's wrong? Why'd you go quiet again? Leonard, sensing something off, pressed urgently. Shut up, I'm fine. Pallas snapped, then did something. Leonard didn't know what. A blurry shadow formed beside him and spoke, I assume you didn't come just to spook me. Leonard's eyes widened, clearly unused to this. Alaric, eyeing the shadowy Pallas with interest, asked cheekily, if I said yes, would you hit me? Why the prank? Simple. Partly, Alaric couldn't resist his Joker urges. What transmigrator in the Lord of Mysteries world wouldn't mess with Pallas? Partly, it was to digest his Joker potion. And it worked. Scaring Pallas digested about a third of the potion. For a typical Sequence 9 potion, it might have melted instantly. Not fully digested, huh? Not fun enough, or is Pallas just in rough shape? Alaric mused, still grinning outwardly. HMPH. Pallas sneered. What do you think? I think you would. Alaric said, sensing Pallas might actually mean it. He swiftly pulled out an ornate iron box, sliding it toward Pallas. Ancestor, I'm here to acknowledge our kinship and offer a gift. This is my greeting present. Kinship. Before Pallas could respond, Leonard blurted out, surprised. He glanced between Alaric and the shadowy Pallas, realization dawning. Right, you said he's your descendant. Are you really my descendant? Pallas could sense the Zoroast family bloodline in Alaric, which only deepened his suspicion. How could the near-extinct Zoroast family, its bloodline all but withered, produce someone like this? My name is Alaric Zoroast. By blood, I'm indeed of the Zoroast family, your descendant, ancestor. Alaric said openly, glancing at the shadow. Won't you check my gift? Pallas glanced at Alaric, suspicion lingering, but opened the iron box. He froze. Inside was a translucent worm of time, not just any, but one belonging to Amon, likely from a clone killed mere days ago. Satisfied with my gift, ancestor? Alaric's voice carried the earnestness of a descendant seeking approval. Pallas gave him a deep look. Very satisfied. He meant it. Though unclear about this, Alaric Zoroast. Pallas genuinely appreciated the gift. A worm of time, its characteristics returned to Amon, wasn't highly valuable, useful for high-level charms at best, but it meant Amon had lost a significant clone. For Pallas, hounded by Amon to the ends of the earth, this was delightful news, the perfect gift. Who didn't love seeing Amon suffer? Despite his wariness, Pallas couldn't help but warm to Alaric. Glad you like it, ancestor. Alaric said, smiling, pleased by Pallas's reaction. How did you find me? Pallas closed the box, cutting to the chase. My lord guided me to your trail. Alaric said with a smile. Can you tell me about this lord you serve? Pallas pressed, unsurprised. My lord is the great lord of chaos, the retrograde of time, the shadow of the world, the embodiment of delight. Alaric said, his face devout, referring to himself. A classic lord of mysteries move, worshipping oneself, embodying believer, favored one, and deity in one. Alaric had to try it. It wasn't entirely a lie. Thanks to the Nyarlathotep fragment within him, though lacking a gray fog for meetings, Alaric possessed divine traits, able to connect through honorific names and answer prayers. Pallas frowned. He recognized the standard three-part honorific name, pointing to at least an king of angel if not a true god. But he'd never heard of such an entity. Even considering disguised allies, no deity matched this description. Chaos, Pallas thought of the son of chaos but dismissed it. That entity, screwed over by the old Lord of Mysteries, was in no state to track him down. After fruitless pondering, Pallas gave up on guessing Alaric's deity. What does he want? He asked directly. My lord doesn't wish for Amon to become the next Lord of Mysteries. Though he doesn't favor your odds, ancestor, you share his goal of stopping Amon. Alaric said with a smile, deliberately aligning himself with Pallas to lower his guard and boost rapport, while mentioning the Lord of Mysteries to lend credibility to his persona. Not just anyone knew of the Lord of Mysteries. Your lord isn't one for tact, Pallas said, unsurprised but wryly amused. Even he admitted his chances of claiming the title were near zero. Will you cooperate with my lord, ancestor? Alaric asked, eyes expectant. I have questions. Why me? You know how weak I am right now. Pallas said, his expression serious. My lord seeks you for simple reasons. Alaric replied unhurriedly. First, your long feud with Amon gives you unmatched insight into him, information is a vital resource. Second, your enmity with Amon is irreconcilable. Third, as you said, you're weak. He met Pallas's shadowy gaze with a shy smile. You likely guessed, Ancestor, my lord is also in a predicament. Your weakness is actually a boon for this partnership. For a struggling deity, a too powerful ally could be dangerous. A weakened one ensured mutual safety. You're bold, Pallas said, giving Alaric a long look. My lord is merciful and won't punish me for speaking truth. And you, Ancestor, are a good person. Alaric said with a grin. Ha! Pallas laughed, eyeing Alaric. You think too highly of high-ranking beings, child. Ever heard this? Trust in a god's might, but not their mercy. For the first time, Pallas exuded the aura of the former Zoroast family head, an angel loyal to the Black Emperor. Leonard, watching from the sidelines, instinctively bowed his head, his mind blanking momentarily. Alaric just shook his head, meeting Pallas's gaze unfazed, smiling. You're wrong, Ancestor. I don't trust my lord's mercy. I trust he won't waste anyone's value. If he grants me death one day, it'll be because my death outweighs my life's worth. Pallas studied him, intrigued. I'm curious why you serve your lord. Those weren't the words of a devout believer. Are you worried about me, Ancestor? Alaric asked earnestly. As your ancestor, I'd like to know why my descendant serves a god. Pallas said, dodging a direct answer. Simple. My lord saved me. I would have been Amon's snack, like my parents. Because of him, I'm here before you. Alaric said truthfully, his gaze settling on the iron box. He paused. That's a trophy from when he saved me. Pallas's smile faltered abruptly, as if he had suddenly grasped something. The old man, who had always carried himself with a straight back, seemed to slump in that moment, his commanding presence vanishing in an instant. Even Leonard could sense the weariness and desolation radiating from Pallas. In that moment, he truly seemed like a lonely old man, bereft of family and home. My apologies, Pallas said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. There's no need for you to apologize. It's not your fault, only Amon is to blame. Alaric said, shaking his head. A genuine smile spread across his face as he continued sincerely, in truth, I heard tales of my ancestor long ago and have always wished to meet you. I know that my lord saved me, perhaps in part because of your existence. For that, I am equally grateful to you. I understand that you're wary of me, Ancestor, but please believe me when I say that, at the very least, our goals align in dealing with Amon. If possible, I also hope to one day restore the Zoroast family to its former glory. You and I are not enemies. Winning over Pallas was a long-term endeavor, and Alaric had prepared accordingly. His first step was to shift the blame for any anomalies onto a scapegoat. The second was to craft an image of himself as someone burdened by a deep vendetta, admiring his ancestor, devoted to reviving the Zoroast family, and even willing to pledge his soul to an evil god. This wasn't entirely a lie. Alaric had indeed been intrigued by Pallas when reading about him, and, Alaric Zoroast, genuinely revered the legendary ancestor. If he could successfully gain Pallas's favor, Alaric wouldn't mind helping him restore the Zoroast family in the future. After all, he was a Zoroast too, and in a way, it would strengthen his own influence. Pallas could clearly see the sincerity in Alaric's words, which only made the old man fall silent. After a long pause, Pallas finally spoke again. What can you offer me? My lord still has angels walking the earth. If you have plans to deal with Amon or encounter difficulties, they can act on your behalf. Alaric said earnestly, painting a grand picture. Though the angels were a fabrication, as long as he could gain enough of Pallas's favor, securing angel-level strength was entirely feasible. Pallas couldn't discern the truth of this claim, but he didn't need to. When the time came for action, an angel's presence couldn't be faked. After weighing the matter in his mind, Pallas asked one final question. Who is the Lord of Mysteries you support? This time, it was Alaric's turn to fall silent. After a few seconds, he replied, I'm sorry, Ancestor, I cannot answer that question. I can only tell you that my lord holds Mr. Door in high esteem. Pallas was genuinely taken aback. He knew of the Abraham family's situation. While Mr. Door was, by temperament, an excellent contender for Lord of Mysteries, the Abrahams had suffered contamination from an outer deity during the Fourth Epoch. Mr. Door was still imprisoned in some subspace on Earth. Unless the being Alaric served could summon the Abrahams back and cleanse their corruption, it was a futile hope. Considering Alaric's limited rank, Pallas chose not to press further on the topic. After a few seconds of deliberation, he said, I am willing to cooperate with the being you serve, but I wish to oversee any actions against Amon. I will inform my lord of your decision and provide a response as soon as possible. Alaric replied, suddenly breaking into a smile. He looked at Pallas and said, Ancestor, now that we've settled official matters, may we discuss personal ones? In truth, I came to see you not only for my lord's cooperation but also to acknowledge our kinship. Pallas froze, a question mark practically forming above his head. To his astonishment, the young man seemed entirely sincere. The shift in topic was so abrupt that even Pallas struggled to keep up. Seizing the moment, Alaric pressed on. So, Ancestor, are you willing to accept this wayward descendant back into the family? Pallas was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at Alaric with a mix of emotions, chuckling wryly. Return to a family that consists of just this old man. The Zoroast family had long since fallen into ruin. Even Pallas wasn't certain how many of its members still lived. But didn't the Zoroast family start with just one person? Alaric said earnestly, his face taking on a bittersweet, forlorn expression. Besides, you're the only family I have left. If even you reject me, Ancestor, I'll truly be an orphan. Pallas gazed at Alaric. Despite his lingering doubts about this sudden descendant, he couldn't help but sigh. As long as you don't mind this old man. Alaric's eyes lit up instantly. Seizing the opportunity, he exclaimed, then can I call you old man? I read in the archives that people used to call you that. What kind of nonsense have you been reading? Pallas muttered, unable to hold back a retort. He was beginning to see that this descendant of his, if nothing else, had a mischievous streak. Of course, that was only natural for someone from the Thief Pathway family. So I can't call you that. I knew it, you were just pretending to accept me. Alaric's face fell, his expression one of utter dejection, every detail a masterclass in acting. Fine, call me whatever you want. I'm used to it, Pallas said, shaking his head helplessly. Though he suspected Alaric's theatrics were exaggerated, the old man couldn't quite bear to see his descendant like this. Thank you, old man. Alaric beamed, his joy genuine. He wasn't acting now, he could sense that he could borrow a sliver of Pallas's power. It wasn't much, roughly equivalent to Sequence 7. For a Sequence 1 like Pallas, it was a mere fraction of his strength, suggesting that Pallas's favor toward him was perhaps only a dozen points out of 100. Still, it confirmed that Pallas in his prime was far stronger than Isaac, offering a better return on favor. Alaric was thrilled nonetheless. The first step is always the hardest, especially with someone as cautious as Pallas. Breaking through from 0 to 1 was the true challenge. Having successfully breached Pallas's wariness and earned a modicum of favor, Alaric knew his strategy, playing the descendant card, invoking Amon, appealing to family ties, and promising to revive the family, had worked. If he kept at it, maxing out Pallas's favor wasn't out of the question. Moreover, the Thief Pathway's abilities were quite useful and didn't overlap with Mr. A's. For a mere Sequence 9 like Alaric, this was more than satisfactory. Leonard finally couldn't hold back and spoke in a teasing tone, Old man, why don't you just move into your descendant's body? It seems like a perfect fit. Pallas glanced at Leonard, letting out a soft chuckle but saying nothing. Alaric, meanwhile, began to stammer. What's wrong? Don't you admire the old man? Not willing to have him tag along. Leonard noticed Alaric's reluctance and pressed further, his words laced with probing intent. I do admire Ancestor, but, Alaric hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Pallas's shadow before turning back to Leonard. I'm an adult now. I don't exactly want a guardian shadowing me every time I visit the lavatory. Leonard's expression froze. Alaric delivered another blow. And if I start courting someone later, it wouldn't exactly be convenient. Leonard's face stiffened further. He hadn't thought deeply about this before, but now the awkward realization hit him. With Pallas around, could he even consider romance? Wouldn't everything be seen? Did this mean, if Pallas stayed, he'd be single forever? Pallas let out another chuckle. Don't overthink it. Who'd want to bother with the scraps you call a physique? And with your personality, staying single for life wouldn't be surprising. Leonard's face flushed red, whether from embarrassment or irritation. Alaric watched the scene with a smile. Ah, splendid. Another bit of my Joker potion digested. Dear Klein, I hope this letter finds you well. I recently returned to Backland and combed through numerous ancient texts while consulting with some acquaintances. Through this, I uncovered new information about the Fool. In legend, the Fool, worshipped by the Antigonus family, was their ancestor. Some records suggest a connection to the Blood Emperor of the Tudor Empire. Certain texts even claim the Fool was ennobled as a duke by the Blood Emperor, alongside the enigmatic Duke Amon and Duke Abraham. I cannot confirm the truth of these accounts, perhaps they're mere tales, but they are astonishing nonetheless. The buried history of the fourth epic seems to conceal many secrets we've yet to uncover. Additionally, I learned that due to the Fool's influence, the Night Country has a peculiar custom. The people there do not bury their dead but place them in empty houses. By the next day, the bodies vanish, and the citizens firmly believe the departed have gone to serve in the divine kingdom. Lastly, are you familiar with the mysterious powers of legend? It's inconvenient to discuss such matters in a letter, but if you're interested, we can talk in detail at our next meeting. P.S. I'm free every afternoon these days. Your loyal friend, Jack Jones. After reading Alaric's letter from beginning to end, Klein set the paper down, his expression thoughtful. Several days had passed since Klein's last meeting with Alaric, and his life had been quite eventful. He had advanced to Sequence 9 Seer, held the second Tarot Club meeting, joined the Diviner Club, worked with Leonard to resolve a kidnapping case, uncovered new clues about the Antigonus family's notebook, studied a wealth of professional knowledge under Old Neil, and even learned some unique expense reporting tricks. Not a single day had been wasted. Klein had kept the matter of the Antigonus family's half-fool in the back of his mind, but as only a few days had passed, he felt it too soon to approach Jack Jones again. To his surprise, a letter from him arrived upon his return today. Digesting the knowledge revealed in the letter, Klein's gaze lingered on its final lines. Mysterious powers, does he mean the Beander pathways? Is Jack a Beander too? Klein mused, unsurprised. If Jack Jones was indeed a transmigrator from the same place as him, it made sense that he could read Emperor Russell's diary, know of the Beander pathways, and perhaps even become a Beander himself. What did surprise Klein was that Jack seemed ready to share information about Beander powers despite their brief acquaintance. Then again, given Jack's personality, it seemed fitting. He's clearly never been roughed up by official Beanders. Lucky for him, he met me. Otherwise, he might have been dragged off to the Chinese gate and locked up, Klein thought with a mental scoff. Out of caution, he took out his crystal pendulum for a divination. Hiding Jack Jones's matters will bring me danger. Repeating the statement 3 times, Klein divined the result: concealing Jack's affairs posed no threat. Reassured, Klein glanced at his pocket watch. It was only 3 in the afternoon. After a moment's thought, he decided to meet Jack Jones. He had a hunch that Jack might offer new insights into the Beander world. Acting on impulse, Klein left home, took a trackless carriage, and arrived at the street he'd visited days before. Knock, knock, knock. As Klein rapped on the door, footsteps soon echoed from within. The door swung open, revealing Alaric. Jack, have you not slept in days? Klein asked, startled. The refined gentleman he'd met last time, impeccable from head to toe, now stood with disheveled hair, clearly uncombed. His clothes, though neat enough, were wrinkled, and dark circles shadowed his striking emerald eyes. He looked utterly exhausted. Not too bad, maybe 3 days. Alaric yawned, ushering Klein inside and settling him on the sofa. Klein, give me a moment to freshen up. Klein had no objections. A few minutes later, Alaric returned, transformed into a presentable figure once more. Sorry for the wait, Alaric said, pouring Klein a cup of coffee and taking a large gulp from his own. I've been caught up studying new knowledge these past few days. He was speaking the truth. Since meeting Pallas, Alaric had little else on his plate beyond visiting Tingen University for routine matters, building favor with Azek, and meeting Pallas once more to confirm their cooperation. The rest of his time was consumed by studying the world's occult knowledge, particularly ritual magic, which had so engrossed him that he'd lost track of time and neglected his appearance. You're really not afraid of collapsing from exhaustion, are you? Klein couldn't help but remark, glancing at the coffee in Alaric's hand. I think you should skip the coffee and get some rest. I know, I'll sleep soon. Alaric said, nodding while finishing his coffee in one gulp, proving with his actions that his good intentions didn't match his stubbornness. Before Klein could say more, Alaric swiftly changed the subject. You're here today because you received my letter, right? Yes, I did get your letter. Klein replied, his attention successfully diverted. He nodded, looking at Alaric thoughtfully before asking, Jack, what did you mean by mysterious powers? Well, Alaric yawned, his face taking on a pensive look as if organizing his thoughts. After a few seconds, he met Klein's gaze. You're an occult enthusiast too, aren't you? No need to deny it, an ordinary person wouldn't be so interested in the Antigonus family or the Fool. Besides, I saw your name on the Diviner Club's roster a few days ago. The Diviner Club. Klein froze, his first thought being what a coincidence. But then it dawned on him, if Alaric was indeed a Beander, it made sense for him to visit the Diviner Club to gather information. This realization also explained why Alaric was so open about discussing the Beander world. It wasn't just his personality. From his perspective, Klein, a history graduate who investigated ancient families, sought out hidden entities, and was a member of the Diviner Club, was clearly an occult enthusiast, if not a Beander himself. Understanding this, Klein didn't deny it. He nodded decisively. I suppose you could say I'm an occult enthusiast. Then you must have heard about Beander powers. Alaric said bluntly. Klein wasn't surprised. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. I do have some knowledge of the Beander world, things like the pathways of the gods and Beanders. There was no need to hide this. Seasoned occult enthusiasts often knew such things. Miss Justice, for example, was aware of these concepts before becoming a Beander. Conversely, if Klein, who was chasing leads on ancient families, hidden entities, and a Diviner Club member, claimed ignorance, it would seem suspicious. Admitting it openly made the conversation smoother. Since you're aware of that, I won't need to explain further. Alaric said with a smile, seemingly unsurprised by Klein's response. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully, before continuing, since you know about Beanders, I can speak freely. Beyond what I wrote in the letter, I've uncovered more about the Antigonus family and the Fool recently. What else? Klein pressed. According to my findings, the Antigonus family controls two pathways of the gods, Seer and Sleepless. Alaric said straightforwardly. And the Fool seems to be a deity tied to the Seer pathway. While the fact that the pinnacle of a divine pathway leads to godhood is a secret, the connection between certain pathways and deities isn't. For instance, the Church of the Evernight Goddess is tied to the Sleepless pathway, and the Church of the Lord of Storms to the Sailor pathway. These links are obvious to anyone with eyes and are common knowledge in occult circles. A deity tied to the Seer pathway. Klein froze, his mind reeling as if struck by thunder. He had speculated about this possibility based on the information he had, but hearing it confirmed today filled him with an indescribable sense of absurdity. The original Klein's death was undeniably linked to the Antigonus family's notebook. He himself had forged a connection with the Fool and, thanks to Emperor Russell's diary, had chosen to become a seer. This was no mere coincidence, it was as if an invisible hand had orchestrated everything, guiding him down this path. If there truly was a mastermind behind it all, what was their goal? In that moment, Klein's mind raced with countless tropes from the novels he'd read, scheming masterminds using him as a pawn, transmigration as a vessel for resurrection. He felt as if he could barely breathe. Klein, are you all right? Alaric's voice cut through, accompanied by a firm pat on Klein's shoulder. Klein snapped out of his thoughts, exhaling softly. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. As he exhaled, his fist clenched beneath the table. He didn't know what secrets lay behind his circumstances, but if there was indeed a mastermind, he refused to sit idly and wait for his fate. You, Alaric hesitated, studying him for several seconds before speaking cautiously. Klein, do you have some connection to the Fool? Klein's instinct was to deny it, but before he could, Alaric continued, are you cursed by the Fool too? Cursed? Wait, what does he mean by, too? Klein blinked, eyeing Alaric suspiciously. You're cursed by the Fool. No, not me. An ancestor of a friend of mine was apparently cursed by the Fool. Alaric said quickly, shaking his head. Is this, friend, just you? Klein muttered to himself, but the explanation eased some of his doubts. Though he could understand Alaric's familiarity as a cautious person, he had always been wary of Alaric's eagerness to help him investigate the Fool. No one offers such help without reason. Now, Alaric's words clicked into place. No wonder Jack was so invested in the fool, he had a connection to him too. Wait, if Jack is a transmigrator like me, could the fool be tied to transmigration? Klein instinctively considered the possibility, then looked up at Alaric. After a moment's thought, he nodded vaguely. I might indeed have some connection to the fool. The statement was true from any angle. As Joe Mingrui, he called himself the fool above the gray fog. As Klein, he was entangled with the Antigonus family's notebook. How could he not be linked to the fool? Alaric wasn't surprised by Klein's words. He merely flashed a delighted expression at the right moment. As expected. So, you're a seer too. Klein had grown accustomed to Alaric's bluntness and startling remarks. Hearing his identity called out didn't shock him as much as he'd expected. He nodded. I am indeed a seer. After admitting his connection to the fool, there was no need to hide this. But, Klein glanced at Alaric suspiciously, testing the waters. 2. He hadn't missed Alaric's choice of words. That's right, I'm a seer as well. Alaric declared without hesitation. Klein's mouth twitched. He studied Alaric, probing cautiously, why did you choose to become a seer? The family is one of those ancient Beander lineages, though it's fallen on hard times. Still, the younger generation can choose between thief, seer, or apprentice pathways. I took a liking to seer. Alaric said without so much as a blink. No wonder you've dug up so much information. Klein's expression turned odd as realization dawned. Is it all right to tell me all this? No problem at all, you're a good person. Alaric waved dismissively, grinning. Besides, I divined it. You're not the type to sell me out. Klein's thoughts flashed to the divination he'd performed before leaving, and his mood grew complex. Alaric, who had been deliberately teasing, let his smile fade into a serious expression. Truth be told, I suspect there's something off about those dukes tied to the Blood Emperor in the fourth epic. What do you mean? Klein asked, puzzled. I have a friend in Backland who's likely connected to the Abraham family. From what I know, she's afflicted by a full moon curse, and it's not just her. The entire Abraham family seems to suffer from it. Alaric explained. As for that Duke Amon, he's definitely not good news. He let a wary expression cross his face. Do you have a grudge against Amon? Klein asked tentatively. It's not about me holding a grudge, there's something inherently wrong with Amon. If you ever encounter someone who seems like Amon, run immediately. He loves snacking on Beyonders from the seer, thief, and apprentice pathways. Alaric said, his tone growing grave. Oh, and Amon's trademark is a monocle. If you see someone wearing one, just run. Noted. Thanks for the heads up, Jack. Klein said, committing Alaric's words to memory. Though unsure of their truth, his wariness of Amon had spiked considerably. Still, questions nagged at him. Looking at Alaric, he couldn't help but ask, what pathway is Amon on, and why does he target Beyonders from the seer, apprentice, and thief pathways? Amon is a thief, Alaric explained, then blinked at Klein. As for why he targets seers, apprentices, and thieves, it's likely because these three pathways are adjacent. Do you know what adjacent pathways are? Klein shook his head honestly. At this stage, Klein was still a novice Beander, unaware of concepts like Beander characteristics or their deeper mechanics. You don't know. I can't just teach this kind of knowledge carelessly. Alaric feigned hesitation, eyeing Klein. After a few seconds, he finally revealed his hand. All right, how about this? Call me teacher. If we're master and apprentice, I can teach you this without breaking any rules. Oh, and if you'd rather pay me for it, Alaric started, as if suggesting another option, but before he could finish, Klein blurted out, teacher. The speed of it showed Klein's fear that Alaric might change his mind and demand payment. As expected of the god of poverty. Alaric thought, stifling a smirk. He wasn't surprised by Klein's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. Then you're my student from now on. Who'd have thought I'd become someone's teacher? Isn't there a chance you already are one? Klein pointed out, referencing Alaric's actual profession. This was why he'd had no qualms about calling him teacher. Alaric was a university instructor, only a few years older, so it felt natural. That's different. A teacher in the occult isn't the same as one in mundane studies. Alaric countered, chuckling. Since you've called me teacher, I won't let it go to waste. To explain adjacent pathways, you first need to understand a concept, Beander characteristics. Alaric then laid out the concept of Beander characteristics, including the 3 laws: indestructibility, conservation, and aggregation, explaining them thoroughly to Klein while also clarifying what adjacent pathways were. So, the seer, thief, and apprentice pathways are interchangeable because they're adjacent. That's likely why Amon preys on Beyonders from these pathways. Alaric concluded. As Klein absorbed this new knowledge, fresh theories about his situation emerged. Perhaps his deep connection to the Fool wasn't due to some shadowy mastermind but the gray fog itself. He had a faint suspicion that the mysterious gray fog might be a high-sequence artifact of the Fool's pathway, possibly even tied to divinity. Alaric, catching every shift in Klein's expression, noted his visible relief and relaxed himself. He'd pushed too hard earlier, piling pressure on the Fool with his teasing. By using the master-apprentice pretext, he offered alternative explanations to ease Klein's mind. Of course, Alaric didn't deny that he relished the idea of being the Fool's teacher. It satisfied his mischievous streak and strengthened their bond, a win-win. Having sorted through the coincidences surrounding him, Klein thought of something else and asked curiously, so, the more Beander characteristics you consume, the stronger you get. In theory, yes, but it's not very efficient. It's better to advance to the next sequence than to hoard characteristics from the same one. Alaric said, shaking his head. Accumulating too many characteristics from the same sequence can actually slow your digestion progress. Oh, by the way, do you know about the acting method? Klein nodded. I know of it, but I'm not particularly well versed. Could you explain it to me, teacher? Though Klein had learned of the acting method through Emperor Russell's diary, his understanding was far from thorough. He was still fumbling his way through it. Now that he had Alaric as a convenient teacher, Klein wasn't about to hold back. Why waste the title if he didn't ask questions? Well, I'm not exactly an expert on the acting method myself. I'm just a novice Beander, after all. Alaric said, scratching his head as he shared his perspective. But to me, acting is like immersive role-playing. You fully embody a role to gain some kind of recognition, tapping into its power. The name of the potion is the role you're meant to play. Alaric could have parroted the detailed explanations from the original story, but that wasn't necessary. He stuck to his persona, someone from a knowledgeable family, privy to many secrets but still a fledgling Beander. A novice didn't need a profound grasp of the acting method, just a general understanding that was on the right track. Klein's brow twitched at Alaric's self-description as a novice Beander. Though he wasn't entirely surprised. He'd already suspected Alaric was a transmigrator, and this only confirmed it. There's one crucial thing, though. Alaric's expression turned serious as he looked at Klein. No matter what, always remember, you're only acting as the role, not becoming it. Klein froze. He'd initially thought Alaric's understanding of the acting method was shallow, but this advice hit like a revelation. The acting method was just that, acting. Fully immersing oneself in the role and forgetting one's true self could lead to disaster. Otherwise, loss of control was all but certain. The Beander world really is fraught with danger. Klein exhaled inwardly, then looked at Alaric with genuine respect. I understand. Thank you, teacher. This, teacher, was said with heartfelt sincerity. If his earlier use of the title had been half-joking, akin to calling a friend, Daddy, to get them to grab food, now Klein felt genuine admiration for Alaric. Their teacher-student bond might have been established casually, but Alaric was teaching him with true earnestness. Hey, you're getting all serious on me. It's kind of embarrassing. Alaric scratched his head again, feigning a touch of awkwardness. I was just kidding earlier. We're close enough that I'd teach you this stuff anyway. Making you call me, teacher, was like asking you to call me, Daddy. You probably don't get that one. Klein couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Is there a chance you're forgetting this is only our third meeting? Truth be told, Klein admired Alaric's laid-back demeanor. The man gave off the vibe of a naive university student, someone who could be swindled in the real world without batting an eye. Alaric, of course, knew exactly what Klein was thinking. This was the effect he'd deliberately cultivated. For someone like Klein, a good person, a persona that was skilled in other areas but innocent and in need of looking after was the perfect way to build rapport. Still, he played along, putting on a serious face to counter, you don't get it. It's like we clicked instantly. I don't know how to explain it, but when I saw you, I just felt, you're like one of my own kind. His words trailed off into a carefully timed mix of confusion and melancholy. Klein paused, lips pursed, falling silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he broke into a smile and steered the conversation forward. So, does calling you, teacher, still count? The implication was clear. Did their teacher-student relationship still hold? Well, I'd like it to count. It's my first time being a teacher, after all. Alaric blinked, his expression a mix of shy embarrassment and eager anticipation. Joking aside, who wouldn't want to play the mentor? Being a teacher was its own kind of authority. Klein wasn't surprised by the response, only amused. He thought for a moment before asking, "Teacher, what's your plan for my studies going forward?" Alaric's eyes lit up, and he coughed lightly, adopting a slightly smug yet restrained demeanor. "How about you come by once or twice a week for lessons? I may be a novice Beander, but I know enough to teach you without interfering with your work." At the mention of his work, Klein's expression grew subtle. He looked at Alaric, testing the waters. "Do you know what I do for a living?" "Sure, you're a historical consultant for a security company, right?" Alaric replied with a puzzled look. "You mentioned it last time." His acting was so convincing it seemed he genuinely knew nothing more. Klein was silent for a few seconds before deciding to probe further. "Teacher, are you familiar with official Beyonders?" Alaric nodded. "Yeah, I've heard of them in Backland. Nighthawks, Heart of Machinery, Punishers. They're the ones, right? What's your take on them?" Klein pressed. "They seem like decent folks, I guess. Though I've heard the Punishers are pretty harsh. If they catch you, you're done for. The others seem more lenient. As long as you're not committing crimes, you might get a chance to reform if you're caught." Alaric's expression turned thoughtful, then confused. "Why bring them up? You haven't gotten on their bad side, have you?" Klein relaxed slightly at the response, then cleared his throat. "Is there a chance? I'm an official Beander myself." "What?" Alaric's face registered shock, pointing at Klein uncertainly. "You, an official Beander? Strictly speaking, a Nighthawk." Klein corrected. Alaric's expression morphed into a mix of bewilderment and disappointment, like a squirrel whose pinecone had been stolen. After a long pause, he glanced at Klein, visibly deflated. "So, you're here to arrest me? Why would you think that?" Klein shook his head, half laughing, before turning serious. "I'm just asking if you'd consider becoming my informant. That way, even if the officials find you, you won't end up locked behind the Chinese gate." "That's an option." Alaric's eyes widened, his naive student persona in full force as he nodded eagerly. Sure, I'm in. All right, I'll sound out the captain in a few days. If all goes well, we should be able to formalize your informant status." Klein said with a nod. As a new Nighthawk, he'd need to wait a bit before arranging an informant. After discussing the informant matter, Alaric enthusiastically chatted with Klein about Beander knowledge, fully embracing his role as a teacher before seeing Klein off, who needed to head home for dinner. Watching Klein's trackless carriage disappear into the distance, Alaric returned inside, the naive university student smile fading from his face. He stretched, chuckled softly, and muttered, "Klein, you really are a good guy." He truly enjoyed dealing with good people. If Klein had been a high-ranking figure, Alaric might have soared to demigod-level power just from this exchange. Pity, but being an angel investor isn't bad either, Alaric mused to himself. He headed upstairs to his laboratory, where a half-carved charm lay on the desk, spiritual materials scattered nearby, and an open book rested to the right. Alaric approached the workbench, tossed the incomplete charm's runes into the trash, and started anew with fresh materials. After crafting a new charm, he yawned but didn't continue practicing. Instead, he tidied the desk and left for an unoccupied apartment, another of his safe houses, used for receiving certain letters from Backland. Opening the mailbox, Alaric found a single letter with no postmark, clearly delivered directly. He took it inside, opened the envelope, and reviewed its contents. The letter was from Mr. A in Backland, detailing recent activities of Beyonders there, part of Alaric's deal with the Aurora Order. At the letter's end, Mr. A mentioned that someone had been buying Emperor Russell's diaries. Following Alaric's earlier instructions, he had sold the diaries Alaric provided. Alaric raised an eyebrow, a playful smile spreading across his face. "So, My Transmigration diary might soon appear at the Tarot Club. Shame I'm not a member yet. When the fool sees the diary, he'll likely suspect my background and divine its origins. By our next meeting, I'll know if the grey fog can counter Nyarlathotep's fragment interference. Alaric muttered to himself, having deliberately shaped his persona for this test. Even if Klein divined that the diary came from him, it wouldn't matter. A naive, playful university student forging Russell's diaries for profit was hardly suspicious. His thoughts turned to the idle duo in Backland. After a moment, he began writing a letter, not to Mr. A or Azek, but to Zio and Furs. In it, he first extended greetings, politely inquired about their progress investigating the fool, and concluded. I've learned the Abraham family was a noble lineage in the Fourth Epic's Tudor Empire. Due to their loyalty to the Blood Emperor, they were at odds with the Truncest Empire. Could their curse be tied to Truncest? Backland was once part of the Truncest Empire, and some noble families there served it. Perhaps their libraries hold records on this. We might try approaching Backland's nobles to uncover such knowledge. Your loyal friend, Jack Jones. Alaric's aim was to nudge Zio and Furs toward contacting Audrey and others. With his butterfly effect at play, he wasn't sure if Furs would still, as in the original story, approach Audrey to free Zio from prison. He wasn't one to sit idly by, so he took the initiative. The full moon curse was something even the idle duo couldn't ignore. After writing their letter, Alaric penned ones for Mr. A and Azek. Checking his pocket watch, he saw it was past 9 in the evening and shook his head. This schedule of mine, I'm really going to collapse one day. 9 wasn't late, but after 3 sleepless days, Alaric felt he was pushing his limits. Forget it. Better listen to advice and rest. He muttered, shaking his head. He headed to the post office, mailed the letters, and returned home to catch up on sleep. Monday, 3 in the afternoon. Klein convened his third Tarot Club meeting. He first congratulated Audrey on advancing to Sequence 9 Spectator, then collected Russell's diaries from Alger and Audrey, kicking off the Tarot Club's tradition, the fool reading Russell's diaries. The first 3 pages were unremarkable, detailing Russell's pirate-themed antics post-transmigration, discovering an unnamed island, and his initial resistance to an arranged marriage before embracing it. Klein gained insights while mentally chuckling. But when he turned to the 4th page, Audrey's second submission, he froze. The diary read, June 29th, clear. I've been in this world for 3 days. The brief entry described a transmigrator who wanted to coast but found their new identity had a formidable enemy, forcing them to become a thief. They were quickly caught by said enemy. Yet, the previous 3 pages had detailed Russell joining the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery as a savant, with his family being the Gustavs. This page, however, mentioned a transmigrator in the Zoroast family, with their great enemy named Amon. Unless Russell was bored enough to forge his own diary, this last page likely belongs to another transmigrator. Klein mused, surprisingly calm. He was used to it by now. Upon transmigrating, he'd learned of Russell, a fellow transmigrator who'd caused waves. Days later, he met Jack Jones, another apparent transmigrator. He was already prepared for the possibility that this world held many such individuals. As for why other transmigrators hadn't left their mark on history, that wasn't surprising. Much of the 4th Epic and earlier records were fragmented, so it was possible earlier transmigrators had achieved great things that simply didn't survive in records. Besides, people's personalities varied. While someone like Russell was flamboyant, it was perfectly normal for other transmigrators to be low-key and avoid the spotlight. Klein was more concerned with 2 other matters. First, the fate of this fellow transmigrator. The diary only covered up to the point where the Zoroast was captured by Amon, kept as a snack for future harvesting while secretly plotting escape. Though the diary's tone suggested they'd succeeded, the abrupt end left Klein uneasy. Second was the description of the Zoroast family, an ancient Beander lineage, steeped in knowledge but fallen from grace, with a nemesis named Amon and family members choosing between marauder, seer, or apprentice pathways. This sounded awfully familiar. He thought of his newly minted teacher, and an absurd notion crossed his mind. Could this diary be Alaric's? But he quickly dismissed it. Alaric had no reason to let his diary circulate, and he was a seer, not a marauder. Unless Jack wrote it for fun, but why would he? Klein mused, finding the idea unlikely. Alaric lacked a clear motive. Still, he might not need a motive. Maybe he just did it for amusement, Klein reconsidered, recalling Alaric's playful demeanor during their interactions. Suddenly, it didn't seem so far-fetched. After all, a quirky university student could do anything. Unable to reach a conclusion, Klein didn't dwell on it. He continued presiding over the Tarot Club, sharing his newly crafted honorific name with Audrey and Alger, instructing them to try praying after the meeting. Once the Tarot Club ended and he'd sent Audrey and Alger back, Klein frowned at the diary in his hands. After a moment's thought, he manifested his pendulum and began a divination. Jack Jones wrote this diary page. The result came quickly, a negation. The diary wasn't from Jack Jones. Klein trusted divinations conducted above the gray fog. He adopted a thoughtful expression. So, there really is a fourth transmigrator. Recalling Alaric's wary yet not overly fearful attitude toward Amon, Klein had another guess. Could Jack's attitude stem from reading this Zoroast transmigrator's diary? But even if that's true, it doesn't rule out Jack being a Zoroast himself. The two aren't mutually exclusive. While Klein brainstormed above the gray fog, Alaric was in a faculty office at Tingen University, discussing 4th epic history with Azek. Mr. Azek, your knowledge is truly vast. You even know about this. Alaric said sincerely. Their discussion had yielded fascinating insights, though he wasn't sure if Azek's knowledge came from his role as a history professor or his memories as a death consul. Either way, Alaric was reaping the benefits. Your perspectives are quite intriguing as well. They've given me new ideas. Azek said with a gentle smile. He sipped his coffee, then, as if recalling something, asked, "Are you still helping Klein investigate the Antigonus family and the Fool?" Compared to Klein, Azek had only a mild interest in these matters. His busy schedule kept him from following the investigation closely. Alaric nodded, smiling. Klein's a good friend, and I'm quite curious about these things myself. By the way, I've been looking into the Abraham family recently, another prominent 4th epic noble lineage. Have you heard of them, Mr. Azek? Abraham? Azek paused mid-stir, his expression turning thoughtful. After several seconds, he said, I only recall that their ancestor was known as Mr. Dor. Mr. Dor? Alaric put on a suitably stunned expression, then nodded as if enlightened. So that's what Dor means. Thank you, Mr. Azek. You've cleared up some of my questions. Alaric added quickly. No need to thank me. I didn't help much. Azek replied with a gentle shake of his head. Alaric glanced at him thoughtfully, then looked around to ensure the office was empty. Lowering his voice, he asked, Mr. Azek, do you know about mystical powers? Azek fell silent for a few seconds, clearly caught off guard by Alaric's bold directness. Still, he didn't deny it. I do know a bit about the mystical world, he said calmly. I knew it. Alaric's face lit up with an I had a feeling expression, followed by excitement and anticipation. I'm a seer. What pathway are you, Mr. Azek? This time, Azek was truly speechless. Over the past few days, he'd noticed Alaric's naive and unworldly nature, but he hadn't expected such a reckless self-revelation. Chuckling softly, Azek cautioned, don't casually reveal your sequence to others. It's dangerous. Though his memories were fragmented, Azek knew that in Beander battles, information was critical. Even the strongest Beander could be targeted if their sequence was known. I'm not telling just anyone. You're not a bad person, Mr. Azek. Alaric muttered softly. I wouldn't tell others. I'm not foolish. I suspect you've already told Klein. Azek said with a calm, gentle smile. Alaric's eyes widened, and he looked at Azek as if struck by a realization. Oh, right. You and Klein have known each other for so long, you must know about each other. His acting was so convincing it deserved an award for theatrics. No, Klein doesn't know about me. I only suspected he might be a Beander, and it seems I was right. Azek said, shaking his head. His gaze on Alaric was like a parent looking at a foolish but endearing child, a mix of exasperation and indulgence. Alaric seemed to realize he'd accidentally spilled Klein's secret. He stammered for a moment before saying, Mr. Azek, can I tell Klein about you? Why? Azek asked, not angered by the bold request, his eyes still gentle. Because I let slip Klein's secret. I know you're a good person, Mr. Isaac, and wouldn't harm him, but I need to make this right, Alaric said with a serious expression. If you both know each other's secrets, it balances things out. Of course, I'll make it up to you. Isaac understood Alaric's logic. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded. No need for compensation. You can tell him about me and arrange a meeting. I have some matters I'd like to discuss with him in person. Isaac indeed had things to talk about with Klein, particularly entrusting him to investigate his past. Among his current contacts, Klein was one of only 2 Beyonders he knew, and likely an official one at that. As for why he didn't ask Alaric, the reason was simple. Alaric's naive nature and lack of an official Beyonder status made Isaac worry he'd end up getting himself investigated into an official Beyonder prison. With Klein, Isaac had no such concerns, not just because of his official status but because Klein's dependable character far outshone Alaric's. Alaric could guess what Isaac was thinking, and this was precisely the outcome he'd orchestrated. He had no intention of disrupting the bond between Isaac and Klein, hardly a father-son duo, but certainly a teacher-student one. Keeping them as each other's anchors was more beneficial to him. If both succumbed to excessive divinity from a lack of grounding, that would give Alaric a headache. Alaric knew his limits. He could charm his way to high favor, but he could never be their anchor. So, from the start, he wasn't here to break this family apart, he was here to join it. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Alaric showed none of it, only flashing a delighted smile. Then I'll write to Klein right away. Dear student Klein, please forgive me for making a mistake. Klein read Alaric's letter at a leisurely pace, feeling a slight headache forming. After seeing the Zoroast diary at the Tarot Club 2 days ago, he'd planned to find time to meet Alaric and ask about his connection to the Zoroast family. But the past 2 days had been hectic. During the day, he'd studied Beyonder knowledge with Old Neil, learning about mid and low sequence names and traits, as well as various secret organizations. In the evening, he'd accompanied Old Neil to Tingen's underground black market, broadening his horizons. There simply hadn't been time to visit Alaric. And now, at the end of this busy day, he found this letter in his mailbox. The letter detailed how Alaric had confessed his Beyonder status to Isaac and accidentally revealed Klein's as well. Alaric apologized sincerely and mentioned that Isaac wanted to meet him. Truth be told, Klein wasn't too upset about Alaric exposing his Beyonder identity. As an official Beyonder, he wasn't as paranoid about secrecy as wild Beyonders. His main feeling was a wry sense of, oh, he finally messed up. I'd better get Jack's informant status sorted out soon, or I might end up visiting him behind the Chinese gate. Klein rubbed his temples, shaking his head helplessly before turning to another matter. Mr. Isaac is a Beyonder too. I wonder what pathway. Jack didn't mention it, probably didn't ask. Recalling what he knew of Isaac from his original memories and their last interaction, Klein felt Isaac was unlikely to be malicious. Still, he didn't jump to conclusions. Out of caution, he returned to the gray fog to divine whether meeting Isaac posed any danger. The results showed none. I should meet him, then. I wonder what Mr. Isaac wants. Klein mused, reviewing his schedule. While nothing critical was pending, his days were packed, and he might need to join the search for the Antigonus family's notebook at any moment, making it hard to take leave. So busy, Klein muttered. He'd been a workhorse before transmigrating, but his current schedule was several times more intense, each day brimming with excitement. If it comes to it, I'll wait for my next day off, Klein decided, writing a reply to Alaric. He reassured him that he wasn't upset about the slip-up, agreed to meet Isaac, but noted his packed schedule might delay the meeting until his next day off. He added that if he found time earlier, he'd visit them directly. It looks like by the time I see Klein again, he'll be a full-fledged Nighthawk, Alaric set down Klein's reply, unsurprised. The fool's post-transmigration life was indeed relentlessly busy. He'd picked up another letter from Backlund, this one from Zio. She wrote that she'd read his last letter and found his reasoning sound. They knew of a noble who'd been inquiring about Beyonder matters for some time and seemed trustworthy, so Zio and Furs planned to approach them. Even slackers get serious when it comes to their own safety. Alaric chuckled, starting replies to both parties. After finishing, he stretched and began plotting his next move. When Isaac and Klein meet, he'll likely ask Klein to help investigate his past. Then, I can have my third alias appear in their sights. Alaric's first alias was naturally Alaric Zoroast, a vengeful figure persecuted by Amon, saved by the Lord of Chaos, and driven to restore his family's glory, even at the cost of his soul. This persona was currently focused on making an impression with Leonard and the Zoroast family. His second alias, Jack Jones, was a transmigrator, a naive, slightly foolish university student from the Zoroast family. Simple in character but rich in knowledge, he served as Klein's teacher and was on good terms with Isaac. The third alias, conceived when crafting the Transmigration diary, was Lucifer Zoroast, named after an infamous fallen angel from Alaric's past life. This persona was the protagonist of the diary, the first transmigrator of the Zoroast family, and Jack Jones's mentor, a high-sequence Beander. Alaric's burdens fall to the Lord of Chaos, and Jack's to Lucifer. This way, everyone has a bright future. Alaric mused, then chuckled as a thought struck him. Come to think of it, the Zoroast family is brimming with talent. Isn't that a kind of revival? The Amon family only has Amon, after all. Alaric quipped to himself, mentally refining the distinctions between his three personas. He couldn't afford a slip-up that would expose him, that would be far too embarrassing. July 13, Friday. Upon arriving at Blackthorn Security Company, Klein met Captain Dunn, who informed him that the Antigonus family notebook had been safely escorted to Backland. Thanks to Klein's contributions, he was to be officially instated as a Nighthawk. The previous day, Klein had joined the mission to pursue an Antigonus descendant and recover the notebook. He'd shown in the battle, counter-killing a secret order Beander and earning significant merit. Klein was naturally pleased with the outcome. Though his first kill left some psychological scars, the target was a villain, and Klein's resilience allowed him to adjust quickly. But, a thought occurred to him. Before Dunn could leave, Klein spoke up. "Captain, I have something important to discuss." Dunn looked at him curiously but nodded. They moved to Dunn's office, where Klein raised the matter he'd been mulling over, making Jack an informant. Klein had been considering this for a while but held off due to his junior status among the Nighthawks. Now, on the verge of becoming an official Beander, he saw his chance to secure Jack a legitimate informant role. He was confident, having already researched the process thoroughly. As expected, when Klein explained he'd found a wild seer who was law-abiding and willing to cooperate with the Nighthawks, Dunn approved the request. He asked for detailed information, instructed Klein to keep it confidential, and assigned him as Jack's sole contact. Relieved at securing Jack's status, Klein began his day's work and studies. That afternoon, he was granted a half-day off, a humane gesture from the Nighthawks, given his involvement in yesterday's major mission. Klein didn't refuse the break. Eager to meet Alaric and the others, he left Blackthorn Security Company and took a trackless carriage to Hoy University. "Well, Klein, good afternoon. You're on a rest day already." In the history department's office, Alaric, organizing lesson plans, spotted Klein entering and greeted him warmly. "Good afternoon, Teacher Jack." Klein replied with a smile, his gaze shifting to Isaac, who was also in the office. "Good afternoon, Mr. Isaac." "Good afternoon, Klein." Isaac responded kindly, but his gaze lingered, brows furrowing as he studied Klein. "Is something wrong, Mr. Isaac?" Klein asked, a mix of curiosity and nervousness in his voice. Before learning Isaac was a Beander, Klein might have assumed his attire was off. Now, knowing Isaac's status, his mind raced with possibilities. Isaac didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the others in the office before saying, "This isn't the place to talk. Mind taking a walk by the Hoy River?" After a pause, he looked at Alaric and added, "Jack, you come too." "Sure." Alaric, playing the naive role, nodded eagerly without hesitation. Klein, though curious, had come to discuss matters with Isaac, so he nodded as well. The trio left the office and walked to the Hoy River. None spoke until they reached a secluded spot, where Isaac stopped and turned to Klein. "I've noticed something discordant in your fate. Have you experienced many coincidences lately?" Unlike the original story's gradual build-up, Alaric's meddling had led to both parties laying their cards on the table, making Isaac's opening far more direct. Coincidences. Klein could name plenty: the fool, and more fool-related events. He mentally chuckled but sensed Isaac wasn't referring to those. Reflecting on recent events, he fell silent. His recent experiences were so numerous that recalling them was a task in itself. Still, He quickly pinpointed 2 key incidents. There are 2 things that stand out as particularly coincidental. Klein referred to events tied to the Antigonus family notebook. The Nighthawk's success in retrieving it was steeped in coincidences. I thought it was the gray fog instinctively drawing the Antigonus notebook, a seer pathway item. Could that not be the case? Or is Mr. Isaac sensing the gray fog itself? Puzzled, Klein kept his expression neutral and asked, "What do you see, Mr. Isaac?" "I can only sense some discord in your fate, nothing more specific." "I'm not a true seer, after all," Isaac said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. "But I suggest you stay cautious. If another coincidence occurs, it might mean something is interfering with your fate." "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Isaac," Klein replied, nodding solemnly. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Is this one of your abilities, Mr. Isaac? Are you a Beander of the monster pathway?" Klein recalled old Neil mentioning the monster sequence. "I'm likely not on the monster pathway. Truth be told, I'm not sure which pathway I'm on." Isaac shook his head, his gaze tinged with melancholy as he stared at the Hoy River. In a measured tone, he shared his story: no past, no parents, no memory of who he once was, only occasional dreams of uncertain truth. As for his Beander abilities, Isaac had discovered them gradually during his university years, but he lacked detailed memories or knowledge of their full extent, relying solely on instinct to use them sparingly. "This is why I wanted to talk, Klein," Isaac said, turning to him with a serious expression. "I hope you can help me find clues to my origins. You don't need to go out of your way, just keep an eye out if you come across anything relevant." Klein hadn't expected such a story, but his own transmigrator experience gave him a sense of empathy. He exhaled, then asked with some confusion, "Mr. Isaac, why not investigate the Beander world yourself?" And he glanced at Alaric, who was eagerly observing the conversation. "Why me?" The unspoken question. "You're close with Jack too, why not ask him?" Isaac gave a self-deprecating smile, explaining his reluctance to dive into the Beander world: fear of danger, fear of death, and a preference for his current, comfortable life over risky ventures. He clarified that he wasn't asking Klein to take risks either. Even now, his request wasn't for Klein to go out of his way but simply to note anything related to his past if encountered. As for Jack, Isaac glanced at Alaric, choosing his words carefully. "His personality isn't quite suited for this." Klein fell silent, looking at Alaric. After a moment, he nodded thoughtfully. "Fair enough." Now it was Alaric's turn to protest. He glanced between Isaac and Klein, exclaiming, "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Am I that foolish?" His indignation, of course, was an act. "Ahem, we didn't mean it like that. It's just your straightforward nature might make you an easy target," Klein coughed, offering an explanation. "Jack, I just think you might not be the best fit for this kind of task," Isaac said gently. "That's stereotyping," Alaric huffed, glaring at them before striking a confident pose, hands on hips. "And who says I can't help? I have ways to assist with both Klein's fate issue and Mr. Isaac's past." "What ways?" Klein asked, genuinely curious. "I can write to my teacher," Alaric said with a smug grin. "He's incredibly capable and would definitely have solutions." Quote. What else could one expect from him? "You have a teacher?" Klein asked, snapping out of his mental commentary, surprised. "Of course I do. Did you think I taught myself?" Alaric shot Klein a puzzled look, as if baffled by his surprise. "Right, why did I assume Jack didn't have a teacher?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "Who's your teacher?" "Lucifer Zoroast," Alaric answered without hesitation, only to clap a hand over his mouth as if realizing a mistake. "Wait, my teacher said not to use his full name." He glanced cautiously at Klein and Isaac. "Can you just pretend you didn't hear that? Your teacher is lucky to have you," Klein said after a pause, unable to muster anything else. Isaac rubbed his brow, as if recalling something. "A marauder." Klein's mind flashed to the Transmigration diary he'd read above the gray fog. The name Lucifer, paired with the familiar surname Zoroast, sparked a suspicion. Could Jack's teacher be the transmigrator who crossed Amon? Unbeknownst to Klein, Alaric was closely observing his reactions. With his already sharp perception, enhanced by his Joker potion, Alaric quickly confirmed what he wanted. Klein hadn't divined that the Transmigration diary was his creation. So, Nyarlathotep's fragment can indeed interfere with the Saphira castle. Alaric concluded inwardly, maintaining his persona outwardly. Noticing their reactions, he pouted. I only blurted it out because I trust you both. I'm not like this with others. Whether Klein and Azek believed him was unclear. They exchanged a glance, and Azek spoke first. Thank you, Jack, but I'd prefer to keep this matter private for now. Though Azek trusted Alaric, he remained wary of his teacher. I don't think my situation requires you writing to your teacher just yet. Klein said diplomatically, declining as well. Fine, I get it, you don't trust my teacher. Alaric said, feigning disappointment before perking up. But even without writing to him, I can still help you, Mr. Azek. How so? Azek asked, not dismissing him outright this time, his tone gentle. My teacher once gave me a special gem. When used, it can summon a projection of someone's past. If you want to know your history, Mr. Azek, we could summon someone connected to you and ask. Alaric said casually, dropping a bombshell. What? There's such a thing. Klein's eyes widened, feeling the awe of high-level Beander powers for the first time. Of course, his limited knowledge of such powers meant the true impact was somewhat lost on him. Had he known more, he'd likely be even more stunned. Azek was taken aback as well. Rubbing his brow as if recalling something, he asked hesitantly, do you mean a historical projection? But, my memories tell me historical projections lack self-awareness. Not a historical projection, a shadow of time. Alaric corrected, scratching his head. I don't know the specifics, though. It's something my teacher gave me for protection, and that's how it works. Though puzzled, Azek, with his fragmented memories, assumed it might be an ability he was unaware of. He looked at Alaric cautiously. If it's meant for your protection, is it wise to use it on me? While he desperately wanted to recover his memories, he didn't want to harm others in the process. No worries. I'll just write to my teacher for another one. We're close, he'll probably just scold me a bit. Alaric said with a carefree grin, painting a picture of a doting mentor and loyal student. Your teacher must have the patience of a saint not to have throttled you, Klein thought, not doubting Alaric's words. He was starting to understand why Alaric was so naive, clearly, he'd been spoiled. Though I'm not one to talk, Klein fell silent, recalling his efforts to secure Alaric's informant status with the Nighthawks. Whether out of care for a fellow transmigrator or their growing friendship, he, too, felt compelled to look after this guileless soul. Azek likely felt the same. Perhaps Lucifer Zoroast feels this way too. Hearing Alaric's offer, Azek didn't decline further. However, the Hoy riverbank was too public, and recovering memories might cause a scene. To avoid attention, the trio left Hoy University and took a trackless carriage to an abandoned factory. Mr. Azek, please give me your hand. I'll use you as the medium for the time stone. Alaric said, his expression unusually serious. Two things to note. First, the time stone can't choose who it summons, so I don't know who'll appear, only that they'll be someone close to you. I've only ever summoned my teacher, so prepare yourself. Second, the summoned figure lasts only 10 minutes, so ask your questions quickly. These were, of course, fabrications to ease his later maneuvers. Understood. Azek said, extending his right hand, visibly tense. Klein watched, a mix of curiosity and nervousness, as Alaric grasped Azek's hand. With his other hand, Alaric produced a translucent gem etched with runes Klein had never seen. The gem glowed, then shattered like an illusion. A figure appeared beside Azek, a girl with soft black hair and features 3 or 4 parts similar to his, clearly a blood relative. As her form solidified, the girl opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. When she saw Azek, she broke into a smile and called out, "Father." Mr. Azek's daughter. Klein's mind raced with guesses. Then he saw Azek freeze, as if struck by a memory. He stared at the girl, murmuring a name, before sinking to one knee in evident pain. "Father, what's wrong?" The girl, clearly concerned, rushed to him, looking at Azek with worry before turning to Klein and Alaric. "Gentlemen, are you my father's friends? He seems ill, can you take him to a doctor?" I'm fine. Azek shook his head, gripping the girl's hand tightly yet carefully, his fingers trembling. Mr. Azek, Klein, concerned, sensed through his spiritual intuition that Azek was in a precarious yet oddly safe state. "Father, are you sure you're all right? You're shaking, are you cold? The girl, unconvinced, remained worried. I'm just overwhelmed. Azik said, his face etched with pain and sorrow. Memories flooded back, his past, this girl, her death. He'd lost her long, long ago. The realization tore at him, but more than the pain, Azik refused to forget her existence, the joy they'd shared. Calling her name again, he embraced her as she looked at him in confusion. He recalled a time when she was small enough to sit on his shoulders, when he'd played the fool to make her laugh, like any doting father. I missed you so much, I'm so sorry for forgetting you, so sorry, Azik mumbled, lost in the instincts of a father reunited with his lost child. The girl fell silent, listening. After a few minutes, she pulled free, as if understanding something. Looking at Azik, she said, Father, I'm already gone, aren't I? Azik's body shook. He turned away, unable to answer. Alaric, silent until now, spoke up. In this era, you are indeed gone. This is the future, and you're from the past. I see. That's incredible. The girl's face lit up with wonder. She then gently cupped Azik's face, pressing her forehead to his. Don't be sad, Father. I hate seeing you like this. Even though I'm gone, I want you to live a new life. It'd be nice if you didn't forget me, though. She smiled, rubbing her cheek against his. So don't cry, Father. You're a dependable, mature adult, you can't be sobbing. Azik realized then that tears were streaming down his face. The girl looked up at Klein and Alaric, smiling. You two must be Father's friends, right? Yes, we're Mr. Azik's friends. Klein and Alaric both nodded. Then can I ask you both to look after my father? The girl clasped her hands together, her expression earnest. Please, it means a lot to me. Her gaze lingered primarily on Alaric. As the summoned, she could sense who had called her forth. I will, Klein said, unable to refuse such a heartfelt request. He nodded firmly. I'll take good care of Mr. Azik. Alaric added with a nod. That's wonderful. Thank you both. The girl beamed brightly. Alaric sighed, glancing at her. You've got about 30 seconds left. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, Uncle, you're a good person. The girl said, turning back to Azik. Her face showed reluctance, but she quickly smiled again, throwing her arms around him. All right, Father, I have to go back. The past version of you still needs me. But if I could, I'd love to come to this era again and see you. Goodbye. Goodbye. As Azik stood in silence, grappling with his daughter's disappearance, Alaric refrained from interrupting, instead quietly sensing the digestion progress of his Joker potion. Moments ago, his Joker potion had surged forward, nearly matching the boost he'd gained from startling Pallas. It was completely unexpected, but Alaric wasn't clueless. He quickly pieced it together, musing to himself, so, it's not just about causing others trouble for my own amusement that digests the Joker potion. Bringing joy to others while pleasing myself works too. Is this a two-way acting method? A realization hit him. His preconceived notions about Nyarlathotep had led him to equate Joker acting with malicious pranks. Now, he saw that a Joker wasn't just about sowing chaos for personal glee, it also included spreading happiness, thereby finding joy oneself. I was too narrow-minded. A Joker is about fun, plain and simple. As long as it brings me joy, it counts as acting. Limiting it to harming others was too restrictive. This insight deepened his understanding of his pathway, and he let out a relieved breath. While Alaric pondered the essence of being a Joker, Azik finally stood, turning to the concerned Klein and Alaric. He managed a faint smile. Sorry for worrying you, Mr. Azik, are you all right? Klein asked, eyeing Azik's clearly strained state. Don't be sad, Mr. Azik. You can see your daughter again. I can ask my teacher for another time gem. He dotes on me, he'll give me one, maybe scold me a bit, Alaric said, feigning worry. I'm fine, don't worry. Azik replied, warmed by their concern. He looked at Alaric, shaking his head. Thank you, Jack, but no need. Alaric blinked, adopting a confused expression. Mr. Azik, don't you want to see your daughter again? Of course I do, but this is my burden to bear. Azik said gently. Though his recovered memories were limited, they were enough for him to grasp how precious the time gem was. Alaric's teacher clearly cherished him, entrusting him with such an item for protection. But that didn't mean Alaric could squander it. Once or twice was fine, but repeatedly asking might strain his teacher's regard for him. Isaac longed to see his daughter again, but not at the cost of deceiving Alaric or exploiting his naivety, risking his teacher's disapproval. So, he looked at Alaric kindly. "Jack, I'd like to meet your teacher." He wanted to discuss the time gem directly with Alaric's mentor. Huh. Alaric feigned surprise, as if caught off guard by Isaac's change of heart, but quickly nodded eagerly. "Sure, I'll write to him right away." He paused, then added hesitantly, "But my teacher's been really busy lately. I'm not sure if he can make time to meet you." "That's fine. I don't mind waiting," Isaac said with a gentle smile, then added earnestly, "Jack, thank you. I owe you one. If you ever need help with something I can manage, I'll do my utmost." His sincerity left no doubt of his commitment. I didn't do much. You're too kind, Mr. Isaac," Alaric said, adopting an embarrassed look. While maintaining his persona, he was inwardly elated. His maneuvers had skyrocketed Isaac's favor toward him. Now, he could borrow power up to sequence 3 ferryman level. Family ties really are Isaac's weak spot, Alaric thought gleefully, unsurprised that he hadn't maxed out Isaac's favor. Building rapport was easy at first, but deeper bonds, close friends, lifelong allies, grew exponentially harder. Crossing from the high 90s to a perfect 100 was a monumental leap. Alaric hadn't expected to fully win Isaac over so soon. Reaching the high 80s was already excellent progress, easing his mind considerably. Since arriving in this mysterious world, Alaric had been on edge, given its dangers. Now, with access to ferryman-level power, not quite angelic, but enough to face most threats with confidence, he felt more secure. With ferryman power at my disposal, it's time to meet Medici. My Joker potion is nearly digested. I should start seeking high-sequence hunter pathway items. Alaric planned, plotting how to build rapport with Medici. For starters, summoning a shadow of time of the ancient sun god should earn him plenty of favor. As for whether Medici, upon learning the truth about being cooked in the past, might turn against Adam in the future, that was none of Alaric's concern. He wasn't close to the ancient sun god, had never met Adam, and his alliance with the true creator was flimsy at best. He had no part in the incident, and no reason to know its truth. So, what did Medici's potential feud with Adam have to do with him? For now, Alaric only needed to leverage Medici's ignorance of the truth, using the ancient sun god to build rapport with him. Whether they'd clash later was none of his concern. In this matter, Alaric was merely an outsider. If I get close enough to Medici and can't win over Adam, I wouldn't mind siding with the Red Angel to take him on. Alaric thought shamelessly. As for whether Adam could sense these thoughts, Alaric was deliberately projecting them. Just as he'd intentionally thought of Adam during the storm, he knew an Adam might be lurking in the air around him. Aware he had no real defense against Adam, he chose to openly display his stance, testing Adam's reaction. Adam wanted to probe Alaric's intentions, but Alaric was equally curious about the divine true creator's plans. Through his recent probing, combined with his soul's unique nature, Alaric had formed some guesses. He wasn't sure if Adam could read his thoughts, but just as Amon couldn't parasitize him, the spectator pathway's hypnotic or perception-altering abilities likely wouldn't work either. If Adam could hypnotize him, the problem would have been solved at its root. As for whether he was already hypnotized, Alaric didn't need to wonder. Having faced Yog-Sothoth and housing Nyarlathotep's fragment, he was certain of his mental clarity. Still, even if his guesses were correct and Adam couldn't manipulate his mind, Adam remained a formidable threat. Alaric, however, took it in stride. You can set me up, push me to the world's opposing side, or try to win me over. I'm loosely aligned with the orderly side, after all. Honestly, I'm curious to see what you'll choose. Alaric chuckled inwardly, unconcerned if Adam could sense these thoughts, and shifted his focus to Zio and Furs. Have they contacted Audrey yet? When I return to Backland, I should nudge their progress toward joining the Tarot Club, Alaric mused, maintaining his persona with professional dedication. Isaac, unaware of Alaric's chaotic scheming, turned to Klein gently. Klein, I need to retract my earlier words. Going forward, I may actively seek my past memories. Before recalling his daughter, Isaac had been passive about recovering his memories. But after this encounter and partial recovery, his drive to uncover his past was stronger than ever, no longer content to sit idly by. Mr. Isaac, do you still need me to keep an eye out for clues? Klein asked quickly. You can, as I mentioned, just note anything relevant without going out of your way. I don't want this to put you in danger. Azik said, pausing to study Klein closely, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Strange. What's wrong, Mr. Azik? Klein tensed. There's a layer of fog around you, tied to the spirit world, but I can't be certain. Azik's expression mixed doubt with concern. He rubbed his temple, trying to recall more but failing, and finally warned gravely, Klein, be careful. There may be more than one entity interfering with your fate. Klein's face froze. Thinking of the coincidences surrounding him and the mysterious gray fog, a headache brewed. Alaric hadn't expected Azik's recovered memories to reveal Klein's anomaly so directly. Unfazed, he adopted a worried look, glancing at Klein and then Azik. Mr. Azik, is there a way to fix this? I'm sorry. Azik said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. His limited memories offered no solutions. But after studying Klein for a dozen seconds, Azik removed a copper whistle from his sleeve and handed it to him. I can't resolve the anomaly in your fate, but if you face an unsolvable problem, you can contact me through this. Is this a messenger summoning item? Alaric asked, feigning curiosity. Messenger. Klein looked puzzled, unfamiliar with the term. I know this one, Alaric said with a smug grin, eagerly explaining. Messenger, as the name suggested, was a spirit world entity contracted by a Beyander to deliver messages. Typically, a Beyander had only one messenger, except for high-ranking figures. Exactly as Jack said, this whistle summons my messenger, like so, Azik demonstrated, blowing the whistle. A towering skeletal messenger appeared before them. This is a messenger. Klein stared at the over 2-meter-tall figure, awestruck by the wonders of the Beyander world. Azik smiled, explained how to dismiss the messenger, and handed the whistle to Klein. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I want to try. If Klein had previously been just a likable student to Azik, their shared experience with his daughter, coupled with her request for them to care for him, had sparked a sense of transferred affection. In this light, Azik genuinely wanted to protect Klein, hence the whistle. Watching this, Alaric raised an eyebrow, amused at how fate had converged so neatly. Then Azik turned to him, pulling out paper and a pen to jot down a string of Hermes text. Handing it to Alaric, he said gently, this is how to summon my messenger. You can contact me through it too. I'm sorry I don't have another whistle, hope you don't mind. Who'd mind something like that? Alaric shot Azik a mock indignant look, raising his voice. Klein obviously needs the whistle more than I do. My fate's not being meddled with. If I need to contact you, Mr. Azik, I can just set up a ritual. Klein's the unlucky one who needs an instant-use item like this to save his skin. I get it. And do I look like someone who'd snatch stuff from my own student? Alaric understood why Azik gave the whistle to Klein, not out of favoritism, but because Klein genuinely needed it. He didn't care much about the whistle's ownership. If Azik had offered it to him, he'd have declined anyway. Azik could likely track the whistle's location, and Alaric, with his multiple aliases, couldn't afford to carry such a traceable item. Student. Azik looked puzzled. Klein's brow twitched. Yeah, Klein's my student, Alaric nodded matter-of-factly. Azik blinked, glancing between Klein and Alaric, uncertain. Klein, you're Jack's student. Yeah, Klein said, left with no choice but to nod. That's surprising, Azik said, his face openly showing astonishment. What's so surprising? Can't I be a teacher? Alaric, catching Azik's unspoken implication, huffed in mock offense. Considering a certain teacher's knack for causing trouble, it's no wonder Mr. Azik's surprised. Klein said with a smile, his mischievous streak peeking through. Azik nodded in agreement. Jack doesn't exactly seem like teacher material. You guys. Alaric glared at them, feigning irritation. Have you forgotten my actual job as being a teacher? Azik exchanged a glance with Klein, then smiled. Sorry, I forgot. You may not seem reliable, but you're a competent teacher. Klein, wary of pushing too far, chimed in with a grin. Yeah, exactly. You're very qualified as a teacher, at least in that role. I feel like there's a hidden jab in there, Alaric grumbled, fully aware of their teasing but unbothered, as it aligned with his intended persona. He snorted twice, then turned to Klein, his expression shifting to genuine concern. Klein, should I contact my teacher? Klein's heart stirred, thinking of Alaric's supposed transmigrator teacher, Lucifer Zoroast. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. I'd appreciate that, Jack. Helping my student is only natural, right? Alaric waved it off, then adopted a worried look. But my teacher's been super busy lately. I hope he replies soon. He hasn't even responded to my last letter. Did your teacher mention what he's been up to? Klein asked, half curious, half probing. He said he's investigating the War Angel's whereabouts, but nothing specific. He hasn't written back in days. Alaric spread his hands, grumbling. That guy's always so cryptic, like some riddle master, with no regard for his student. War Angel. Klein's curiosity piqued. Some big shot among the ancient 8 kings of angels, I think. I don't know much about it. If you're curious, Klein, I can ask him in my next letter. Alaric said, scratching his head. Thanks, teacher. Klein replied, clearly aware of the give-and-take dynamic. He pressed further, Jack, do you know what sequence your teacher is? No clue. He never told me. Alaric said, shaking his head with a vacant look, perfectly embodying his naive persona. Klein's response was half exasperation, half amusement, yet it felt oddly expected. Alaric, as if struck by a thought, looked at them both. By the way, I'm heading to Backland in a few days. Need me to bring anything back? Alaric's mention of returning to Backland wasn't a jest. A few days later, he boarded a steam train bound for the city. He could have used Azek's abilities to travel swiftly through the spirit world, faster than a steam train, if not as fast as a traveler, but there was no need. This trip to Backland was about openly obtaining the Fool's honorific name, so his journey had to appear above board. Upon arriving, Alaric soon met Zio at their agreed-upon location. Sorry to keep you waiting, Alaric said, lowering his voice. I read your letter, but it wasn't very detailed. Can you fill me in? Zio nodded, recounting recent events. After receiving Alaric's letter, she and Furs, finding his reasoning sound, had investigated and decided to approach Viscount Glaint, a known figure in occult circles. Through him, they connected with Audrey Hall, daughter of Earl Hall. I haven't asked about the Fool yet. I figured we'd get to know them better at the upcoming Beander gathering first. Zio said, then added, oh, when Furs introduced you to Miss Audrey, she described you as a knowledgeable Beander from an ancient family. You don't mind, do you? Since they'd be attending the gathering together, Zio and Furs had mentioned Alaric's existence to Audrey, without revealing his name. No problem at all, Alaric said, shaking his head. He had no issue with it. Then let's go meet Miss Audrey, Zio nodded. They took a carriage to Viscount Glaint's villa, where Furs, in disguise, soon emerged with a man and a woman. The man, clearly in poor health, was unmistakably Viscount Glaint, the aspiring apothecary from the original story. The cloaked girl beside him, poised and elegant, was none other than Audrey Hall, the renowned Justice. Her striking beauty rivaled that of a demoness, her manners refined from a top-tier education. Even in casual attire, the quality of her clothing and the expensive jewelry she wore exuded an air of wealth and privilege. No wonder she single-handedly bankrolled the Tarot Club's economy, she's practically radiating wealth. I can see why Bernadette was dazzled. Alaric silently withdrew his gaze, chuckling inwardly, as Furs stepped forward to introduce them. This is Zio, and this is the gentleman from an ancient family I mentioned, well versed in knowledge. Audrey first greeted Zio, then turned her attention to Alaric, clearly intrigued by the mention of an ancient family. She smiled warmly. Hello, sir. How should I address you? As she spoke, Audrey instinctively slipped into her spectator state, observing the young man before her. He was as striking as she was, likely not of high birth but certainly not low, well educated, no smoking habits, and likely trained in some form of combat. He didn't seem overly complex, perhaps a straightforward personality. No need for formalities, Miss Audrey. Just call me Jack, Alaric replied with a smile. As a seasoned joker, he was already in character, using his potion's abilities to control his emotions and avoid any slip-ups under a spectator's scrutiny. Very well, Mr. Jack. Audrey nodded graciously. Viscount Glaint greeted them as well, then eagerly asked, are we heading to the Beander gathering now? Seeing his impatience, the group didn't dawdle. They soon boarded a carriage and arrived at the designated location. Mr. A's gathering. Perhaps by coincidence or the inevitability of fate, Despite the different time and place from the original story, Zio had still brought Audrey and Viscount Glaint to Mr. A's event. The gathering followed a familiar pattern to Alaric's last visit. Once they settled in a corner, Zio turned to Audrey and Glaint. "Have you decided which sequence 9 formulas you're looking for?" Viscount Glaint, without hesitation, answered, "Apothecary." It was his unchanging goal. Audrey, after a moment of feigned thought, said, "I want to become a spectator. If possible, I'd also like to purchase the subsequent telepathous potion formula." Spectator. Alaric chimed in at the right moment, looking at Audrey. "I have the spectator potion formula, as well as the telepathous one. Are you interested?" Alaric wasn't about to pass up the chance to profit from a wealthy patron. He was, after all, quite short on funds. Really. Even Audrey, composed as she was, couldn't hide her genuine excitement, lacking the telepathous formula. "Please sell them to me." "How much?" £600. Alaric said. While eager to capitalize on Audrey's wealth, he kept the price reasonable to avoid overreaching. After all, it cost him nothing to provide. "Done. Thank you, Mr. Jack." Audrey, ever the affluent noble, didn't haggle. The transaction was completed swiftly. "Jack, just how many potion formulas do you know?" Zio, witnessing the deal, couldn't hide her envy. "It depends on how much my ancestors recorded in their notes." Alaric replied with a smile. "That's enviable," Viscount Glaint said, eyeing Alaric. "Mr. Jack, do you have the apothecary potion formula?" "Apothecary?" Alaric paused, as if recalling, then shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Glaint, I don't have the complete apothecary formula. But I do know its main ingredient. Would that help?" "I'll take it." "How much?" Glaint nodded eagerly. Knowing the main ingredient wouldn't let him craft the potion immediately, but it would allow him to prepare, speeding up his advancement once he had the full formula. £100. Alaric suggested. A complete sequence 9 formula typically cost £200, so 100 for just the main ingredient was fair. "No problem. You're a fair man," Glaint said, unbothered by the price despite being less wealthy than Audrey. Another transaction was swiftly completed, leaving Zio and Furs visibly envious. "This Jack must know a ton of formulas. What ancient family is he from?" Audrey wondered, her spectator instincts kicking in. Curious, she asked, "Mr. Jack, is your family one of those legendary lineages from the 4th epoch?" "I don't know much about it myself. My family's fallen on hard times, but our records do mention some 4th epoch history," Alaric said, letting a hint of wistfulness and loss creep into his tone. "I'm sorry," Audrey said, sensing his genuine melancholy. "It's fine. It's not a secret," Alaric said, shaking his head. Furs deftly changed the subject. "Jack, are you looking to buy anything this time?" "Not really," Alaric replied, then added as if struck by a thought, "though I plan to inquire about the Fool. A gathering this size might yield some leads." Audrey, still in her spectator state, nearly faltered at the mention of the Fool. But as a noble accustomed to high society, her expression management was impeccable. She maintained her composure, showing just a touch of curiosity. "The Fool? What's that? Are you talking about tarot cards?" "No, I mean a mysterious entity," Alaric said, shaking his head. His acting was flawless, amplified by his Joker potion to ensure no cracks appeared. "It's not a secret." He recycled the story he'd told Zio and Furs, tweaking the curse angle to, "My ancestors were tied to the Fool." He ended with a worried look. "I wasn't in a rush to investigate the Fool, but a friend of mine seems directly entangled with them, and I'm concerned." The friend, of course, was Klein, the Fool himself. This was all part of Alaric's scripted plan. Out of concern for his friend, he'd grown increasingly curious about the Fool, prompting him to dig into the matter. Didn't that perfectly suit Jack Jones's persona? Surely, Justice Audrey would report today's events to the Fool. Given Klein's character, even if he didn't pull Alaric onto the gray fog, he'd likely have Audrey share the Fool's honorific name with him. Of course, if the Fool didn't take that step, Alaric had backup plans ready. Mr. Jack seems sincere. I wonder who his friend is. Could it be a real-world follower of the Fool? Audrey assessed Alaric's emotions, forming her own conclusions. After a moment, she offered comfort. The Fool might not be some evil god. Your friend could be fine. I know, but it's still tied to a hidden existence, so, Alaric gave a wry smile, sighing. If only I could learn the fool's honorific name. At least then I'd have some basis for judgment. I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, but without the fool's permission, I can't share his honorific name, Audrey apologized inwardly, seizing the chance to observe Zio and Furs. Their lack of surprise suggested they were already aware of Alaric's inquiries. And Furs seemed particularly interested in the fool. Why? Audrey's curiosity stirred, but she kept it hidden, planning to probe later. The group soon moved on from the topic, focusing on the Beander gathering. After it ended, Audrey returned to her family's villa, excused herself to her room, and began praying softly to the fool. In Tingen, Klein heard the faint prayer and quickly found an excuse to slip into the washroom. Ascending to the gray fog, he received Audrey's prayer. Mr. Jack, from an ancient family, a seer, with ancestors tied to the fool, and a friend connected to him, Klein's expression turned peculiar. Recalling Alaric's mention of returning to Backland, he rubbed his brow. In a way, it's a miracle Jack hasn't been nabbed by official Beyonders or dragged into some secret organization's mess. He's got some luck. Amused yet exasperated, Klein felt a touch of warmth. He knew Alaric's zeal in investigating the fool was for his sake. Fine. Instead of letting him poke around blindly, I'll give him some information. It might throw off his investigation, but, Klein thought of the Antigonus family details he'd uncovered, the dangerous secret order, and Alaric's reckless nature, shaking his head. He wanted more information on the Antigonus family's fool, but he genuinely worried that Alaric's continued digging would land him in trouble. Before, he'd assumed Alaric was mostly checking old texts, which seemed safe enough. Now, knowing better, Klein wasn't about to let it continue unchecked. When Jack gets back from Backland, I'll have him stop investigating the Antigonus family, Klein decided, resolving to have Justice Audrey find a way to pass the fool's honorific name to Alaric. But the Tarot Club, not yet. Pulling him up there would be. Klein's expression grew odd, thinking of the Russell and Zoroast diaries. It wasn't quite social death, but having the fool read others' diaries in front of someone who understood them would be awkward. Is the fool planning to recruit Mr. Jack as a new Tarot Club member? After receiving the fool's response in her new task, Audrey whispered excitedly. As one of the Tarot Club's founders, she felt a strong sense of belonging and was eager to see its ranks grow. Alaric had made an excellent impression on her during their meeting. But why? Is it because of Jack's friend? Or, he mentioned an ancestor tied to the fool. Could his family have been followers of the fool in the past? Audrey's excitement grew, feeling she'd glimpsed a piece of the fool's real-world influence. As a spectator, she quickly calmed herself after the initial thrill, focusing on how to fulfill the fool's task. I could just tell Mr. Jack the fool's honorific name directly, but that would expose my connection to him, Audrey mused, then her eyes lit up. Wait, the Glaint family has plenty of old books. I could have Glaint invite Mr. Jack and Miss Furs to browse them, then slip the fool's honorific name into a book they're likely to read. It might still risk exposure later, but for now, they probably won't connect it to me. And if Mr. Jack joins the Tarot Club, it won't matter if it comes out. With a rough plan in mind, Audrey began refining the details. Audrey's likely reported my activities to the fool by now. If all goes well, I'll soon have the fool's honorific name. Alaric thought, stretching as he parted ways with Furs and Zio. He boarded a trackless carriage to a certain street. Recalling the original story's description of the underground structure where Medici resided, Alaric quickly pinpointed his target, a long-abandoned mansion. Infiltrating the mansion was child's play for him. He navigated the cluttered living room and descended to the basement, where a search revealed a hidden door leading to Medici's lair. I hope this goes smoothly. Though, if it doesn't, no big deal. Alaric chuckled, opening the secret door and stepping into the passage. After traversing a lengthy tunnel, he reached a stone door. Instead of opening it immediately, Alaric reached into the air, pulling out a shadowy figure that merged with him. Pushing the door open, he entered a vast hall teeming with venomous snakes. As he stepped inside, the snakes sensed danger and scattered, leaving the floor largely clear. Alaric wasn't surprised, casually strolling deeper into the structure that had entombed 3 war pathway angels and birthed a blood emperor. As described in the original story, the architecture screamed forth epic style, chaotic, irregular, and asymmetrical, with a stark black aesthetic and wall patterns resembling jagged slashes. Honestly, anyone with OCD would lose it over the Black Emperor pathway's taste. No wonder Truncest teamed up with Tudor to rebel against Solomon, probably couldn't stand this aesthetic and jumped to the Arbiter pathway. Alaric quipped, chuckling at a classic fourth epic joke as he pressed forward, soon reaching the chamber housing the 6 god statues. His gaze swept over the statues, memorizing their features for future dealings with the deities before moving deeper. He arrived at the final room. As a temporary ferryman, he could clearly sense the powerful evil spirit beyond the door. But in terms of strength, it's probably no match for me right now, Alaric assessed, stepping into the room without hesitation. A little pup from the Aurora Order. A brash, provocative voice, laced with a hint of wariness, echoed through the cavernous room. Alaric followed the sound and saw a figure lounging on a high-backed chair. Clad in blood-stained black armor, with fiery red hair and a youthful, handsome face marred by decayed patches on both cheeks, the figure's blood-red eyes regarded Alaric with casual scrutiny. If Alaric didn't know how tragic Medici's fate had been, the Red Angel's imposing presence might have been intimidating. "I sense a familiar aura, reminds me of Salinger," Medici said, as the decayed patch on his left cheek split open to speak. "Idiot, Salinger's long dead. This must be one of his descendants." The right cheek's decay countered, mirroring the left. "That's what I meant, moron. Whoever chimes in is the moron." The two voices bickered, shattering Medici's carefully crafted aura, turning the scene from an intense standoff to a comedy routine. Medici's face darkened, and he hissed, "Shut up." But Sauron and Einhorn ignored him, hurling insults his way. Unable to take it, Medici fired back with biting sarcasm, and the three descended into a full-blown squabble. Alaric watched the farce with amusement. When they finally paused, he offered earnestly, "Mr. Sauron Einhorn Medici, have you considered going professional?" Huh. Even Medici was caught off guard by Alaric's words. "I'm serious." Alaric continued sincerely. "You've got a real knack for comedy. With your looks and talent, you'd be a hit as entertainers." Though unfamiliar with the term, comedy duo, Medici grasped Alaric's meaning and saw no mockery in his tone, only genuine enthusiasm. He fell silent for a moment before saying, "You've got a real talent for provocation. Ever thought about becoming a hunter? And end up cooked in a hot pot like you?" Alaric replied earnestly, then paused as if recalling something. "Oh, hot pot's a dish, often red, sometimes with 3 distinct flavors in one pot." Quote. 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 "I'm starting to like you, kid. You've definitely got hunter potential," Medici said through gritted teeth, only to see Alaric flash a sheepish smile. "Thanks," Alaric said, pulling a crystal monocle from his pocket and placing it over his left eye. "I like myself too." Medici's expression froze, his gaze sharpening. If his earlier demeanor had been a mix of wariness and nonchalance, feigning being rattled while staying composed, the monocle made the War Angel take him seriously. But then Medici seemed to notice something, relaxing slightly. Leaning back, his blood-red eyes locked onto Alaric's, a smirk tugging at his lips. "So, you've crossed paths with the little raven." "Strictly speaking, I just gave Amon a taste of long-lost paternal love," Alaric corrected, pulling an iron box from his pocket. Opening it, he revealed the worms of time inside. "As thanks, they gifted me these." Medici didn't buy Alaric's story, but as someone who'd raised Amon, he recognized the worms of time as authentically Amon's. And in this world, someone claiming to be Amon's father, and capable of handling them. Medici narrowed his eyes. "Did the Lord send you?" The Lord was, of course, the true creator. "The true creator likely doesn't know you're here," Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile. "Mr. Medici, I'm here to fulfill a deal with the true creator. Mentioning your existence is just a bonus." "A bonus?" Medici's blood-red eyes glinted with danger, his malevolent evil spirit aura chilling the air. "Yes, a bonus," Alaric said, unfazed, flashing a smile. "I'm an honest merchant. I like to throw in extras when sealing a deal." His provocations were deliberate. Unlike with Klein or Azek, showing weakness to Medici was pointless. A top-tier hunter wouldn't spare a glance for the meek. To earn Medici's genuine regard as a friend, the first step wasn't flattery, it was proving he was no docile lamb. Only then would he catch the Red Angel's eye. I'm curious. If I'm just a bonus, what exactly did you sell to the Lord? Medici said, his dangerous glint fading. His expression unreadable, he smirked playfully. My deal with the true creator is simple, to bring the creator of old back to this era. That's the entirety of it. Alaric said with a smile, watching with satisfaction as Medici's pupils contracted in shock. Do you realize what you're saying? Medici's gaze locked onto Alaric, all trace of nonchalance gone. For Medici at this stage, the ancient sun god was a deeply sensitive topic, a nerve not to be touched. I know exactly what I'm saying, Mr. Medici. Alaric replied with a chuckle. In that moment, he released his summoning of Azek and, using Medici as the medium, called forth another. A familiar figure coalesced, the ancient sun god, manifesting once more in this era. Unlike his initial summoning, when he'd been wholly disoriented, this time the ancient sun god recognized Alaric and understood what was happening. His gaze swept the surroundings, landing on Medici. The ever-present gentle smile on his face vanished, replaced by sorrow in his golden eyes. The ancient sun god sighed, and in that moment, Backland's rare clear sky clouded over. A light drizzle began, soaking every corner of the city. In the underground chamber, the long-departed creator looked at his former war angel, his voice heavy with compassion. Who did this to you, Medici? Medici couldn't quite name the emotions swirling within him. It had been millennia since he'd seen the creator like this. After the divine war at the end of the third epoch, the ancient sun god had fallen, replaced by the true creator born from his remains. Though Medici, unlike Amon or Adam, still viewed the true creator as the ancient sun god, he knew his lord had changed. Deep down, he hoped the true creator might one day revert to his former self, but he also knew the odds were slim. A fallen god might never return. Medici had never dreamed he'd see his familiar creator again. As a master conspirator, he should have been analyzing this young summoner's identity and motives, unraveling the schemes behind this moment. But as the war angel, Medici could only stare at the ancient sun god, his lips parting to utter a title so familiar yet strangely distant in this moment. Lord, I'm here. The ancient sun god replied gently, sighing again. He stepped forward, patting Medici's shoulder. You've endured much these years, Medici. I'm so sorry. You don't need to apologize. Medici said, his lips tightly pressed. The usually sharp-tongued war angel seemed at a loss for words, managing only a stiff response. So, who did this to you? Can you tell me? The ancient sun god asked again. Medici's body tensed, a flicker of struggle crossing his face before he met the ancient sun god's gaze. Adam. It was Adam who betrayed me. The ancient sun god froze, visibly shocked, a trace of pain creasing his brow. Looking at Medici, he closed his eyes briefly. I'm so sorry, Medici. I'm so sorry. Medici seemed puzzled by this reaction, but before he could dwell on it, Alaric coughed lightly. Ahem, friendly reminder, you've got about 45 seconds left. Might not be enough time for a full reunion. Alaric said with a smile, observing the touching scene. Knowing the truth of Medici's hot pot fate in the future where he'd ally with the eternal blazing sun against Adam, Alaric felt like he was watching dark comedy unfold. The loyalty is real, the betrayal is real, the conflict is real, all I can say is, the gods play a cruel game. Alaric mused inwardly, as the ancient sun god turned to him. We meet again, Mr. Alaric. We do, Mr. Grisha. I made a deal with your present era self. Are you satisfied? Alaric said with a smile, noting the ancient sun god's slight head tilt, as if listening to something. Clearly, he was already in contact with the true creator of this era. I'm very satisfied, the ancient sun god said, having exchanged information remotely with the true creator. So, 1 minute this time, correct? The first deal was a trial run. If you're pleased, Mr. Sun God, we can deepen our cooperation, and I'd be happy to let you linger longer in this era. Alaric said, embodying the perfect merchant. He was truthful, for the true creator's price, summoning the ancient sun god for a minute with a red angel as a bonus was a generous deal. Even at full strength, Alaric's spirituality could only sustain such a summoning for a few minutes. I look forward to it. The ancient sun god said, giving Alaric a deep look. I'm curious, Mr. Alaric. Aren't you afraid I might alter the established past? Alaric laughed, his smile bright and expectant. Actually, I'm hoping you'll change something. In his previous world, Alaric had tested countless times whether a summoned shadow of time, aware of the future, could alter the past. The results were consistent. The past could be changed, but the more significant the impact, the harder it was to shift. In this new world, Alaric was eager to see if the rules differed and whether the ancient sun god, once Earth's mightiest, could achieve what others couldn't. The ancient sun god understood his meaning, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned to a specific direction. Alaric followed his gaze, spotting a figure in a white robe, a golden-haired priest with a beard and golden eyes. At first glance, those eyes seemed to brim with boundless compassion, but a closer look revealed an unsettling emptiness. The Angel of Imagination, Adam. The Angel of Imagination, Adam. The divine incarnation of the ancient sun god, the mastermind behind countless fourth epic events, with a mind as cunning as they come. Alaric raised an eyebrow, utterly unfazed. He wasn't even surprised Adam was here, merely chuckling as if in awe. Quite the lively gathering. Adam. Medici spotted the figure emerging from the air, his gaze turning icy. But whether due to his own strength or the ancient sun god's presence, Medici restrained himself, avoiding any rash moves. Adam didn't acknowledge them, his eyes fixed on the ancient sun god. Two pairs of golden eyes, similar yet distinct, met in a silent exchange. Time seemed to freeze, or perhaps it didn't. The ancient sun god sighed, breaking the silence. Why? It was a necessary sacrifice. Adam replied, understanding the question. Gazing at his past self, he spoke calmly, some things became irreversible the moment you fell. I'm only doing what must be done. The ancient sun god closed his eyes, a mix of sorrow, exhaustion, and anger flickering across his face. When he opened them, he looked at Adam. You may be right, but, as the Lord they swore loyalty to, I owe them something. Adam remained impassive. 1 minute's almost up, gentlemen. Mind the time. Alaric interjected, his gaze lingering on Adam. As the ancient sun god and Medici held a private, encrypted exchange, Alaric spoke with intrigue. Mr. Adam, you speak of necessary sacrifices. If sacrificing yourself could save the world, would you do it? Adam turned to Alaric, his golden eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. He nodded. If the sacrifice served a purpose, of course I would. Alaric smiled, just as the ancient sun god finished his hushed words with Medici. The minute was up. Until next time, Mr. Grisha. Alaric said warmly. Until next time, Mr. Alaric. The ancient sun god replied, vanishing as his words faded. In a blink, only 5 remained in the underground chamber: Sauron, Einhorn, Medici, Adam, and Alaric. Should I be scared? Looks like I'm the easiest target here. Alaric said, his tone anything but fearful, brimming with eagerness. Adam glanced at him, clearly sensing Alaric's anticipation of a fight, perhaps even a mutual destruction. You might need a psychiatrist. Shall I recommend one? Adam asked gently. TCH, you're no fun, Alaric pouted, then grinned. But I'll pass on the psychiatrist. I think I'm pretty normal. Alaric genuinely believed this. Compared to the world's myriad lunatics, his quirks were hardly notable. TCH, you two lunatics are hitting it off. Medici cut in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Medici, consider this, split personalities are a condition too. So, we've got 3 lunatics here. Alaric said earnestly, then corrected himself. No, wait, 5. Medici nearly rolled his eyes. Sauron and Einhorn burst into laughter. I'm starting to like this kid. Right. 5 lunatics. Everyone's mad, name a high-sequence Beander who isn't. At that moment, the surrounding colors twisted, and a figure in a linen robe appeared. A striking youth with silver hair and matching eyes, sporting dramatic, glowing wings, the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, once a follower of the ancient sun god, now loyal to the true creator. Ouroboros was clearly here on the true creator's orders. His gaze fell first on Adam, wary, then on Alaric, nodding slightly. Mr. Alaric, the Lord sends his regards and looks forward to further cooperation. I'm looking forward to it too. Alaric replied, his smile bright and warm. Ouroboros turned to Medici, falling silent, his expression a mix of sorrow and joy. After over a millennium, the Angel of Fate was reunited with an old friend. What's with that look, Big Snake? Gonna cry like a kid? Medici smirked, ever the provocateur. You don't look rebooted to me. Ouroboros didn't take the bait, studying Medici intently before saying earnestly, "You're still alive. That's good." His tone carried the joy of reclaiming something lost. Ouroboros had lost too much: the ancient sun god's fall, Sasrir's disappearance, the betrayal of the three gods, Amon and Adam's divergence. Once surrounded by friends, he now prayed alone at the true creator's side. Though content, seeing an old friend brought him genuine happiness. TCH. "Don't worry, even if you fall, I won't die cleanly." Medici's expression stiffened at Ouroboros' sincerity, managing only a gruff retort. Straight talk meets Sunere, natural airheads really do counter schemers. Alaric narrated from the sidelines, reveling in the spectacle. "Adam's gone, and you're still here." Medici snapped at Alaric, annoyed. "I know that one, it's the snow leopard meme." Alaric quipped, unfazed by Medici's claim that Adam had left. In truth, Adam had vanished when Ouroboros greeted Alaric. Whether truly gone or merely blending into the air, Alaric didn't care. He just assumed Adam was absent. Grinning at Medici, Alaric said, "Of course I'm still here. I haven't achieved my other goal yet." "What goal?" Medici raised an eyebrow. "I want to invite you to a hot pot dinner, Mr. Medici. Please, it's really important to me," Alaric said, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture. Medici recalled Alaric's earlier, hot pot, jab, and his irritation turned to exasperated amusement. Gritting his teeth, he growled, You're something else." "Thanks for the compliment. I've always been great," Alaric said, winking at Medici, who looked ready to explode. Deciding to ease up, he continued, "Just kidding. I actually need a favor, Mr. Medici." "A favor?" Medici raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a cold smirk. "Why should I help you?" "Because I let you see the sun god," Alaric replied with a cheeky grin. "Wasn't that your deal with the Lord? I recall someone saying I was just a bonus." Medici shot back, crossing his arms. "Then how about because I can let you see the sun god again?" Alaric persisted, his smile unwavering. TCH. Medici gave him a long, hard look before breaking into a bold grin. "All right, let's hear it. What do you want the great me to do?" "I need an item related to the high sequences of the hunter pathway," Alaric said slowly, outlining his request. Medici listened quietly, then flipped his hand, revealing a card, the blasphemy card of the Red Priest pathway. "Is this what you're after?" "Not exactly. But if you're offering, Mr. Medici, I'd happily take it," Alaric said with a smile. Medici didn't respond, twirling the blasphemy card before pocketing it with a smirk. "If it's not what you want, then no deal." Instead, he pulled out another item from somewhere and tossed it to Alaric. "Catch." Alaric caught it, a red, gem-like object with a faint bloody scent. Holding the gem, Alaric guessed its nature and looked at Medici. "Aren't you worried I could use this against you? If you've got the guts, go for it," Medici said arrogantly, as if he were still the war angel in his prime. Alaric chuckled, confirming the gem's identity, a stone imbued with the blood of the former war angel. Just as a drop of the ancient sun god's blood created the unshadowed crucifix, Medici's blood, though less potent, was far from ordinary. It perfectly suited the actor potion's auxiliary material requirements. "I wouldn't dream of it," Alaric said, pocketing the gem with a smile. Whether Medici had tampered with it didn't concern him. Any tampering would be neutralized when mixed with Nyarlathotep's power fragment. Alaric wasn't worried in the slightest. He'd long sensed that Nyarlathotep's rank was extraordinarily high. Even a mere fragment of its power, like the gray fog, had a purifying, neutralizing effect. Which made him wonder, if Nyarlathotep's power encountered this world's outer deity corruption, could it counter or even eliminate it? Alaric's thoughts wandered, sparking some wild ideas. As for the potential dangers, he wasn't overly concerned. A joker had to embrace the thrill of danger for the sake of fun. So, no chance for a hot pot meal together? Alaric asked, snapping back to the moment and posing the question with utmost sincerity. Quote. "This kid's dead set on hot pot, isn't he?" The war angel's mood was hard to pin down. Ouroboros, silent until now, finally spoke. "What's hot pot?" Medici's brow twitched, but before he could intervene, Alaric's eyes lit up, launching into an explanation. "Hot pot's a red, spicy dish." By the time Alaric finished, Ouroboros looked thoughtful. After a few seconds, he turned to Medici. "Let's have hot pot together, Medici." Big Snake, you're catching this kid's bad taste. Medici's exasperation was palpable. The Lord instructed me before I came. Unless it's critical, fulfill Mr. Alaric's requests as much as possible. Ouroboros replied earnestly. Ha 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 ha. Medici let out a laugh, clearly amused despite himself. He gave Alaric a long look, then leaned back, crossing his legs. Fine, let's eat. I'm curious about this hot pot nonsense you're on about. Normally, as an evil spirit, Medici couldn't leave the underground mausoleum. But with Ouroboros, the angel of fate, present, that was no issue. Alaric leisurely led the two kings of angels to a safe house in Backland, where a hot pot setup, ingredients and cookware, awaited, clearly premeditated. Indeed, whether or not he convinced Medici for hot pot, Alaric had planned to treat himself to a feast for the occasion's ritual significance. And so, in an unassuming villa, two kings of angels, two conquerors, and one seemingly frail sequence 9 gathered around a table, cooking hot pot. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. Yet it happened. Come on, everyone, look at the camera. We can't miss a photo of this moment. Alaric said, pulling out a prepared camera and aiming it at the table. The silver-haired angel of fate awkwardly wielded chopsticks, picking up a meat slice. His brow furrowed slightly, likely from the spicy kick. Medici, one hand clutching a beer mug, used chopsticks with the other to fish ingredients from the pot. Unlike the milder-tasting Ouroboros, the war angel relished the heat, unfazed. Sauron and Einhorn, however, had plenty to say about Medici's taste, frustrated they couldn't seize control of the body as he dove into the spicy broth. Click. The flash went off, capturing the moment. Alaric, pleased, snapped a few more shots, even asking Ouroboros and Medici to take photos of him with the other, ensuring a full set of mementos. As the hot pot meal wound down, Alaric turned to Ouroboros. Mr. Ouroboros, may I ask what the true creator sent you here to do? The Lord instructed me to bring Medici back and inquire about your needs. Ouroboros said without hesitation, looking at Alaric. What do you want, Mr. Alaric? The friendly atmosphere of the meal vanished, and they reverted to their initial roles as collaborators. Me. Alaric smiled, propping his chin with one hand, looking at Ouroboros, and suddenly shook his head, saying, actually, I don't have anything particular I want. This was a lie. Of course, Alaric wanted many things: money, knowledge, power, friends, fun, and so on. However, he had no intention of asking the true creator for these, even if he could afford the price. Because having one's desires figured out is a dangerous thing. At least for now, Alaric wasn't ready to honestly present his desires to the true creator. After all, the creator's group wasn't as trustworthy as Klein and his companions. Alaric could cooperate with the true creator to a limited extent, but that was all. Ouroboros was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting such an answer, which made him frown, looking somewhat troubled. Why bother fooling the big snake? He's already silly enough, and you're making him even sillier. Medici spoke at this moment, his red eyes as the war angel staring directly into Alaric's eyes, as if trying to see through his soul. He said, you're not someone without desires. At least, you're very interested in both me and this stupid snake. Alaric heard this and smiled, unhurriedly saying, I am indeed very interested in both of you. Rather, anyone with curiosity wouldn't be indifferent to two kings of angels. Tisk. Medici clicked his tongue. He could tell that Alaric's interest in them was not just as he claimed, but due to a lack of key information, even the war angel found it hard to draw an accurate conclusion. At this moment, Alaric seemed to think of something, showing a look of sudden realization, and said, oh right, I do have one request. What request? Ouroboros asked. I have a little grudge with Amon, so, Alaric said with a bright smile, help me deal with Amon next time, that will be the content of our next transaction. Ouroboros was stunned for a moment, then nodded, saying, all right. Medici thought of the worm of time that Alaric had taken out earlier and couldn't help but feel schadenfreude. Amon was also an accomplice in causing him to be hunted by Tudor back then. Now that Amon was in trouble, Medici was secretly delighted. Then, see you next time, both of you. Alaric then showed an expression of seeing off guests. His gaze then fell on Medici again, as if thinking of something, and said, by the way, Mr. War Angel, being Sunere is out of fashion now. Huh. Medici really didn't know what he was talking about. So, Mr. War Angel doesn't need to hide his fondness for me. I know you don't dislike me as much as you show. Alaric continued with a smile. This was the truth. After the series of events just now, Medici's favorability toward him had already reached 20 or 30. This wasn't very high, but considering they had just met for the first time, it wasn't low either. Thanks to this favorability, Alaric could now directly borrow the power of a Sequence 6 conspirator, which was a small gain. In comparison, Aurorius, who seemed easy to talk to, had only about 10 favorability points. Was it because his humanity was too indifferent? Alaric thoughtfully glanced at Aurorius, then his gaze returned to the War Angel, smiling and saying, perhaps next time we meet, we can become friends. Hey, who would become friends with someone as nasty as you? You should just torment each other with the little crow. Medici rolled his eyes irritably, but deep down, he was slightly surprised. He thought he had hidden his emotions well, but unexpectedly, Alaric saw through him. He is sharper than imagined. Aurorius didn't think much about it. Since Alaric had already shown the gesture of seeing them off, and he was indeed in a hurry to take Medici back to see the Lord, he didn't delay any further. After politely bidding farewell to Alaric, Aurorius left the safe house with Medici. Alaric leisurely tidied up the house, cleaned up the traces left by everyone, and then left the safe house through the spirit world, arriving at his residence in the Hillston district. So sleepy. Alaric yawned. After everything today, his spirituality had been depleted by 80 to 90%, and he really couldn't hold on anymore. Alaric didn't mistreat himself and went straight back to his room to catch up on sleep. When he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Fortunately, I had taken leave in advance, otherwise, this would count as absenteeism. Alaric rubbed his eyes, fetched a basin of water to wash his face, and finally became much more awake. Alaric then quickly tidied himself up and soon became a handsome gentleman who could grace the cover of a magazine. He cooked pumpkin porridge for himself, fried a sandwich, and heated milk. He was always someone who enjoyed life and would never mistreat himself when he could enjoy it. After leisurely finishing his meal, Alaric finally had the energy to take stock of yesterday's gains. First, after a series of provocative actions toward the War Angel, fully entertaining himself, Alaric's Joker potion was finally digested, taking a little over half a month. Considering that the digestion difficulty of the Joker potion is greater than that of ordinary sequences, Alaric's digestion speed was quite fast. This was largely thanks to the contributions of big shots like Pallas, Azek, Medici, and others who were in a weakened state. Without them, Alaric estimated that it would take at least another month or so to digest the Joker potion. While digesting the Joker potion, Alaric also smoothly obtained the auxiliary materials for preparing the actor potion from Medici, and he could immediately advance seamlessly without any delay. Secondly, Alaric successfully reached the next deal with the true creator, not only gaining favor from Medici and others, fleecing them a bit, enriching the abilities he could borrow, but also killing two birds with one stone by allowing him to complete his, beat Amon, cooperation with Pallas through this transaction. As for whether Pallas would recognize Aurorius and realize that behind him was the true creator, it didn't matter, because being able to command and king of angel backed by a true god was itself a proof of strength. Finally, Alaric also preliminarily confirmed Adam's attitude. Although Adam did not choose to show goodwill to him like the true creator did, he clearly did not want to become enemies with him for now and was probably more in a wait-and-see mode, observing him. Of course, most importantly, I did gain a lot of fun from this. Alaric's hand rested on the camera that had performed meritoriously yesterday, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It's a pity that Adam ran away too quickly, otherwise, taking a photo of Adam and Medici eating hot pot together would have been wonderful. Alaric shook his head with a bit of regret, making an old joke. He tidied up the dishes and went to the laboratory on the second floor. Since the Joker potion had been fully digested and the auxiliary materials for preparing the actor potion were in hand, Alaric naturally was going to advance to sequence 8. Humming a tune, Alaric skillfully gathered the vessels needed for potion preparation. He retrieved an iron box from the cabinet, opening it to reveal the auxiliary materials for the actor potion. Apart from pure water, these were mostly common spiritual materials, such as black sunflower powder, dragonfang grass powder, and the like. Alaric unhurriedly added these auxiliary materials to a beaker one by one. Then, he took out Medici's blood gem and placed it into the beaker. As if triggering a chemical reaction, flames instantly surged within the liquid in the beaker. Observing the changes in the beaker, Alaric remained calm. With a flick of his hand, a fragment of Nyarlathotep's power, the main ingredient for the actor potion, appeared in his grasp. As Alaric tossed the fragment into the beaker, the flames quickly vanished. The liquid's surface crystallized into translucent ice. Beneath the ice, a flicker of crimson flame continued to burn, unextinguished, resembling the eternal flowers Alaric had once seen. Like a blood-red rose, the flame burned within the ice, both gorgeous and dreamlike. Honestly, these potions are getting prettier, but they look less and less like something you'd drink. Will chugging this really not burn me? Alaric muttered with a strange expression, eyeing the flame-filled eternal flower. After a moment's thought, he raised the beaker and downed the actor potion in one gulp. The initial sensation was icy, followed by heat. Alaric felt as if he were oscillating between ice and fire. Then, all temperature changes vanished, and his consciousness seemed to plunge into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by nothing but darkness and chaos. This was madness that could drive an ordinary person to lose themselves. Yet, in the depths of this unfathomable darkness, Alaric suddenly saw a crimson flame. The moment he saw it, his scattered thoughts instantly cleared. With practiced ease, he began to reign in his mind, breaking free from the darkness and chaos. Then, he opened his eyes. So that's it. The auxiliary materials really do reduce the risk of losing control, Alaric mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. While the effect wasn't as noticeable when he consumed the Sequence 9 Joker potion, with the Sequence 8 Actor potion, Alaric immediately understood the significance of the auxiliary materials tied to higher sequences in the potion formula. They were like a single black dot on a blank sheet of paper. Being distinct from Nyarlathotep's power, they introduced a different kind of distortion and madness. This madness, however, served as an anchor, preventing one from being consumed by the darkness and chaos inherent in Nyarlathotep's power. In simple terms, it was fighting poison with poison, chaos against chaos, madness against madness. Yet, these two forms of madness somehow cancel each other out, achieving balance. If this trend continues, when I advance to higher sequences, will I end up pitting the original will against Nyarlathotep's madness? Alaric speculated, his expression turning odd as he muttered a quip. Then, with a grin, he began to sense his newly acquired abilities. The actor potion first enhanced his spirituality. Its core ability, however, was Thousand Faces. This ability was somewhat similar to that of a faceless but less potent. It allowed Alaric to slightly alter his facial features, with adjustments of about 10%. While not significant, for someone like Alaric, a master of disguise, this 10% adjustment, combined with makeup, was enough to completely transform him into another person. Moreover, while Thousand Faces had limited effects on facial features, it allowed free changes to hair and eye color, sparing Alaric the trouble of finding contact lenses in this era. Additionally, the actor potion granted Alaric the ability to create illusions. Though the illusions' range was limited, they were convincingly realistic. Furthermore, the core ability of the Joker, emotion manipulation, was enhanced. Previously limited to controlling an individual's emotions for a short time, it now allowed Alaric to manipulate the emotions of a group, up to about 10 people at present. As he digested the potion further, this number would likely increase. Finally, my observation, mental capacity, and learning ability have also improved. I can now pick up vague thoughts from others like a reader, and my speed and strength have increased significantly, likely comparable to Sequence 8's specialized in direct combat. The gem from Medici grants me flame manipulation. Thanks to Medici's unique nature, I can control multiple flames simultaneously with relative ease, effectively compensating for the actor's lack of offensive power. Alaric concluded, unable to help but marvel. TCH, the actor sequence is almost outrageously strong. I feel like I could take on a Sequence 7 head-on without borrowing anyone else's power. With preparation, I might even hold my own against a Sequence 6. But the digestion difficulty is no joke, it's like digesting 4 or 5 normal Sequence 8 potions. However, Alaric assessed his actor potion's digestion progress, his expression turning peculiar. It seems I've already digested about a fifth of it. Why? Could it be because I've been using alternate identities to fool people lately? The actor sequence, as its name suggested, centered on playing a role. This aligned perfectly with Alaric's recent actions. As a dedicated Joker, Alaric had been meticulously embodying various alternate identities, strictly adhering to their personas in front of others. He had successfully deceived major figures like Pallas and Azek with these personas, so it wasn't surprising that the potion had partially digested already. So, the actor's acting direction is to play a role like an actual actor. Ah, that sounds so meta, Alaric couldn't help but quip. But it's probably not that simple. Actors perform on a stage, so to fully digest the actor potion, I likely need to perform in character with an audience watching. Alaric rubbed his chin, formulating ideas for his next steps. He thought of Keelangos and Inszangwil, coming up with a few plans for acting as an actor. There's no rush to digest the actor potion, though. First, I'll look into the next sequence. Sequence 7 Mask Maker. The auxiliary materials require items related to high sequences of the abyss or monster pathways. Alaric raised an eyebrow, recalling the Rose school of thought from the original story, as well as Sharon and Marich, his eyes glinting with contemplation. It'd be best to strike a deal with Renette to obtain the relevant items. Otherwise, I'd have to hunt members of the Rose school of thought or stir up trouble with some demon family. It's a pity Tolsna has already been corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire. Items related to him would have been ideal. Alaric mused, feeling a slight pang of regret. The previous two sequences used items tied to Kings of Angels, so settling for ordinary sequence 2 materials now felt somewhat imperfect. No, I can't get cocky. Besides, it's not like there's no opportunity, Alaric muttered, his mind flickering with potential plans. However, he wasn't in a rush to act, as he was still far from advancing to sequence 7. Setting aside thoughts of advancing to sequence 7, Alaric eagerly turned his attention to testing his new abilities. With enthusiasm, he fetched a mirror. After washing his face, he gazed at his naturally flawless features and began making subtle adjustments. A few minutes later, a striking man with night-black curly hair and golden eyes, radiant as sunlight, emerged. Through Alaric's tweaks, his features were now more mature. While his original appearance suggested a man in his early 20s, the adjusted look aged him to around 30, with sharper angles and a hint of world weariness in his eyes. Not bad. This looks only about 50% like the original me, Alaric nodded in satisfaction. He then grabbed some cosmetics and skillfully applied them. In no time, the man in the mirror, who had still borne some resemblance to Alaric, became someone entirely different, someone who wouldn't be linked to him even under close scrutiny. Alaric carefully selected an outfit from his wardrobe suited for a mature gentleman. After putting it on, he produced a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and slipped them on, adding a refined yet roguish charm to his appearance. He then pulled out an ancient, mysterious-looking notebook. Holding it open in one hand, he adjusted the glasses on his nose with the other, nodding approvingly at his reflection. Raising an eyebrow at the mirror, Alaric flashed a playful, teasing smile. He snapped the notebook shut, gave a slight bow to his reflection, and said with a grin, "Greetings, Mr. Alaric. I'd like to invite you to be the protagonist of a new script. How about it?" Then, reining in the playfulness, he gave his reflection a warm, radiant smile. "Is there a chance, Mr. Lucifer, that I'm already the protagonist?" That's right. Alaric had crafted the appearance of Lucifer Zoroast. As for the rest, it was the persona Alaric had written for, Lucifer Zoroast. In this persona, Lucifer was once a transmigrated youth who wanted nothing more than to live a quiet life. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Amon, and though he escaped Amon's clutches, the encounter corrupted him, turning him into a full-fledged joker and thrill-seeker. Of course, to keep the Lucifer persona from becoming a villain, Alaric set some moral boundaries, making him a joker with a conscience. The existence of Jack Jones in the persona served as the thread keeping Lucifer from falling completely. Jack Jones reminded Lucifer of his past as a youth with principles, a fellow displaced soul from the same era who became Lucifer's last shred of conscience. It fit the trope perfectly, didn't it? I hope the Keelangos incident hasn't been butterflied away. After all, it's the perfect stage for Lucifer Zoroast's grand debut and my first performance as an actor. Alaric chuckled, thinking of something amusing, then stretched lazily. But before that, joining the tarot club is the priority. I hope Miss Justice moves quickly. I can't wait to obtain the Fool's honored name. His expectations weren't in vain. Just 2 days later, Alaric received an invitation from Viscount Glaint. The Viscount invited him, along with Furs and Zio, to discuss occult knowledge at his home. In return, Glaint offered to let them explore his family's library. It was a perfectly reasonable invitation. As someone half-stepping into the extraordinary world but still a novice in occult matters, it was only natural for Glaint to seek knowledge from seasoned occultists like Alaric. In exchange, the Glaint family, with its long aristocratic lineage, likely had rare books on hidden knowledge and history in their library, perfect as compensation for someone like Zio or Furs. If Alaric hadn't already suspected something, he might not have guessed that this invitation was orchestrated by Audrey. Naturally, Alaric accepted the invitation with enthusiasm. He joined Zio and Furs at Viscount Glaint's villa, where they shared a wealth of extraordinary knowledge with the Viscount. Thoroughly satisfied, Glaint led them to his family's library. You're free to browse the books here, as long as you don't damage them. If you find something you'd like to borrow, just let me know in advance. Viscount Glaint said generously. Alaric and the others happily agreed, then dispersed to explore the library for books that piqued their interest. Let's see, where would Audrey hide the Fool's honored name, given what she knows about Jack Jones? Alaric's gaze swept over the rows of book titles on the shelves, finally settling on one. The Rise and Fall of the Solomon Empire in the Fourth Epic. Alaric stepped forward, picked up the book, clearly recently handled, and began flipping through it with mild interest. Soon, he found a slip of paper tucked between the pages. Feigning surprise, Alaric curiously examined the paper. It contained a few lines, seemingly excerpted from a page of Emperor Russell's diary, though the content was oddly disjointed. Below that were a few lines written in Hermes script. Alaric pretended to study it intently, muttering under his breath, "The fool that does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Oh. He froze, eyes widening, as if only realizing what he'd read after reciting the full honored name. Belatedly, he clapped a hand over his mouth, glancing around nervously. Damn it, that was a god's honored name. My teacher said never to recite a god's name carelessly. I'm screwed. Alaric's expression was a mix of panic and helplessness, as if he'd never caused such a mess before. Of course, it was all an act. After all, if Zio could accidentally murmur the Fool's honored name out of carelessness, it wasn't surprising that Jack Jones, a simple, impulsive character whose mouth often outran his brain, would make the same mistake, right? Alaric had planned for this moment when crafting the Jack Jones persona. Meanwhile, in Tingen, Klein heard a prayer, both unfamiliar and faintly familiar, echoing in his ears. After carefully identifying the voice, his expression turned peculiar. He understood the logic, but he had only asked Miss Justice to find a way to inform Jack of the Fool's honored name. How did this guy end up reciting it aloud? Could he really be so reckless as to blurt it out upon seeing it? Klein's expression grew even stranger as he realized this was exactly the kind of thing Alaric might do. Given his personality, accidentally reciting an evil god's name seemed all too plausible. At this thought, Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't immediately ascend to the gray fog to check the situation, though today was his shift guarding the Chinese gate. Since his last meeting with Alaric, Mr. Azek, and the others, Klein had been through a whirlwind in just a few days. He attended his sister's classmate's birthday banquet, resolved a dark divination incident during it, and uncovered a suspected Aurora Order member, Hannes Vincent. When the captain investigated, they found Vincent dead. Klein also completed his initiation as a full-fledged Nighthawk, becoming an official member of the team. He began combat training, discovered a new petitioner on the Grey Fog, and held the 4th Tarot Club meeting. Prompted by Mr. Azek's words, Klein divined an incongruity in his fate on the Grey Fog, uncovering a clue about a red chimney. He hired a detective to investigate and later encountered a fabric merchant linked to Hannes Vincent. For reasons unknown, the merchant suddenly lost control and turned into a monster. Klein had to kill him, but through the encounter, he obtained the formula for the clown potion. Now, guarding the Chinese gate, he heard Alaric's prayer. Honestly, reflecting on the past few days, Klein felt his life was absurdly chaotic. If his fate hadn't been tampered with, he'd eat the misfortune puppet on the spot. Wait, misfortune puppet. Klein's gaze fell on the slightly ajar Channy's gate, where the misfortune puppet peeked out, half its body visible. His eyes landed on the slip of paper in its hand, catching a glimpse of the pattern on it. Before he could react, the puppet was yanked back into the darkness, and the gate slammed shut. Klein's face paled. Without hesitation, he returned to the guardroom and sounded the alarm to summon help. The misfortune puppet incident was, of course, just a minor hiccup, ultimately causing no real trouble. After finishing his shift, Klein returned home. Once he ascended to the gray fog and dealt with the puppet matter, he noticed a new prayer. This petitioner wasn't Alaric, whom Klein knew, but a stranger he'd encountered in recent days. The petitioner spoke in Jotun, a language Klein barely understood, catching only a few keywords. He decided to observe further until he could study Jotun and comprehend the words. Klein's attention then shifted to a disturbance from a non-tarot club petitioner. Touching it, he confirmed the prayer indeed came from Alaric. In the vision, Alaric paced anxiously in a room, occasionally tugging at his hair, looking every bit like someone who'd caused a major blunder. "It's really you." Klein chuckled wryly, watching the rare sight of Alaric's anxiety. For a moment, he was tempted by the mischievous urge to pull him onto the gray fog. After some thought, however, Klein chose not to respond. He wasn't ready to bring Jack into the tarot club just yet. That feeling of being watched. Has Mr. Fool finally noticed my prayer? But he didn't pull me onto the gray fog. Looks like he's not planning to let me join the tarot club. Alaric muttered to himself mid-performance, suddenly feeling a spark of excitement. So, should I unmask the fool? That'd be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? No, I need to stick to the persona. Jack Jones, a simple college student, wouldn't randomly figure out that Klein is the fool. Let's see, I'll go with the second plan for now. If that doesn't work, I'll have to let Lucifer unmask the fool. Alaric's mind raced with ideas, but he didn't pause his act, continuing to play the role of a naive student who'd made a huge mistake. After keeping up the performance for a while, Alaric adopted a defeated expression. Fine, whatever happens, happens. If it's gonna kill me, so be it. He threw himself onto the bed with a dramatic flop, as if giving up entirely. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, perfectly embodying a student who'd given up but couldn't truly relax. A few days later, curious about Alaric's reaction, Klein made time to visit Alaric's residence one evening. He found Alaric looking calm but with a trace of fatigue in his eyes. "Evening, Klein." Alaric greeted with a smile, stifling a yawn. This wasn't an act, he'd been staying up late studying occult knowledge, leaving him genuinely exhausted. "Good evening, Teacher Jack." Klein replied. After a moment's thought, he probed, "I heard you stayed in Backland for a few days this time. Any interesting finds?" Alaric's expression froze. He turned to Klein with a bitter look. "I think I messed up big time." "What happened?" Klein asked, feigning confusion and concern, though he already knew what Alaric would say. "I accidentally recited an evil god's honored name, and it might be the fool we've been investigating." Alaric sighed. "Am I gonna die or what?" No, it's not that bad." Klein hurried to reassure him, seeing his dejection. "You know I've crossed paths with the fool too, and I'm still fine. The fool might not even be an evil god." "I hope so," Alaric sighed, then, as if struck by a thought, flashed an optimistic smile. "Actually, I've already written to my teacher, and he finally replied. He chewed me out in his letter, but he said he'd be back within 2 months. Once he's here, all these problems should be sorted out, right?" Alaric turned to Klein. "My teacher also said he'd take a look at your situation when he's back." "Don't worry, Klein, my teacher's incredible. He'll definitely fix your issues." Klein felt a mix of gratitude and guilt at these words. As a cautious man, he could only silently apologize to Alaric in his heart before asking curiously, "Jack, what kind of person is Mr. Lucifer?" "Him." Alaric's face took on a reminiscent expression, then he said uncertainly, "Well, it's hard to say. Broadly speaking, he's probably a good person, but he's got a wicked sense of humor. Loves messing with people. He's always rambling about scripts and actors, stuff I don't really get. As he spoke, Alaric's expression shifted to indignation. And get this. I asked him in my letter about Mr. Door and the Fool, and he had the nerve to tell me it's not stuff I should know at this stage. Said I should focus on learning what I'm supposed to. It pissed me off. This was, of course, a patch to explain why Jack Jones, despite having such a formidable teacher, knew so little about high-level secrets. In truth, this was typical for extraordinary individuals with proper mentorship in this world. Knowing too much was rarely a good thing, especially about high-level entities. While it wasn't quite, knowledge is danger, it was close enough. Klein's lips twitched as he listened to Alaric's rant, but he could understand the teacher's reasoning. Students should learn what's appropriate for their stage. A Sequence 9 newbie knowing a bunch of secrets about angels and true gods was useless at best. And with Jack's personality, knowing too much could easily lead to a major blunder. Klein glanced at Alaric, soothingly saying, Mr. Lucifer has his reasons. Knowing too much can sometimes bring danger. Alaric deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, muttering things like, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. And, I won't do it again. After sulking for a bit, Alaric suddenly looked at Klein. Klein, have you ever recited the Fool's honored name? No. Klein shook his head calmly, as if he truly hadn't. Alaric adopted a thoughtful expression. After a few seconds, he said, how about I recite it again to see what this fool really is? I've already said his name once, so if I'm marked, I'm already marked. Reciting it again won't make things worse. And if the fool isn't an evil god, maybe we could have a chat with him. Plus, I keep feeling like I've heard the fool's name somewhere before. Klein's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Alaric's train of thought to leap this far. Yet, given Alaric's usual carefree and slightly erratic demeanor, Klein oddly wasn't surprised. He quickly interjected, that's too dangerous. Your teacher's coming back soon, right? If you want to do something, you should wait for him. Klein hurriedly changed the subject. You said the fool's name feels familiar. Can you recall where you heard it? I think it was in a book I read once. Klein's diversion worked, and Alaric's attention shifted. The book mentioned something about the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It feels kind of similar to the fool's name. This time, Klein's eyes truly quaked with shock, his composure slipping for a moment. Hey, Klein, what's wrong with your eyes? Are they bothering you? Should we get some eye drops? Do they even have eye drops in this era? Alaric, fully aware of Klein's reaction, played innocent, feigning concern and confusion. I'm fine. Klein shook his head with difficulty, then, unable to resist the risk of exposure, asked, Jack, do you remember which book mentioned the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? I don't really recall. It was a long time ago, back when a long time ago. I can't find that book anymore. Alaric shook his head, then, as if remembering something, muttered, but I do remember having nightmares after reading it. I dreamed of a vast gray fog where I was calling out, but neither heaven nor earth answered. It was pretty creepy. Klein's lips tightened. Though he'd long had suspicions, it was only now that he realized transmigrators might truly be connected to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the gray fog. But why? If the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings really existed, why did he bring them here? Where was he now? And why could Klein access the gray fog when other transmigrators couldn't? What made him special? Klein's mind was a mess, a looming shadow seeming to envelop him. Just then, a wave of pleasant calm washed over his troubled emotions, soothing him and even lifting his mood slightly. Surprised, he looked up to see Alaric watching him with concern, holding what looked like a cross and pressing it toward him. You okay, Klein? Alaric asked, his face full of worry. I'm fine. What's that? Klein shook his head, eyeing the cross in Alaric's hand curiously. It's a mystical item my teacher gave me. It calms people's emotions. I saw you were upset, so I used it on you. Alaric said without missing a beat. He had indeed used his emotion manipulation ability to soothe Klein, though not through the cross. The cross itself was just a decorative trinket. Klein instantly understood the source of that pleasant feeling, warmth spreading in his heart. He smiled. Thanks, Jack. As he spoke, Klein, now fully composed, told himself inwardly, don't be afraid, Klein. No matter what the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings' purpose is, you can't just sit and wait to die. And this might be a good thing. If the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is really behind the transmigrators, finding him might, let me go home. With that thought, Klein let out a breath. You're all right, that's what matters. Alaric let out a relieved sigh as he tucked away the cross, then looked at Klein with concern. You don't look so great. Maybe you should head back and rest. Don't worry, whatever the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is, you'll be fine. I'll help you. He paused, then, as if struck by a thought, grinned. And even if I can't handle it, there's always my teacher. He's insanely capable, he'll definitely sort you out. Klein thought of Lucifer, another suspected transmigrator. Seeing Alaric's radiant smile, his heart settled a bit. He didn't fully trust this unseen Lucifer, but he chose to trust Jack. Klein was well aware that if anyone in this world could unravel the mysteries of his transmigration and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, Lucifer, as a fellow transmigrator, was the most likely candidate. As for whether Lucifer might harbor ill intentions, my life's already a tangled mess, what's there to fear? Klein gave a wry smile in his heart, his mindset oddly nonchalant. After all, when you're drowning in debts, what's one more? When you're covered in lice, what's another itch? Klein was practically a magnet for trouble, his fate tampered with, possibly targeted by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. What was left to be afraid of? Still, Klein wasn't in the mood to study extraordinary knowledge. After chatting with Alaric a bit longer, mostly warning him not to investigate the Fool or the Antigonus family on his own, he said his goodbyes and left. Poor Klein. The moment you stepped into the gray fog, you were caught in the game, no longer in control. Alaric murmured to himself after seeing Klein off, shaking his head with a sigh in his heart. His earlier words were deliberate, partly to tease Klein and partly to give him a heads up, heightening his vigilance toward the celestial worthy and fueling his drive to advance. Would this overwhelm Klein? Nah, Alaric trusted Klein's resilience. Besides, hadn't he brought out Lucifer to share the pressure? And pressure doesn't vanish just because you're ignorant. Better to live awake, even if it hurts, than to die in a sweet dream, Alaric reflected, then gave a self-deprecating chuckle. But am I really any better off? This world is just like that, mad and twisted. Alaric shook his head, pushing down his swirling emotions. He stretched lazily and turned his thoughts to another matter. Looks like Klein really isn't planning to recruit me into the Tarot Club. Fine, time for Plan B, but that'll have to wait for a full moon. He glanced up at the crescent-shaped crimson moon in the sky, smiling faintly. Pulling out his pocket watch to check the time, he decided to dive back into studying occult knowledge. Time flew by, and soon the full moon Alaric had been waiting for arrived. August 14th. During this period, Alaric immersed himself in learning, covering everything from foundational occult knowledge to historical events mentioned or omitted in the original story. He also read several books on the social conditions and customs of Loan and other nations, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the world. After all, he was going to live in this world, he couldn't remain ignorant about it. From the moment he opened his eyes here, Alaric had been deliberately studying these things. Of course, he didn't deny that he genuinely enjoyed learning new knowledge, otherwise, he wouldn't keep getting lost in it. During this time, Alaric also visited Leonard and Pallas a few times under the guise of a junior. Pallas seemed quite content with his current life, but when it came to dealing with Amon, the old man was in no rush, likely still harboring reservations. Alaric understood Pallas's caution and didn't press him. He simply maintained Jack Jones' routine, studying and enthusiastically tutoring Klein in knowledge the Nighthawks couldn't teach him. Every few days, he wrote letters to Isaac, making sure to keep up with everyone. Over this period, Alaric's actor potion digestion progressed slightly, though not by much. He wasn't worried, his plan for digesting the actor potion was already in place. Alaric proceeded at his own pace, and then came the night of the full moon. Beautiful, isn't it? Hard to believe such a lovely moon harbors an ugly outer deity. Alaric remarked, pushing open the window and gazing at the bright crimson moon. He chuckled as a thought struck him. With a flick of his hand, an unremarkable stone appeared in his palm. This stone came from Furz's bracelet. During his last trip to Backland, Alaric, under the pretext of research, spent a few pounds to buy one of the stones from her. Furz had initially refused. It was not only a keepsake from Mrs. Alisa but also a life-saving tool, each stone enabling a single travel. But Alaric's offer was too generous, and the impoverished furs couldn't resist the cash. Alaric's reason for wanting the stone was simple: he intended to use it as a medium to summon Mr. Door from the past. This was entirely feasible. The medium for his Shadow of Time ability wasn't limited to people, it could also be items tied to the individual in question. As for why Alaric wanted to summon Mr. Door, the reasons were plenty. Let's see what kind of person you really are, Bethel Abraham. Alaric tossed the stone lightly in his hand. With a swift motion, he drew his hand through the air, and a figure began to solidify. The man who appeared had a stern face, looking to be in his 30s or 40s. His hair was a rare void black, streaked with a few strands of white, and he wore a meticulously tailored suit in the asymmetrical style of the Fourth Epoch, adorned with numerous gemstones. Mr. Door's overall aesthetic resembled a mythical vampire duke. But when he opened his eyes, revealing deep blue irises rippling like layered waves, it became clear that assumption was wrong. Alaric looked at the King of Angel before him and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Bethel Abraham. Welcome to the future. Who are you?" As the King of Angel at the pinnacle of the door pathway, Bethel Abraham immediately sensed something off about the surrounding space and the connection between himself and Alaric. He looked at Alaric, his tone a mix of doubt and probing. "You said this is the future. I'm Lucifer, call me that for now." Alaric smoothly slipped into his persona, smiling as he introduced himself. "As you can see, this is the future world, and you come from over 1,000 years ago. If you don't believe me, feel free to take a look outside. Though, you only have a minute. Perhaps visiting an old friend would be a good choice." Alaric paused, flashing a playful smile. Bethel gave Alaric a deep, scrutinizing look. As a summoned Shadow of Time, he could feel the constraints binding him, preventing him from harming the man before him, though they didn't restrict his ability to leave. After a moment's thought, Bethel's form vanished. As in King of Angel of the Door pathway, he could appear anywhere in the world at will. But Bethel didn't go far. He sensed an old friend nearby. The friend was well hidden, but not well enough for Bethel's keen perception. After all, Mr. Door was the most cunning of the three great kings of angels, and this particular friend was not only in a weakened state but also too close to Bethel. And so, Pallas Zoroast, who had only recently been startled by Alaric, faced his second shock in short order. "Long time no see, Pallas. I never thought I'd see you in such a sorry state. Has Solomon stopped sheltering you?" The familiar voice, unheard for years, nearly made Pallas leap out of Leonard's body. He was reading a newspaper through Leonard's eyes when he heard it. In disbelief, he turned to see Bethel standing by the window. After sizing him up, Pallas, as he had with Alaric, conjured a shadowy form. The shadow Pallas looked at Mr. Door. "Are you mocking me, Bethel? You and I both know the era of the four emperors is long gone. The Black Emperor is history. I'm just a stray dog, unprotected by any true god, hunted by Amon and barely clinging to life." Bethel lowered his gaze, clearly pondering something. After a moment, he looked up at Pallas. "You seem surprised to see me. My old friend, anyone who knows your situation would be shocked to see you like this. Have you finally shaken off the mother goddess of depravity's corruption?" Pallas said with a sigh, his words laced with a hint of probing. As a cunning old fox, Pallas quickly noticed something off about the figure before him after his initial shock. It wasn't that he suspected Bethel was a Shadow of Time or doubted his identity, just a subtle sense of incongruity. Corruption, Bethel mulled over the word, his expression showing little surprise. He merely turned his gaze toward a certain direction, toward a pocket dimension on Earth. As the King of Angel of the Door pathway, arguably the world's foremost expert in spatial matters, how could Bethel not sense another version of himself in this world? One sealed in a certain space, in a highly abnormal state. And now, it seemed, everything had an explanation. "Do you know Lucifer?" But Bethel had no intention of explaining to Pallas. He simply looked at him and asked again. At the mention of that name, Pallas's thoughts flashed back to Alaric's visit a few days prior. During that visit, though Pallas had developed some trust in him, he remained wary of the Lord of Chaos behind him and curious about this deity's situation. Unable to resist, he probed, "Since you serve your Lord, have you met other followers of the Lord of Chaos?" Alaric glanced at him and smiled. "Old man, trying to dig into my Lord's influence in the real world. Pallas hadn't expected such bluntness, but as a seasoned angel, he'd long cultivated a thick skin. He chuckled. Can't I? We're partners now. I need to know something about the forces I'm working with. Of course you can, though I don't know much myself. I'm just a newbie, after all. Alaric grinned, his expression turning reminiscent. There are many organizations following my lord, but the most important one, from what I know, is the Joker Club. That's the group I joined. I don't know how many members it has, but I do know that many members of other organizations are also part of the Joker Club. For example, Mr. A from the Aurora Order. Mr. A. You mean the Aurora Order's divine envoy? Leonard, who had been listening, couldn't help but interrupt. Aren't they just a bunch of lunatics obsessed with worshipping the true creator? Mr. A is indeed a devout follower of the true creator. Alaric confirmed with a nod, not denying Leonard's words. Then he smiled. In fact, Mr. A joined the Joker Club at the true creator's behest. He didn't explicitly say the Lord of Chaos and true creator were allies, but the implication was clear. Leonard frowned, his eyes flickering with an impulse to risk everything and report this guy colluding with an evil god, along with the power behind him. Did you know that in the third epic, the Evernight goddess was also considered an evil god? Alaric turned to Leonard, smiling as he spoke. What? Leonard froze, his expression shifting. I won't let you slander the goddess. Alaric chuckled, patting Leonard's shoulder. Instantly, all of Leonard's anger was forcibly calmed. There's no need for me to lie about this, and you don't need to get so worked up. In fact, I don't mind if you report this to the Evernight Church. Alaric said, giving Leonard a meaningful look. How do you know the Evernight goddess doesn't have a partnership with my lord? Perhaps she's watching us right now. Leonard, still puzzled by how his anger had vanished, stared wide-eyed at Alaric's words, his face full of disbelief. Think it over, Leonard. The relationships between true gods are far more complex than they seem. In the fourth epic, the true creator, whom you call an evil god, was also one of the true gods. Alaric said, patting Leonard's shoulder again with a smile. The shadowy Pallas shook his head. Why bother telling this kid all that? He's got a wooden head, won't understand a thing. Pallas's tone was light, clearly unbothered by the idea of Leonard reporting him. After all, Pallas had chosen Leonard as his host partly because, if push came to shove, he could defect to the Evernight goddess. If Leonard did report him, Pallas would, at worst, switch sides and become an angel under the goddess, a far from terrible outcome. I think Leonard's brain works just fine. It's just that you, old man, keep giving him advice, acting as his external brain, so his own's gone rusty from disuse. Alaric quipped, delivering a classic Lord of Mysteries jab. My fault, then. Pallas retorted, glancing at Leonard, who sat there, visibly shaken, lost in thought. Pallas sighed but offered no comfort. He knew Leonard needed to process this himself. Being a blind zealot for the Evernight goddess would only spell trouble. Instead, Pallas turned to Alaric with a chuckle. You know more secrets than I expected. Did your lord tell you all this? Of course not. My lord is benevolent, but he's not my tutor. I learned these things from Mr. Lucifer. Alaric said, shaking his head. Lucifer. Pallas perked up at the unfamiliar name. He's a follower of the Lord of Chaos too. Mr. Lucifer is my lord's favored one. Alaric replied, pausing for effect with a mix of awe and something unreadable in his expression. He gives me the same vibe as Amon, but he's not Amon. That conversation about Lucifer had ended there, and Pallas hadn't expected to hear the name again, especially from an old friend like Bethel. It seems you do know Lucifer. Bethel said, catching the shift in Pallas's expression with certainty. Not exactly no. Pallas replied, shaking his head without concealing anything. I only heard the name from my descendant. Lucifer is a favored one of the Lord of Chaos. The Lord of Chaos. Bethel, unfamiliar with the name, raised an eyebrow. His honored name is, Pallas paused, clearly using some extraordinary ability to ensure his prayer wouldn't directly invoke the Lord of Chaos. Great Lord of Chaos, you are the retrograde of time, you are the shadow of the world, the embodiment of delight. As for more about this Lord of Chaos, I don't know much. Pallas continued, looking at Mr. Door probingly. But I spoke with one of his followers before. That follower said the Lord aims to facilitate the birth of the Lord of Mysteries. When I asked who he favored, the follower said it was you. This was, of course, a test. Pallas was deeply curious about how Bethel Abraham, once corrupted by an outer deity and stripped of his autonomy, had returned to normal. Could the Lord of Chaos purge an outer deity's corruption? Pallas's heart raced at the thought. As far as he knew, only a pillar-level existence could achieve such a feat. But was that possible? A pillar appearing out of nowhere? Yet something even more impossible was unfolding before him. Pallas studied Mr. Door again, his mind swirling with thoughts. "Old friend, the way you're looking at me makes me feel like some rare gem," Bethel remarked. Though unaware of Pallas's exact thoughts, he could guess. He offered no explanation, only saying pointedly, "I don't know this Lord of Chaos, but I suspect his authority might indeed be tied to time." Pallas froze, instantly recalling the retrograde of time in the Lord of Chaos's honored name. His expression grew stranger as his thoughts raced. Bethel, however, had no intention of continuing the conversation. He glanced at the shadowy Pallas. "I have an appointment with someone else, so we'll end here for today. Until next time, Pallas." With that, Mr. Door vanished as abruptly as he'd appeared. Spatial abilities sure are convenient. Wonder who he's meeting, Pallas mused, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Today's events were far too unexpected, and even the seasoned Pallas struggled to process them. After a long pause, Pallas let out a breath and turned to Leonard, who had been sitting in a daze, his senses blocked by Pallas during the conversation. Now that the block was lifted, Leonard blinked confusedly. "Old man, was someone here just now? I thought I saw a guy dressed all fancy and shiny." "You were dreaming," Pallas dismissed casually, chuckling as he recalled Bethel's gem-encrusted outfit. All these years, and that guy's still obsessed with gems. Some things never change. Welcome back, Mr. Bethel. Right on time, Alaric said, unsurprised, as he snapped his pocket watch shut and smiled. Bethel studied the black-haired, golden-eyed man before him. After a moment, he said, "There's a dangerous power within you. Ordinary angels might not notice, but as an king of angel with authority over sealing, Bethel vaguely sensed something perilous sealed within this man. I'm curious, how do I look in your eyes?" Alaric asked with genuine interest, a question he'd long pondered. "Chaos, darkness, danger," Bethel replied after a few seconds of silence, his tone serious. "But I must say, your disguise is impressive. Without my sealing authority, I'd probably mistake you for an ordinary mortal." "I am indeed just a mortal," Alaric said with a smile, opting not to hide his current sequence from Mr. Door. He tailored his approach to different people, and with someone he had summoned, Alaric wasn't stingy about revealing a bit of truth. It was a strategy in itself. After all, if his plans worked out, he'd have plenty of interactions with Mr. Door in the future. Pretending to be a big shot might hinder those plans. Besides, in the eyes of a perceptive figure like Bethel, claiming to be a mortal might be more effective than claiming divinity. Bethel gave Alaric a meaningful look upon hearing his words. Let's hope so. Clearly, he didn't buy it. Alaric chuckled, choosing not to explain the sealed power within him. Instead, he looked at Bethel and smiled. "So, Mr. Door, have you confirmed this is the future?" "This is indeed not my time," Bethel acknowledged. In that brief minute, beyond meeting Pallas, he had used his travel ability to explore, confirming that this world was vastly different from the one he knew. Bethel turned to Alaric. "I don't know how you did it, but I doubt you brought me to this era just to catch up with an old friend." "What are you planning?" Bethel asked, staring directly into Alaric's golden eyes, searching for the emotions within. "If I said I just wanted to make friends with the renowned Mr. Door, would you believe me?" Alaric replied with utmost sincerity. It was even true, one of his reasons for summoning Mr. Door was indeed to befriend the King of Angel of the Door pathway. He coveted the abilities of that pathway far too much. Of course, even if he succeeded in befriending Bethel, Alaric wouldn't abandon his efforts with furs. After all, the more friends, the more paths, was an ironclad truth for him. Alaric had no qualms about cultivating multiple allies in the same pathway. If he fell out with one, he'd still have others to borrow power from. Bethel's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the sincerity in Alaric's words but was certain they weren't the full truth. After a few seconds of contemplation, Bethel said, "I don't mind making a friend from the future, but I doubt that's your only goal." Alaric laughed, meeting Bethel's gaze without flinching. His golden eyes seemed to hold a hint of amusement, or perhaps not. In that moment, Bethel was inexplicably reminded of Amon. He finally understood the subtle familiarity he'd felt upon meeting Alaric. The man gave off a vibe similar to Amon's, yet distinctly different. Alaric smiled. I'll admit, besides wanting to befriend you, Mr. Dorr, I do have a small favor to ask. What favor? Bethel asked. I want to create a pocket dimension. People holding a specific token should be able to instantly travel to this space from thousands of miles away when needed and return to their original location. If that's not possible, pulling token holders to a fixed location would suffice. Alaric described his request, clearly aiming to manually craft his own version of the gray fog for future Joker Club gatherings. Bethel listened quietly, pondering for a moment before nodding. I can indeed help you create a pocket dimension and meet your requirements. But what can you offer me in return? Alaric's request might be challenging for other pathways, but for Bethel, it was well within his capabilities. Good question. Alaric wasn't surprised by Bethel's response. He smiled, adopting a thoughtful expression before saying, "What I can offer you, Mr. Bethel, is an attempt to help you break free from the mother goddess of depravity's corruption." Bethel's gaze sharpened instantly, scrutinizing the man before him. After a few seconds, he said, "That doesn't seem like an equal trade. I don't believe in free gifts." Exactly. That's why I said, attempt, with no guarantee of success. Truth be told, I'm quite interested in studying the power of outer deities, and you're an excellent specimen. Alaric said unhurriedly, meeting Bethel's gaze without hesitation. Bethel gave him a deep look. That's not something to toy with. Once tainted, you might end up like me. Alaric suddenly laughed, a genuinely delighted sound. Mr. Bethel, you really are a good person. He could tell Bethel's words carried both caution and a warning. The King of Angel was wary of him, this unknown entity, but also genuinely didn't want him to be corrupted by an outer deity's power. It might not be concern for Alaric himself, but at least for the safety of the world. No need to worry. If I dare to do this, I have my reasons. Alaric said with a smile. It wasn't entirely a lie. While there was risk, he had some confidence that, even if he encountered an outer deity's power, it likely couldn't corrupt him. A thoughtful glint passed through Bethel's eyes. Alaric then looked out at the crimson moon in the sky, chuckling softly with a hint of playfulness. Mr. Bethel, do you know your own fate? Bethel's lips tightened. Perhaps you could tell me. For someone capable of summoning beings from the past, knowing the future wasn't hard to believe. You'll become a stepping stone for Amon's ascension, a sacrifice for his rise to Sequence Zero. Of course, it's voluntary, you'll offer yourself up for the world's safety. Alaric paused, glancing at Bethel before continuing, a cliché ending, isn't it? Bethel met his gaze, his thoughts unreadable. He merely looked up at the crimson moon and asked, did the world get saved, then? Of course, Alaric's smile widened, though his eyes held little mirth. Another guardian sacrificed themselves as well. Not Amon, of course. Bethel seemed momentarily stunned, though not overly surprised. He let out a long sigh, then looked at Alaric with a knowing expression. You don't like this ending, he said, his tone certain. After all, it's not exactly a happy ending, and I've always been a fan of satisfying conclusions. I may not be a good person anymore, but I still hope good people get their due rewards. Alaric spoke with a trace of nostalgia and a hint of melancholy, his expression inviting speculation about the stories behind his words. In truth, he was merely embodying the Lucifer persona with dedication. In a way, Alaric was truly the chosen Joker, perfectly aligned with this pathway from top to bottom. But he didn't linger in the melancholy for long. Soon, he flashed a grin and looked at Bethel, adding earnestly, of course, the main reason is that I really don't like Amon, so I'm not keen on letting him be the final winner. Bethel gave Alaric a deep look, his expression betraying little surprise. He replied calmly, you've chosen me as the variable to change this outcome. It's fitting, Alaric said with a slow nod. In a satisfying story, everyone deserves a better ending. As for whether that better ending would see Klein or Bethel become the Lord of Mysteries, Alaric honestly didn't know. He'd hedge his bets on both sides, whichever became the Lord of Mysteries, he wouldn't lose. Bethel didn't comment, instead saying abruptly, you're the Lord of Chaos that Pallas mentioned, aren't you? Shish, you know, so keep it quiet. Don't tell Pallas. I'm not done having fun yet. Alaric, unfazed by having his identity exposed, placed a finger to his lips with a playful smile, his Joker nature on full display. He wasn't surprised Bethel had figured it out. After all, what kind of favored one could summon a shadow of time and harbor such a terrifying power within? It was obvious something was up. Alaric had never intended to hide this from Mr. Door, but he also wasn't about to overexplain. Smart people fill in the blanks themselves, don't they? Bethel, meanwhile, felt a twinge of sympathy for Pallas. Though their time together was brief, he could tell this man's mischievous streak rivaled Amon's, perhaps even surpassed it, given the abilities he possessed. Lucifer's potential for chaos was likely greater than Amon's. But it was only sympathy. Bethel and Pallas weren't particularly close. After Solomon's first fall, they had followed different emperors, becoming near enemies. While Bethel was a good person, he wasn't so altruistic as to risk warning a former rival. "I won't tell Pallas," Bethel said flatly, then looked at Alaric with a hint of curiosity. "How do you plan to try?" He was, of course, asking how Alaric intended to purge the corruption from Mr. Door. "First, let's establish a connection with the you of this era," Alaric said, grinning at Bethel. Connecting with the Mr. Door of this time wasn't too difficult. Though Alaric lacked Abraham family blood or the apprentice pathway, having the past Bethel by his side made the process smooth. Then, Alaric heard a pained voice. "Don't save me, don't save me." It was the voice of this era's Mr. Door, the last shred of Bethel Abraham's lucid will, tainted by corruption. Alaric glanced at the past Bethel. "Did you hear what he's saying?" he asked, almost wistfully. "I heard." Bethel sighed. As he helped Alaric connect with his present self, he naturally formed a link as well, clearly hearing the anguished cries. "Any regrets?" Alaric asked, studying Bethel curiously. "His cries have cut off the Abraham family's chance at producing high-sequence beyonders. If not for that, you might have survived. Do you regret it? Your future choice, this path destined for sacrifice?" "I've failed the Abraham descendants," past Bethel said after a long silence, sighing. Yet his tone grew resolute. "But I have no regrets. Compared to becoming a toy of an outer deity, death is the better choice. If this is my future, I accept it." Alaric smiled at that. The pained voice in his ears quieted, fading for a second or two before returning. This time, it seemed to sense Alaric's connection, speaking in a friendly tone. "Hello." Past Bethel's brow twitched. He recognized that this was his corrupted self speaking. The lucid will of this era's Mr. Door had sunk back into oblivion. Thanks to past Bethel's deliberate shielding, the corrupted version didn't notice his presence. Alaric raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, but his voice took on a timid tone. Who are you?" "You can call me Mr. Door." "May I have your name?" The corrupted Mr. Door replied gently, his voice so warm no one would suspect it belonged to a personality born of corruption. "I'm Lucifer, Lucifer Zoroast," Alaric said, slipping into character without blinking. "You're Mr. Door. I've seen your name in my family's records." "Zoroast," the corrupted Mr. Door seemed to chuckle. "It seems you're a descendant of an old friend. How nostalgic, that surname." Alaric smoothly steered the conversation toward Pallas. After a few exchanges, he glanced at Bethel, who was looking at him with exasperation. "Don't give me that look. I didn't lie. I'm currently Lucifer Zoroast," Alaric said with a grin. He paused, then added confidently, "Besides, I'm dealing with a you controlled by the mother goddess of depravity. Playing along is only natural. Do whatever makes you happy." Past Bethel replied, at a loss for words. Alaric, indeed quite happy, continued his act with the corrupted Mr. Door for a few more exchanges before saying, "Mr. Door, I reached out to you this time because I have a gift for you." "A gift?" The corrupted Mr. Door faltered, clearly caught off guard. "A gift is a gift." Alaric blinked, flashing a brilliant smile. In a lightning-fast move, he channeled the power of the Nyarlathotep fragment within him through their connection. The next moment, a scream of agony rang in his ears. Quote, "For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks."